what's holding you back. You're spinning round and round. You've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Life must be hollow. I'm just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? To live a little. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block, girl, I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me, but I got no time. See, get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
path of sin. Now I've already gone to somewhere I know is waiting for me. Down I go, where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, now lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. All those lies I told so many times, couldn't figure out what was wrong or right. Now I've already gone to the heavens below. I don't hold my head, just let go. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, now lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't flow. Take me to the place now. Take me to that place now. Where the river don't flow. Since I left these bones, done a gun, now lost it all. Ferryman took his toll. It's gonna take me where the river don't
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last.
tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only have eyes for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Pretend not to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Moonlight till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Gonna light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Okay, I'm gonna light it up, and then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around.
told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Riding with freedom and I found my way. Ain't nobody gonna lead my mind astray. I'm gonna move the ground beneath my feet. I'm gonna lose the feeling of defeat. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. Ah, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run.
Blow out the candles, honey. Come down the stairs. You're trying to take your last breath in a room without no air. Pull back the curtains, let the street lights hit the wall. Then maybe you can explain what's been behind that bedroom door. You said I can't lie to you, just try to avoid the truth. Your eyes are burning, pretending you're crying. Takes more than tears to put out this fire. You're acting fueled, but darling, that's nothing new. You sank my heart as it came to the surface. What you did, I hope it was worth it for you.
I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? just saying some things won't last. I'm not saying that there's no one to follow. I'm just saying there's more than just one path. You're spinning round and round, and you've lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a little? Why don't you live a You're spinning round and round, and you have lost the ground because you're stuck in the middle. Why don't you live a little? 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 Why don't you live a little?
Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Wake up, we never stop. Gotta get it done, show me what you got. Like, I'm gonna turn it up. Walking on the block till I'm feeling hot. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go. Wake up in the morning feeling super fine. Now let's go, don't got no time. Yeah, turn it up, I'ma strut my stuff. You see me walking on the block, can't get enough. Like, nobody can touch me. They wanna be like me. But I got no time, see. Get up, now let's go. We gotta move on up. 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 Get up, now let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, let's go. Get up, now let's go.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
It's that kind of night. I'm dancing with the devil. Dancing with the devil. I love starting a fight. You better hide, I am Jekyll. This place is never gonna last
们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰。然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，一让我从头来过。不让我回来的，我一意孤行；要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕的，反要让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，统统化成风。这里是我们就是风暴。
Yesterday was LPL, or should I say yesterday felt like Christmas, and today feels like proper LPL. Welcome you back to week number 3 already, like we're getting towards the halfway point of the split. Getting towards, not getting there, of course, with our Chinese New Year break. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric for the rest of the broadcast and for our last day together, sir. We have a very short week coming up because of, as mentioned before, the Chinese New Year break. But man, the fact that we're already at week 3 kind of astounds me, having gone through 14 days straight of LPL.
I know, it's been crazy. And like you said, Chinese New Year break, we can elaborate on that a little bit.
Yep.
Our last game, our last series, our last day will be the 27th, which we'll have our match of the week, RNG up against BLG, which is cool because we're seeing BLG today. Then LPL will be back on February 10th, so quite a bit of time off. We got the red graphics. We got Hysterics in a red shirt. I'm in a red shirt.
Oh, yeah, I am
the
too.
Chinese New Year vibes going.
I didn't even do that on purpose. You said in rehearsal, you're like, our producer wants you to be in a red shirt. And I thought, man, I don't own any red shirts. Red and white was the specifics. Here I am. Somehow that went completely over my head, but we've got a lot to go through and I need to stop rambling. Guys, week 3, day number 1, ended week 2 yesterday. Let's have a quick look back. And with LPL coming in every single day, these recaps are really important for our audience because I feel like with the 3 series days, going for an 8-9 hour broadcast at maximum is a lot to keep track of.
Yeah, I
Especially
mean,
for you.
anyone who watched Friday knows my descent into madness all too well. But yesterday, we had Weibo and RNG winning some nice expected wins. But the highlight was our match of the week. Victory 5, greatest team in the universe that any true fan owns a jersey of, destroying top esports. Rookie is popping off. 1 HP Nexuses, oh my god, if you missed it, you missed an absolute, man, I'm done with banger. An absolute unit of a series.
It was a tussle. It was a nice little Russell tussle. I'm happy to take that over for the time being. Lyric, the best part is that V5 getting this win keeps them undefeated in the league, and there's only a few teams that can say that. As we look towards standings and rounding out our 2 weeks of LPL, it's only EDG, LNG, RNG, and V5. Excuse me, not even RNG are undefeated right now.
No. I do think standings look mostly how you would expect. I think top esports is a team that you'd expect maybe to be a little bit higher, but still our top 10, I think, looking pretty solid.
Yeah.
The bottom as well, it's kind of sad to say, being expected. I do think there are some teams that are better than what they've shown. RA being one of them, who we will see later today. Ultra Prime as well, having that pop-off bot lane. So still a lot of time left in the LPL, still a lot of room for change.
That's right, and schedules as well, guys. Remember, there are some teams with harder / easier schedules at the start of the split. So as we head towards this Chinese New Year break, we'll start defining some of these standings. And before we get there, we do have to talk about our best of the Rift, because in week number 2, there's a lot of good things to go over. I think we saw amazing play. We saw a lot of 1 HP or close to Nexuses or Nexi. And Lyric, this fills me with joy. A guy that we're going to be talking about a lot today. Rookie of the week goes to Doggo.
Yep, Doggo coming in, having a pop-off week after looking a little bit maybe nervous, just having a bit of a slower week 1, week 2 looking much better. Of course, is a rookie in the LPL. Bunch of other rookies on the side. Shanji having great performances, Strive showing up. But Doggo ultimately leading the pack.
Which is nice to see, again, in the limelight of Uzi. Everyone keeps asking the same old question. But Doggo stands there and standing strong at the end of week number 2. As we move forward as well, I mean, there's going to be some familiar names in the next one. Those are our rookies in the LPL. But let's look at our heroes. And ain't no rookies in this one, Lyric, and no big surprises either.
No, it's just great to see Xiaohu and Ming popping off this week, getting the recognition they deserve. We've said this is the heart and soul of RNG, and it continues to be so. Ala as well, having a better performance than he was before. Tarzan still popping off. Probably the best jungler in the league right now.
True.
Viper rounding it out at 80 carries, just no surprise.
I think for me, the excitement to see Xiaohu in best of the week in week 2. Anyone questioning his transition to mid has gotten a couple of games to show how dominant this guy is, whether it's top or the mid lane at the moment. So exciting stuff. We round things out as well, and as we get towards the last piece, this will be a nice little touch up on that. You were the Xiaohu apologist as well, Lyric, and I think we are long past you apologizing for this guy. It's been like a year and a half.
No, it's everyone is aboard the Xiaohu hype train now. 2020 was rough, being one of the people in the small group giving him praise, but Xiaohu's career just speaks for itself. This guy's one of the greats. This guy would be on, like for a U.S. reference of like a Mount Rushmore equivalent of the LPL. He's done so much. He continues to be dominant. Maybe, honestly, mid lane is so hard to say for sure. I feel like there's a lot of competition, but maybe the best informed mid laner. Does get a lot of resources from his team still, so there's that to factor in. But man, him, Cream, Knight still showing up, Rookie having a resurgence. There is so much competition that this guy has to go through.
Yeah, and look, we can talk about RNG in a little bit as well, but today ain't about them. Today's about our teams on your screen. LGD, OMG is where we're opening up, but Lyric, just quickly, BLG, Rare Atom later, could be a, what did you call it? It wasn't a banger. What's the word you're using instead?
I have no idea. I actually Googled banger synonyms, but we can call it a hoopty. I don't know what that means. That could be inappropriate.
Hoopty.
But,
no,
that one could be a bit of a hoopty.
All right, well, look forward to the hoopty coming up later. LGD, OMG is where we kick things off, guys, and we were talking about this a little bit before. OMG are a team that it feels like, as I completely break my camera, OMG are a team that had a really big start. And Lyric, I'm excited to talk about them considering that they started 3-0 despite having a bit of a momentum shift coming up and things slowing down.
Yeah, they have lost their last 2 series, which is sad to say. They have played some of the perceived strongest teams in the league, former world champion EDG being one of them, then also having to go up against BLG, who the more games they play, it looks like they are figuring out. But for OMG, I still think, they're in a pretty good track. We were questioning how good they were after their 3-0 start. Like, hey, is this a team that will be contending with the likes of EDG to potentially, take the title? It seems like, hey, they're still not there quite yet. I do still expect OMG to be better than a vast majority of the teams we have in the LPL right now. Maybe, somewhere in the 6th to 8th range. But as you said, momentum shift, especially with their bot lane in their past 2 series. Up against BLG and EDG, Cold and Abel were not having a good time.
Oh, and this is something I felt very passionate about coming into today, Lyric, because for OMG's bottom lane, it feels like a massive weakness. And, sure, there have been games where in the 2v2 they've found success. But in the last couple of games, it just feels like OMG lost in the first 5-10 minutes because the 2v2 went so horribly wrong.
I also think it just completely goes against the identity of where their bot lane's been strong, right? For OMG, one of the highlights of them last year, and even coming into this split again, has been their coordination in team fights, their willingness to go in as a unit, Cold moving around the map, finding a lot of these picks and engages. That's why his rel is such a standout. Their laning, never really been what we looked at Abel and Cold for, and sadly, up against some of the S-tier bot lanes in the league, it is getting a little bit exposed. Lucky for them, today they are going up against one of those S-tier bot lanes, so they should have a bit of a better time.
Yeah, let's at the very least hope for OMG's bottom lane to recover from those last series. And you're right, the bottom lane on the side of LGD is not something we're going to talk about massively being in LGD's favor. But while we're on the topic of OMG, let's just quickly touch up on what makes this team so special and what's given them success at the start of the split, because we're now saying this looks like a playoff team despite what we just criticized in the bottom lane. OMG, this is a team that's going to be bloody. This is going to bring the LPL energy that you and I love so much.
Yeah, OMG definitely have some solid strengths in terms of aggression. They are consistently finding first bloods in their game, and champion kills per minute, they are second in the league. They average about a kill a minute in all their games, so we know today we're going to get a bit of a show. The problem that OMG have had is translating those kills into any tangible map pressure. 15th in First Dragon, 11th First Herald.
Yep.
Their gold is pretty much even at 15 minutes, but still they're sitting at 10th in the league. And the fact that they are consistently finding this aggression, but not turning that into big gold leads or stacking dragons or getting Rift Heralds to breakdown turrets, I think is a pretty worrying sign for OMG, and just kind of shows, hey, they are relying on the hands of players like Cream and Shanji to come in and just take over games.
Yeah, and that's exciting for me because Cream and Shanji, the people with some of the least experience on this roster, Shanji especially, this is rookie split. Cream last year came in and debuted in LPL, almost got Rookie of the Year. But OMG, well-deserved glass as well. Shout out to our graphics team who are absolutely killing it. It is one person getting all these amazing stuff done. And speaking of amazing, on the other side, LGD... Oh, Lyric, no. I can't believe I set up this segment starting with the word amazing. I'm a bit harsh on LGD right now. They're 0-4 with their start. Now I feel like a very bad person. There is one player, though, we can start talking about who hasn't gotten any credit. I think it's time to talk about G. Remember, last split, over on TT, this guy was starting over captain in certain games. He's now just added in the G, and he's come into the split in a very fun way.
Yeah, G for absolute gangster right here. This man pulling out so many different champions. I know that's what excited you about him. He's willing to bring out anything.
Yep.
Is he necessarily going to dominate you on all these picks? No. But he does have the right counter pick for any situation or the right pick to be able to play with the team. I do feel like he has been one of the players to watch on LGD and was the standout for his stint on TT. You've seen when LGD are successful, we've talked a lot about Shadow, but it's not only Shadow. Yeji coming in and playing a pivotal role. A lot of LGD success has been from mid-jungle playing proactive and playing aggressive early on in the game, and then kind of covering up the holes in their side lane. So things like the LeBlanc being his standout pick. We've seen him have good games on the Galio as well, where when Shadow's playing aggressively, he can follow up very, very easily. So we're going to be watching Edgy today, how he's able to do when he is going up against Cream, one of the hardest matchups you have in the LPL. And yeah, Cream is actually right now sitting third in solo kills, only behind Xiaohu, and surprisingly New somehow. New is tied with Xiaohu for first in solo kills. I don't know how, but he is. So, Cream popping off, and yeah, Yeji gonna have a bit of a rough time.
We'll talk a little bit about the mid lane matchup because, Cream has high pass head on him as well. As OMG come to the stage, we talked about him before. Shanji was a runner-up in best rookie of week number 2 up in that top lane. Next to Aki, who's at least 3 meters tall. In the mid lane, and love Cream. Joining with that bottom lane, which is Abel and Cold. And Cold is the veteran now of this lineup. We want to see a better bottom lane out of them, and we expect more out of Cold, considering that he had a decent Demacia Cup. He has had decent splits throughout his tenure. For OMG, he's a real core part of what can make that roster solid.
Yeah, I think he is one of the big players, right? We've highlighted how much he brings to the team, especially in terms of team fighting. I do feel like across the board, OMG's filled with very solid team fighters, and it's one of their massive strengths that they can stay even going into the mid game.
For LGD on the other side, we already talked about it. It's going to be a really difficult start here. Yeji in that mid lane we already mentioned, and Shadow coming over. And I think as well, we're kind of concerned that bottom lane of Eric and Jinjiao, that lane going up against Abel and Cold. Sure, Abel and Cold have been criticized by us, but I think Eric and Jinjiao have been a bottom lane and have been struggling as well.
I feel like the biggest problem with LGD is the amount of apathy they have in their eyes on stage, the amount of indifference. And indifference goes two ways. Either one, you are super cool, you guys are absolute winners. You know you're easily going to 2-0 the series and crush everyone, so then indifference is awesome and you're just kind of edgy. Or there is, hey, we're sitting at the bottom of the league. We still haven't picked up a series win. How do we do this, guys? Which, I am projecting just a little bit, but that's how I see it.
That's fair, though. I mean, again, 0-4. If anyone's tuning in and looking at LGD and like, are they good this split? No, they're towards the bottom. And, good is a relative term at this point in the split when we're only 2 weeks complete. We do have a break coming up in 4 days. There's only a Monday to Thursday this week of LPL, remembering that we do finish with BLG. Who was it? BLG versus RNG, which is going to be interesting. People are going to be like, where's Uzi? Well, we ask the same question every day, but back on topic. So every game kind of counts before this break comes up, because we could see very different versions of teams like LGD, teams like OMG, when they come back from their holiday.
Yeah, I mean, after Chinese New Year break, I think everything's going to be so different, right? Obviously, a lot of, almost the whole league is going to take time off. They are going to, celebrate, whether if they're able to see their families, they'll go do that. But there will be a bit more time to, come together as a team, talk, practice, things like this, especially for teams that maybe are playing today and then don't play again until they come back from break, right? So they will even have these few days to keep scrimming, keep learning, keep figuring things out. And then we're going to come back and, we're most likely going to be on a new patch. The game's going to be a little bit different. So I feel like take everything with a grain of salt right now, other for the fact that B5 is awesome.
Okay, that's what we keep in mind moving to the break. Lyric, I hope you keep up that attitude, because V5 don't actually have another series. Oh, no, they do. They're versus Weibo Gaming, and I'm casting it on Wednesday, so... Yeah, last one.
Yes, you are. You and Ox.
If it
The
stays
big
awesome
brain of
for
the
you.
LPL.
And you, hey, all three of you are big brains of the LPL. You don't give yourself enough credit. I wish LGD had, bigger brains as well. Not saying it's already not big. Of course, you're in the LPL and your brains are pretty gigantic. But I hope they kind of think around the bush here with OMG. There's a lot of pocket picks we'll have to be talking about. There'll be a lot of things that they have to ban from OMG. Because people like Cream, Shanji exist. People with huge champion pools with a lot of niches that can kind of disrupt the flow against LGD.
And I wonder how much LGD will ban out these types of picks, right? Banning out champions like a Rumble, like a Kali, I think it can waste quite a few bans when there are so many strong champions in the meta. I think on the opposite side, though, OMG some very clear target bans to put up against LGD. Things like the LeBlanc coming out from Yeji being his standout pick. Cream doesn't, go with that pick all too heavily himself. So I expect that one to come out. LGD, though, do take away the Akali that we were just questioning. LGD also seem to have a hatred of Jarvan. They've banned it in a majority of their games so far this split.
So as we get into pick and ban, seeing the Samira banned as well against Lyric Abel. It's going to be difficult because Eric used to play on OMG. It's something that kind of sticks with you quite a little bit, as that's where he debuted in the LPL for the first time. So going up against his old organization, Lyric, I am going to do this quite a bit.
And now we have Corki open, so that, of course, gets locked in right away. The answer to Corki that you'd always love to see when it's open is the Xin Zhao and the Jinx coming out, but we will see what OMG opt into. For Aki, Xin Zhao has been his most played champion so far this split, and for Abel, he has 7 games on the Jinx as compared to 3 on the Ezreal, which is his second most played champion.
Okay, well, Fellow is getting looked at for the time being, so get the Jinx for now. Bottom lane could just be set up here, and guys, pick ban. You've been watching it for the past 2 weeks. In different regions here in the LPL. There's been discussions about who prioritizes what, but at the end of the day, we go the same direction. There's bottom lane secure, Lyric jungle, and now what? An AD themselves. That's what's going to happen.
I'm just going to keep saying it. If it's open, you just go Xin Zhao Jinx.
Okay.
I think I can't really understand not going for these picks. We saw what happened when, I believe it was TT got them in their last series when we casted them on Friday. Some team got the Exodia comp, remember? They got all the most played champs in every single role. And guess what happened? They won. Yeah, TT got their first win thanks to it.
Yeah. I mean, thanks to our Weibo Gaming giving them, that's right, 3 big picks. And look, here we go once again. Corki, Jinx, Xin Zhao still available. Lee Sin as well, I think would fill that void. But man, there ain't nothing like Xin Zhao, and Shadow has been spamming this. So, Lyric, the start of Exodia again.
Yeah, what a surprise. You go for all the champions that have shown to be the most impactful in their role. Now for the side of OMG, though, gonna see what they do around out here. They can just go for a nice answer into the mid lane if they do so choose. But so far, no. Wanting to go with that blind pick top probably. Gonna end up with the Gragas. Has been Shanji's most played so far. We have seen that Gragas can pretty much at least go even in any lane. It's always been his strength when he is put in that top lane role. Fearness would have to be willing to pull out something, you know, a bit more off the cusp. You know, whether it is like a Vayne top or a Quinn or something ridiculous that I'm sure we're not going to see if he really wants to just pound this Gragas into the ground.
I'd love to see something, you know, outside the realms of what this 12.1 has been delivering for the past 2 weeks. You know, we've had some really fun comps here in the LPL, but again, things are rounding out pretty stable for this game number 1. I will say, Lyric, things like the Gwen's are available for Fearness. His Akali's been banned away by LGD. And for now, as we get into the rest of the band, it's just support. There goes the Gwen from OMG, not going to give it over to Fearness. And it looks like they're targeting some of Cream's champion pool to finish off.
Yeah, and if we're looking at OMG's pick on 4 coming in, right? Still need jungle, still need mid lane. 2 picks LGD have already shown. In general, just thematically, I'd like to see OMG just round out with more engage potentially coming in, or even some side lane potential. I don't think you should just go into a battle of poke with the Corki Jinx. We've seen teams opt into that so many times, and it seems like you're just always going to lose out because there really aren't too many champions that outrange the 2 artillery pieces on the opposing side. Right now, hovering the Syndra, you would have a ton of pressure in lane. You still have a lot of range to play with, but you also have CC to follow up on engages, enable picks, and do so much.
Oh no, but instead you could just play the Victor, who, to be fair, Rookie played it yesterday and was dominating the laning phase, but Corki versus Victor, we're keeping it traditional.
And it just goes back to what we said, right? Jinx is going to outrange Felios, Corki's going to outrange Victor with the Rockets later on, then you're going to have this stare down, and unless OMG are either able to find flanks with the Gragas, you know, pick people off in transition with the Thresh, I feel like LGD will just be favored a solid majority of the time. And by majority, I mean literally every time.
Okay. And with the Ornn too. Hey, if that doesn't cement your point, I don't know what will. Look at the engage. You've got like a perfect team fighting. You got a perfect composition for LGD.
LGD have, I think their composition is decently
Hang on.
well-rounded, right? Is okay.
Zed jungle here for Aki because we've already got our solo laters. We're going to wait till it gets locked in, but dude, we were literally about to comment the same thing we do every time we see these comps. And then we get a Zed jungle. So start there for OMG, please.
Honestly, not a massive fan coming in. I mean, you have 3 very durable champions on the opposite side that, I mean, Zed's not going to have too much threat on, right? Obviously, you pick Zed to target the Corki and the Jinx, but a decent amount of P on the side of LGD. You have these very slow scaling laners in your Aphelios and your Victor that don't have a ton of CC set up to enable the damage coming out from your side either. So I'm curious to see how Aki's going to handle this pick, how creative he's going to be able to find these angles. And for the side of LGD, we already hit on it. Their comp is just very well-rounded. It's front-to-back 5v5 team fights. You have engage. You have rooms to posture, contest objective with pokes, trade autos, and overall, I think just a very stock and standard LPL composition. Easy to execute.
Which is what you want to see from LGD. It's a team that is 0-4 in the standings right now. LGD need their first series win, and they need it fast before they go to that Chinese New Year break. Remember, only 4 days this week, and LGD, this is their last game before the break. So it better be a good one here because OMG looking to get revenge for their 2 series losses in recent weeks. They lost to BLG 1-2. They lost to EDG 0-2. And in all games for OMG, the gaping hole was that bottom lane. We talked about it at the start of the segment. We actually talked about a lot of different lanes here because there are a couple of things that need to be focused on for both teams, considering OMG towards the middle. Right now, LGD towards the bottom. It's all about getting that, or regaining that momentum, I should say. Actually, for Lyric, regaining momentum. English is a bit hard sometimes. That's pretty important here for both these teams. So, you know, I'm looking forward to running into the series.
OMG needs to regain momentum, and LG just need to find anything, right?
Creative.
Any kind of a foothold in the LPL that they can get a win on the board, especially up against a team like OMG who are projecting are still a top contender, despite their losses that they did have in the past week. I think would be very solid. We look across the board at runes. Nothing too surprising, right? We've seen with Assassins coming in the first strike in the jungle. Shanji is going for the tank Gragas with the grasp. And everything is what you'd expect to see every game. Jin Zhao, though, is going to be going with the Aftershock rather than the Glacial Augment. So more of that tankiness and durability coming in. Definitely does a lot more in terms of the team fights that we're going to see later on as compared to kind of the buff to the laning phase that Glacial Augment is able to give you, and the gank setup, the reduced damage coming on your side as well. So, yeah, overall, pretty cool runes there, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, you do it. You did indeed say it. Thanks for that, Lyric. Always love your information gained here on the broadcast, but I also want to bring out a little bit more from you. Aki on this Zed jungle, that's where all our eyes are. That's where our questions are. Run me through here, because you've raised your concerns in draft, where it's like, the Victor lane, how do you get the setup here with Gravity Field against a Corki? How do you find something with, you know, the Aphelios that also needs time to scale? What do you do if you're Aki in this early game where you obviously need to get things rolling a bit quicker?
For Aki, you will have push in mid, so that's kind of where I'm looking for the side of OMG. You're just going to try and use that pressure to have Aki force aggressively onto Shadow early. The problem is, like, okay, even though you have push in mid as a Victor, you're still a Victor, right? You push, you move, you don't really contribute all too much early, you don't have a ton of mobility, so you're not going to be able to get there quickly either. And that's why for Aki, honestly, I don't see too many options for him. Like, you have set up top lane, but it's an Orc. Sure, maybe you find some kills early, but I don't see what tangible impact that it's going to have on the game.
So there's a lot of questions about it, and that's why Aki we're going to be watching a little bit closer. Because this pick for OMG was out of the woodwind, but, you know, those question marks still linger. And for Aki, you want to see him use the first strike, want to see what happens when he gets 6. So for me, Lyric, especially OMG, being the better team this split, kind of putting a little bit of faith in them in this first game of the series. That's a quick roam from Jin Zhao. LGD actually moving towards the bottom side of the river, but there's no camps available. No ward placed, actually, by Jin Zhao at this point. He's got the lens and a bit of a scrying bloom on the ground that Shadow finds to spot out that there's no jungle camps up there, so it is a standard pathing here with Aki going scuttle for scuttle.
Yeah, both junglers doing typical paths. Aki could clear a bit faster than Shadow on the opposite side, so is one camp up. Will come back onto the map with some tempo and make his way down towards that bottom side. Problem is, like you just said, LGD did just get a bunch of wards down in the bot side jungle and river, so no plays to Aki really should be available. Potential, you know, lantern, flash, flay plays can come out from cold, and you can try and burn some flashes in the bottom side. But I think actually finding the kills would be quite hard. And speaking of that bot lane is, ooh, Yeji getting chunked quite low. Yep. This also isn't surprising at this point. I remember we came in week 1 and we're like, Victor versus Corki, we're not going to see anything happen. Then we saw like 3 times of Victor solo killing Corki and consistently being able to push him out of lane like this.
I can't remember who walked to the Corki and pretty much solo killed. Either Angel or someone very notable in the mid lane. We've seen a lot of Victors do well, and, you know, Yeji, as he teleports back to lane, Cream will do the same, but Cream in a great position, as you were just stating. And for OMG, actually in a bit of a gold lead here in this early game. If you look across the CS board, you see about 6 in the top lane. The jungler, as you mentioned, Aki actually clearing a bit faster. Cream's going to be up about 5 here. Bottom lane up about 7 for the time being, so naturally we're just seeing good lanes from OMG and a bit of control gained in the first 5 minutes.
And it looks like potentially Aki is wanting to utilize his Zed for what we were guessing for, right? You have consistent pressure in mid, roaming cold out of lane as well to follow through, potentially looking for the Xin Zhao and trying to find kills that way, because it seems like that is your only real target to be able to find these picks. But nice to see OMG playing to their win conditions accordingly. Let's see if Shadow gets caught.
It's going to drop a ward. Shadow's waiting. He's so patient. He's so sus on this one.
His flash is gone.
He's so sus on this one, Lyric. He W's. The Raptors, they're hitting between, but Shadow goes for the audacious touch, realizes, flashes away with Ignite, the Flay as well. The commitment, and Aki gets first blood. OMG were patient, and Shadow in the mess.
Yeah, I mean, we see Shadow go in. Cold missing the hook doesn't really matter, because with the fact that Shadow did just charge it, he does instantly have to flash out. Aki committing in, though, to make sure they're able to find that kill. And OMG answering the questions that we had about how they're going to utilize these picks. And they're really committing to that, right? They're actually committing to this pick style composition coming through with the Thresh and the Zed. And You've already highlighted some of the lane discrepancies coming in. We pan back to top side now. Shanji going to equalize that even more.
Yeah.
Or we're going to go straight into the replay. You hit on the patience hysterics. They were waiting for it. Shadow just sitting over, going to use the W to go in. Sadly, Cold, a little bit too fast on the trigger coming in. Maybe not expecting Shadow to actually go for it. Instantly flash away. Ignite does come out. Cold now, since he doesn't have the death sentence, does need to commit the flash for them to be able to find the kill, though.
Speaking of which, doesn't have it available, but neither does Shadow as he commits. Jinjiao's walking down, and it's not mobility boost, it's just a very fast Leona in the river as Cal Storm goes down onto Yeji. That'll help clear the way for Cream to, again, regain more control. So, Lyric, first kill goes onto the Zed jungle, and even though OMG, there were a lot of questions before, how does it change now with a 1k gold lead and a Zed with 2 long swords?
I don't think anything changes. I think it just enables you to look for those types of plays even more, right? We've seen Cream continuously holding up that pressure in the mid lane. Now your jungle's starting to find a bit of an advantage for himself. He was already a bit up in terms of clear speed in camps before. Now having that kill gold, it's like, hey, just look for more potential opportunities to get in the enemy jungle, to find those picks on the Shadow, or even just using the tempo that you have from these lanes to be able to get on objectives first, right? We're 40 seconds away from Rift Herald, so I would expect that we will be seeing some action soon, especially from the OMG side. They're already channeling those recalls from their bot lane now, probably start making their way up there.
I wonder if LGD are going to trade it off if they know that, okay, well, we're not touching the Zed, who's just hit level 6. There's a couple of camps ahead as well that they go for that Hextech Dragon down on the bottom side. Shadow hit 6 as well, quite notably, as 15 seconds until what Lyric was talking about, which is this Herald spawning in the top side. Bots moving, Cold is quickly behind Abel. You can see 4 people up there. Shanji making a quick recall too. Even towards Eric, it looks like he's going back towards bottom lane for now. Lyric, just quickly before this Herald comes through, before whatever we see, Abel and Cold, Eric and Jinjiao have not died in the 2v2. And I could not be more proud for this game one.
Yeah, I mean, they're coming in. They've done solidly so far. I do think their landing phase has been decent overall since they've been in the LPL. The problem for them has been once we get to mid-game. We see Eric and Jinjiao just getting picked off left and right. Eric's positioning in team fights especially is quite suspect. But we're getting to a stare-off hysterics. Posturing coming in for the fight. Yeji is package, and you highlighted this man before the match.
Yeah, and I want to see Yeji layer it down because it's a good package here for LGD. That early kill might not mean a thing. Herald's going to start here, but it's only OMG waiting. The death sentence on the B80 carry. They're in. Onto Eric. He's hit hard, but Shanji the target. Now Aki over the wall, but the Zed doesn't get through with the ulti. He just decided to shadow over, and Aki absolutely ran into danger.
I'm just really surprised that OMG didn't commit harder, right? Shanji going in with an E flash, maybe Aki going over the wall, using that ultimate, just bursting out Eric, taking him out of the fight. Your 80 carries top, but it would instantly be a 4v5. You're decently close to your mid lane turret as well, so you would assume they would be able to disengage and give time for repositioning to come in from Abel and kind of link up the rest of your squad, but it was a little bit of a half-hearted attempt coming out. Unless they did just want to blow summoners, but like you said, then Aki just kind of running in and helping out the enemy team.
Yeah, that was not what we wanted to see. And, you know, with an evening up kill, it might go to the support, but for LGD, they get the first Herald, the chance to really get this game into their favor. And for OMG, as they reset, it's going to be the Dragon as a small, but I guess valuable trade-off here, Lyric. And so, gold remains even at the 10-minute mark. And I don't know, man. Again, we're just kind of back to square one with where we started, which is like, okay, Aki, what can you do next?
You know, I do feel like with Aki, good time to bring up this replay. Hook hits. Like I said, I'm a bit surprised we don't see Shanji maybe trying to hit the flash with the body slam to connect. Yeah, Aki going in. But, I mean, you W'd on traps. I don't even feel like that's really the problem, right? I feel like the trigger pool could have come instantly from Aki as well. The second the death sentence lands, get in there, use that death mark, just try and find the burst immediately. Looked like a very half-hearted attempt coming out from the side of OMG. And I gotta say, I feel like we're a little bit fake news. We came in and we said, hey, look at OMG. They have about 1 champion kill per minute. It has not been that.
No, it's not. It hasn't even been close. Venus getting explosive cast, and you know those are two big dudes who are just
spanking him.
Well, the problem is, Lyric, it's Ornn versus Gragas, and it's going to stop there unless Aki gets involved.
Oh, I love tank versus tank matchups. Aki is getting involved. Shanji stopping the recall. Aki has his ultimate available. We're gonna see if Call of Forge Guard can stop anything, but no, it cannot.
He just got hit, and here comes the death mark that shadows in. Aki gets knocked out once again. Shanji getting hit, and Fairness does a good job of surviving, but Shanji's still tanky enough to do it. So for OMG, another kill on the top side, but LGD with the Herald lyric. I mean, this could be a good trade-off if they find Cream.
Yeah, it seems like they're trying to set up a dive angle, but Kareem walking forward, just clearing out the wave instantly with his E. Should be just fine. Does have his flash available still as well.
Okay, so it's going to be burnt to get out of the Leone ulti, but that means for Jin Zhao, he set the mid lane attacking, and Herald is going to get Yeji and Shadow, the two people we talked about from LGD, the big focus point. Bit of gold in their back pocket.
And I love that you bring up Shadow and Yeji, right? Because just even looking at this team more holistically, right? We came in talking about, hey, this team is all about proactive mid-jungle. How can they influence the map? That's the way that LGD tend to find certain advantages that hopefully they'd be able to turn into wins. Why are they not doing that this game? Well, this game, they have Jinx Corki. They have the front line coming in from the Ornn. They're going to have the Ornn items later on. I think solidly they should be able to win in those standard 5v5 front-to-back team fights later on. So for LGD, the fact that we're still only 1k gold behind at 12 minutes, I think it is completely fine for them.
Yeah.
As long as they can keep this up going into the mid game, once we do start getting to the 2 item points for both of these carries, they will be pretty solid. Sadly, Eric especially still very long off from that point. Is about to finish his cull though. That is pretty pog.
That's a little pog, yeah, right. Maybe towards this next dragon, we get a first item Eric here on the Jinx to get closer towards matching Abel. And note that Abel's just got the nuke with his pickaxe, so 2 simple components. Forget top, the noodles continue bashing each other. I mean, this is exciting, you gotta admit. The fact with how the meta is at the moment, seeing Victor versus Core, I would much rather see Gragas versus Ornn, Sion versus Cho'Gath, Mundo versus Ornn. Like, any of these big beefy dudes going at it feels more exciting.
I'll just always say it. For some, like, tank auto attacks especially are just more visually and audibly pleasing. They just are. Riot maybe did that on purpose, but I think it was a great design choice. And if we did only watch top, it would be great. But Aki right now, hovering around mid lane. Shadow is here. The one difference maker would be the fact that Jin Zhao has roamed over before Cold. Sadly, though, no action gonna break out just yet. And I think this is a bit of a problem on the side of OMG. We talked about, hey, having the Zed, finding ways to impact the map, especially now that we're still in the early game, right? But starting to transition into the sense of, right, we're already looking at second Herald spawn coming up potentially later on. First Dragon already down. So breaking into that mid game, how can Aki find more advantages? Definitely looks like he wants to punish Yeji. Yeji is super low.
He is. Has to back away. No teleport available, so Cream gets first access to the turret. And guys, as we come to the 14-minute mark, I know you're upset about 3 kills. Maybe it's going to be 4 here with Aki coming in with the Omus. He spotted the Corki, but too late here on the wave. And Aki has to run for the hills. At the very least here, Lyric, what I was going to say is, it's a low-kill game, but I want to come back to the simplicity of it. LGD, you talked about their team fighting, the range advantage you'll have in the late game. Is this one of those games I can finally say, dude, scaling is just so easily obvious, despite OMG having scaling options?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely prefer LGD's comp in the late game. I think it looks way easier to execute. Has an easy time of being able to get onto objectives. You don't have side lane threat to worry about on the opposite side. You don't have a massive amount of engage coming in. Shanji coming in with E probably would need flash to close distance, or Cold finding a hook with one single target. Shadow!
That was a blast code of many proportions. Yeji has a package as well. And Aki now at half HP right before the dragon spawns for OMG. They may as well just put up a sign saying, let's make dragon a bit harder.
We're going to see if OMG can find the angle. Shanji coming in on the TP. One of the things we talked about for their side. The special effects coming out.
Onto Cream as well. Soulflake got him down, and he's not escaping that one. Aki off on the wing, but 3 members of LGD there. Yeji now the next target. Aki will find him with his 3rd kill, but the rest of LGD back for support with Fairness and his ulti. The Ram Jam goes through the middle, and LGD don't care. The next target's going to be Abel as the Bellows Breath, the Searing Charge, all kind of knockups. Send Aphelios for the hills. Abel must run. With a double kill going to Eric, and LGD hand-given a nice little box of cheese.
LGD might not pick up the Dragon, but the fact that they pick up the teamfight win is huge going over their side. Actually, I'm wrong. They did pick up the Dragon. OMG got the first Dragon. But Yeji found the angle, was able to get on top of Cream. I am sure we're going to get a replay of that just shortly. Package came up. Yeji timing his packages appropriately. Everyone out there is going to be happy. He sees the window here. Cream's laser is down, so a lot of that trading power already missed out on. Cream instantly going down. Yeji does get taken quite low, so Aki is able to find a return kill, but that brings him instantly into the rest of the team. Jinjiao procs the stun, so Aki goes down immediately as well. Bam! Instant numbers advantage coming out for the side of LGD, where they are able to finish off this fight. In the bottom left hand of our screen, LGD were posturing for another one, but no, OMG just going to get a free Rift Herald.
Yeah, second Herald comes through. Remember that LGD did get the first one, shared the goal between Shadow and Yeji. Little bit value. First Herald always more valuable because uploading does. Put that in the back of your brain. Maybe together we surpass gold. I'm speaking about myself. I am now projecting. Lyric 2-0 on the Jinx at the bottom lane. Importantly enough, we're not even at the stage where it feels like LGD should be team fighting better, or at least, you know, have that 5v5 element we talked about in the mid to late game. But already, it does feel like we're bringing a very strong grouped up LGD before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is one of their best chances to pick up a win that we've seen so far in the LPL, at least in terms of games, right? Which LGD have picked up 2 wins so far. They're not sitting winless in terms of game score. Shanji right now putting a lot of pressure on the side with this flank, though.
Okay, it's a great flank at that. The explosive cast in Shadow in, but the death sentence too early from Cole. Once again, the flash with the soul flare under turret. It's gone horribly wrong. Abel set up as well, and LGD don't care. Eric now with the reset getting excited, but hey, it's an on. Fairness will not be block stopped, and OMG get dropped.
The momentum shift continues on with OMG still struggling. Like you said, a little bit too fast on the trigger pull, in my opinion, with that engage. They go in, Herald isn't even dropped yet, instantly going down. Now LGD can turn to these side lanes. Yeji can damage these turrets. Massive resets coming off. Eric right now, 5-0-2 on the Jinx. And apparently we're just going to go straight into the replay. We see OMG find the window. Shadow getting knocked into the team. His ultimate is blown though, so no real damage coming out onto him. Cole just locked in under turret. Jinx traps come out. the gravity comes out. And like we said, Herald wasn't even dropped yet. So for the side of OMG, it's like that was just all being tanked. And at this point in time, Eric, so much space to play with. The resets coming out, they're able to completely turn the fight.
And Lyric, you know, when Eric was on OMG, I saw one game of him, and if you guys haven't seen Billy Madison, Adam Sandler movie, there's a part at the start where Eric, the evil guy, you know, Adam Sandler doesn't like him. There's an exclamation of Eric. And in this game, we get to make that exclamation, except Eric's not really evil. He's the savior of this LGD game number 1, but more importantly, the focus. Where for Eric and Jinjiao, we talked about them in conjunction with Abel and Cole, how the bottom lane could be an issue into the mid game. This time around, Eric and Jinjiao in a great position, but maybe Shadow isn't. He's caught up with the gravity field as well. Aki for the kill, number 4. And the Zed that has been looking pretty shaky, still in a favorable position, getting LGD's jungler out.
OMG with some nice anticipation there as well. They knew that Yeji would be going up to the side lane, potentially to, you know, catch LA, push it out before. Dragon does hit about that 40-45 second window where then he could start roaming down. They knew Shadow would probably be there to escort him. They commit numerous members to find the pick, and they're going to be able to get a turret trade off of this. So when we were hitting on OMG's win conditions earlier, this pick style comp was one of the things we hit on, right? The Thresh plus Zed combo, and that was able to work out to be able to find the fight. Dragon now going to be coming up in 15 seconds, though. LGD are the ones with control with their bot lane, just completely stacking vision towards that side of the map. And look, once again, we got another package.
I'm so glad that we're not giving people like Dom or Casual, I'm not sure if any of them watching today, you know, giving them aneurysms for seeing bad packages in the LPL. Like, it is dangerous post-streaming some of these games. So we are giving ourselves opportunity to see some good setups here from Yeji, a player we talked about heavily in the opening segment. If you missed out, there's a lot about Yeji, who was previously known as Yeah, but with a G. Came into TT, was a replacement for Captain, was there, the focus Lyric, and it does feel like in this game he's been pretty solid despite the 30 CS being down, where he's done what LGD needed him to do.
I mean, his job has been to pick a package, and he's doing this. So, you know what? Praise to you, brother. For the other members of LGD, though, right? It really has been their bot lane so far that has stood out. With what's going on the map right now, right? OMG clearly deciding they don't want to fight for Dragon right now. It's also the Cloud Soul coming up. We know players have tended not to value that one as highly, so looking for the gold trades on the opposite sides of the map. Kept split pushing in those side lanes. LGD, though, did finally pick up their first turret of the game, with Fearness able to pick up that bot lane turret. So LGD behind in turrets, still up in gold, up in dragons, and at a point where any 5v5 they are solidly favored. For OMG, it's still about being clever and continuing to find those picks, right? It isn't going to be down towards that bottom half of the map, considering we do have Fearness also playing close to his turret, so will be quite hard to find kills on the Ornn right now. I think you just try and rinse and repeat the play you just made, right? You're not going to win the mid contest, so just continuously hover towards that top side with both Aki and Cold, and hopefully be able to keep picking off the scorekeeper.
Use that Z with 2 items. And Lyric, I want to talk about items super quick. Like, I'm a play-by-play monkey, so I'm not really allowed to do this, but I'm going to do it anyways. LGD pick up a turret, and it's going to be their second turret of the game, so now 2,000 gold ahead. Before the objectives come up, before the Baron pool comes through, Lyric, I miss Umbral Glaive. SOFM pulled it out as his first item on the Z jungle. And it felt so useful, so valuable, especially when we're going up against a 5v5 team in LGD. Do you feel like I'm warranted to say something like that, or is it just another monkey mind?
I don't necessarily feel like it would make a massive difference, right? We did see Umbral Glaive take a bit of a change, you know, coming into the season. I believe it's gold. Its cost got reduced to like 2,400, 200 less, but the lethality also went down with it. So still an item for a cheap early spike, try to make things happen, clear wards. But with how the early game went, the amount of inaction we saw, especially with the laners that they have, I'm not sure Aki would have been able to do too much with it.
Okay, well, I had to ask anyway, because as someone who loves Umbral Glaive as an item and what it brings in, sometimes I can mold just a little bit. One piece of hair out at a time, but I feel like that's what OMG are molding about this game, or rather, different topic. I'm going to get my words together now. OMG are a team that R2K got behind in this game. They pulled out the Z jungle, and it doesn't feel like they've been able to do too much apart from a couple of picks around. For LGD, they're getting more towards these Ornn items as well. Note that Venus is level 14, so we are going to have Wormfall and Sacrifice for Eric pretty shortly, which means these team fights are going to be even worse, heading towards that Soul Point Dragon in 2 minutes. A potential Baron if someone else gets picked out.
LGD do not spell out a team to me that's going to have the confidence to try to bait out a Baron or any scenarios like that. My guess is they'll try and keep it decently stock and standard, play on the 5-minute windows to be able to stack up the Dragons, and they're going to be solid, right? We're still kind of speculating for OMG what kind of window they are able to find. Yeji going to be pushing top right now, so you do have a bit of pressure bot. You can try and start leaning down there once you answer the speed wave and try and enable Shanji, but LGD don't care. They're just 4-manning down this mid lane. The fact that Yeji is TP up at any time as well just means he can join the fight, and LGD are squarely in favor to do exactly what they want to do.
And now with the Wormfall and Sacrifice, as mentioned before, on Eric too, that confidence just keeps rising to new heights. Also, no, we got a Luden's Temple. Is that the upgrade? Yes. No, Eye of Luden. The Eye of Saruman's been complete on Yeji. The Corki now has a bounty but no kill. Now the turret to go down to Lyric, it is just a slow burn with Shanji responding, but with Kings getting spammed around this Baron and around mid, like, dude, 3 Ornn upgraded items. I think Shadow got his as well, as we just saw on our screen. Lisa's Hunger going to be given by Fearness once again. So Lyric, 13 kills, 25 minutes. I'm sorry that you've kind of been scammed a little out of your bloody OMG game. Like, you wanted to see 1 kill per minute, and OMG, for the first time in a while, haven't really delivered.
You know what was great? I can't remember which split it was. I believe it was sometime in 2020 where TS had like 1.4 or something. It was the highest I've ever seen, where it's like, man, you're inching up towards 2 kills a minute in all their games consistently, right? That's an average across however many games we have in the LPL. Feels like way too many, or not enough, I guess, depending on the person. But for OMG right now, they are going to try and find some action, trying to bait out a Baron scenario. It seems like they want to find a turn. They want to put LGD in an uncomfortable position.
But Aki's tanked it up just a little bit. He's going to have to pick up the lettuce from Coles on his way out. See if OMG can find anything, but LGD are not buying it. Control ward in the back of the pit as OMG scatter theirs throughout. That is a lot of blue wards just lying through. LGD got their work cut out for them. It's about the time you spend, Lyric, to get rid of those.
I don't think they're going to spend any time. OMG going to just once again go back to the Baron. They actually burned it down surprisingly quick. The members of LGD committed to mid-wave. OMG have a ton of AoE damage and lockdown coming out.
Aki's got a shadow into the pit. He can't get the stealth of Ram. Jam goes through as into the back line is Jin Zhao. Now they'll get one on top of Cream. Actually, Cold goes down too, but Eric almost a trade. Abel has so many shurikens. Timing a little bit off here. Abel goes to his death. He could feel 200 years, but he acted like 100.
You know, honestly, OMG pick up Baron. You hit on the fact that this game was a slow burn and they were kind of just slowly bleeding out. Sure, gold was staying even. We've already hit on the longer this game goes. It definitely feels like LGD just should have an easy time stacking up these dragons, picking up things like the Baron and Elder Drakes. So OMG getting Baron on 2 members, okay, solid. LGD's gold lead definitely ballooning up even more. And now it's like, hey, you have 2 Barons. Can they effectively use it when we've seen that they aren't able to push waves?
Look at this. It's secured by Yanji on the Corki. Nice bit of burst damage as Shanti comes in. But Eric and this Corki are having fun at the back of the pit. Shadow's stuck there by himself. Cameraman, forget that. Look, Shadow's getting beaten up. He's a Shadow fan. He loved Mad Lions. And the Observer doesn't want to show us the carnage.
Nope. The Observer wants no part of that. Is OMG finally are going to have a bit of a window to use, right? I was just wondering, when are they going to get a chance to use these 2 Barons? Because they've consistently shown they don't really push in any lanes. When they group up, they aren't able to siege either. Now that they found a pick, they can escort this wave in mid, use this Baron buff, and try and find a bit of a gold injection from this mid tier 2 turret.
Salty comes out, lines up, and Aki gets caught in the wind, but Finn is still frontlining while Yeji gets poked out. The Chaos Storm now down the gravity field as well. But this Ornn having a great time. Taking a bit of poke damage himself, but nothing seems to affect him. While for LGD, they hold strong with their tier 3 turret right in this mid lane. OMG get a tier 2 Lyric. Baron has done something, but it's only the tune to 500 gold with a minute left remaining on the buff.
And it's all thanks to finding that pick on a Shadow and Dragon, right? LGD were able to secure it though, so ultimately you just traded about, you know, 1,000 gold between everything you got on the map for a Dragon. The fact that that is Soul Point Dragon for LGD, I still think does feel fine. We're going to get a replay of the Baron, though. Yeji having to burn the package to just be able to get in range. The other members aren't here because they did commit to the mid-wave. Everyone on OMG's side as well. We've already hit on how LGD should be able to win fights. Jinja starting off by locking down. And Abel trying to find the kill here. Nice stopwatch coming out from Eric. Abel's like, I'm dead anyway. I need to try and find a kill in return. Goes in with the flash, isn't able to get it up, and just ends up going down.
I love the commitment there, you know. As you said, Lyric, you're dead anyway. Let's go for it. And as Abel comes back, and rather we've seen a couple of plays since then. Just note that gold lead's still even enough at this point in the game. We're getting towards 30 minutes with 17 kills, but it's LGD, even after OMG got the Baron, that still hold the lead. It's LGD who are 2,000 gold up, who has a Jinx with 4.5 items. Lyric, it still feels like LGD hold control in this game, despite OMG getting a inkling of faith.
Oh, 100%. And I'm curious to see some of the items coming out, especially stopwatches and Zanya's, right? Because those will completely take Aki out of the game. And you look across the board, the 2 key members do have them. Yeji sitting on a stopwatch, Eric sitting on the Guardian Angel as well. So gonna make Aki's job quite a bit harder. And the other 3 members are just so tanky, right? Aki not gonna be doing a tremendous amount of damage to them anyway. On the opposite side, though, Summoners up pretty much across the board other than on Abel. I don't think it makes too much of a difference for the side of LGD, though, considering you are just happy hitting at the front line of OMG. You don't necessarily need to get onto Abel and Cream right away to be able to win fights, as compared to vice versa, where Aki does need to be looking for that angle, looking to pop Yeji, have the 5v4, and win through that way.
I want to see if LGD get their dream fight and can end this game number 1. LGD 0-4 in the standings. We're telling you a bit before. This team's won 2 individual games, but no series. This will be a great start as this could be the last fight. The flash away by Cream. Fearness sends out the Ram Jam again, and Shadow it's right on the backside on top of Shanji. Now for OMG, they're onto Eric. He's left alone. GA's going to be popped, but members still stay standing. Jin Zhao and Fearness on the Discovery train to help out their AD carry. They're discovering that Fearness ain't as tanky as you thought, but hang on. The fellows in the back line has taken away the GA-less Jinx. Abel can bring this one back. Look at the shurikens from Ninja Gaiden. Thanks for the shutdown. Triple kill goes over. Fearness in the mid lane, and Abel's on the chase. He wants the quadra. OMG had no business after what we said, Lyric, winning that fight, but somehow, someway, the Z Jungle found a way to bring OMG back into contention.
OMG found and created a fight on 2 fronts. We've been hitting this whole time, right? LGD want you standing right in front of their composition. 5 members staring at 5 members. You hitting at their front line, them hitting at your front line. They will have more DPS, they'll have more range, more poke. All of those things at the end of the day. But Aki was able to get done. We're going to go straight into the replay. LGD, they go in as a unit, but then you look at the members of OMG collapsing from 2 sides. It's going to pull LGD's focus apart, which I feel like is the most crucial thing. Aki gets onto Eric right away, which blows the GA, so this also not going to be up next fight. Shadow dealing with 2 members on the opposite side. Yeji being zoned away by Cream as well, even if he did go down. And this is where Abel is allowed to start popping off with those key carries taken out of the fight. So sure, like the damage coming out from Abel in the end is cool, but I think especially Cream and then Aki pulling different members of LGD apart is what opened up that fight for OMG to win.
Well, for OMG, guys, they do have the gold lead in this game, but that was one fight. As Cold gets his 4,000th assist in the LPL. 6th in the league, by the way. This guy's been here for a while, and we'll talk about it throughout the series. As our stream is absolutely delayed, guys. I apologize for that. Soul goes over to OMG as we fly back, LGD on the other side. Aki goes in once again. He had a great Z ult before. He's on top of Eric, though, but this time he's low, and the poke finally works out. Fearness, the fridge that is absolutely not a magnet. Abel going to dodge away from this one. He's the last hope of OMG. And as he goes down into GA, the whole of LGD will be standing over him, but it'll be simply a grave. With the soul down, with the fight done, LGD bring us all the way back.
Yep, and LGD now just gonna be able to barrel down the mid lane and look for the win. They got what they wanted that time. You standing right in front of them, able to just out DPS you in these fights. Eric especially having a solid game. Yeji finally popping off. And nice to see LGD coming in and making a strong statement. And Hysterics, I can already tell you, we're in for 6 games.
We're in for 6 games tonight. You got 9 the other night, and you got absolutely tilted with your 9-hour broadcast. Or 8 hours, excuse me. As we round this one out, let's just say one thing. LGD had to fight pretty hard for that win. I think we've got to give credit to OMG just super quick. The fact that that game was set up as it was and everything was smooth for LGD. I think Aki had that one Z ulti that you can kind of line up to one of Showmaker's ultis on the Orianna. A game where you're like, man, Aki didn't do too much. Let's be real, he didn't do too much. But we got to that one moment and he brought the game back to an even point when it had no business being even.
I mean, I feel like Aki had a solid enough early game, right? Found some kills. The top lane tri-brush play where they were able to find picks was very clever. We saw them moving as a unit, even waiting on the Raptors. Like, they had a lot of good ideas. I actually don't think Aki was necessarily the reason OMG lost. I mean, we came out of draft really looking at OMG's comp like, again, I don't feel like there's a whole lot of synergy between some of these champions.
Sure.
And again, it might just be me, but I will just keep saying it until it stops happening of, at least in the LPL, not following other regions all too closely, but just these 3 champions together, the Jinx, Corki, Xin Zhao combo just seems like, I mean, it got TT a win. It got TT. Does that not say enough?
It does. And you call me rude for calling out Aki. But you're right. Like, these are strong picks. And to clarify on Aki as well, you're right. It's more so about the pick than the player, because I feel like that last pick, the almost game-winning play for OMG was so nice to watch. Abel felt like he was coming back, but Yeji and Eric got free space once again. And apologies, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're a bit delayed on that last one. Unfortunately, our feed had a couple of bugs rounding out that game number 1, and we'll look into that and make sure it tries not to happen once again. But we got the soul before it was done, and LGD just took the fight from there. I want to give a special mention to Fearness Lyric. I think Fearness had a really good game on the Ornn and, you know, played his role, which is what you hope a frontliner does after being in a wet noodle fight all game.
I mean, LGD picked a comp that, like, you know, they lost lane. They were probably going to lose lane regardless, but these champions can lose lane because they're going to have higher impact in team fights, in big situations, right? We saw Yeji getting a lot of value out of his package. Even when he wasn't finding big package, like, usage, it was zoning off the members of OMG and creating space. So, just across the board, LGD committing to their roles.
Well, for LGD, I mean, simple comp. They got away with 3 pretty OP picks. I hope game 2 is even better, and we see OMG with a resurgence here, because Lyric says all 6 games tonight. Find out if OMG give away such potent picks in draft once again.
That's the big thing. The vision is being pushed away though by B5, and they've dropped Shelly down into the mid lane. Shelly will be on a solo mission as the Dragon has been started. They've used the collateral damage already, and they're going to jump straight down on top of the carries. But the shockwave is good. These health bars are so low, but they just couldn't finish them off. Everyone from top esports, it looked perfect, and they just could not get the damage down. Now Knight in a hell of a lot of trouble as Photic flashes forward. That's the Dragon. That's going to be so much in favor of B5, and Photic is just becoming our god in this game. Lot of straight up burst. If Doggo gets caught out, and hell, even Fofo gets caught out, they will just be killed off. Crown the Shrouded Queen has been finished up. You can see full first items for pretty much everyone across the board. Now you have Flash, going to be flashing away from that is Fofo. They flash straight in on top of him, but that's a 3-man, 4-man knockup, and they use the package as well to dissipate everybody. It will be a trade of supports for the moment. The Talon trying to do something on his backside, but Fofo is now dead. Shanji is just a brick wall running at the side of BLG, and they can just keep pushing forward. Massive win there for OMG. They pick up 4 kills and only lose 1.
Across Yakao forced away. There's the trade taken. And without ever fighting, FPX have forced JDG away here. But JDG looking for the fight. Lantern saves the day. There's a... Oh my days, Hunt. That was beautiful. Everything played perfectly by the Master of Thresh himself. That was magnificent.
A lot of questions I want answered. We have 20 seconds of the variety. Well, great one. Okay, I don't need to talk. Maybe I do need to talk. Actually, it's on the Jojo's blocking my damage, but Ming is going to be traded off mid once again. Picks up a kill as back to the thick of as well. But the package! It's so well eyed! Way to go down though, he burns on the interim, but anyone's like that reset of Xiaohu! The doom and gloom! Vex, 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 Xiaohu! Say his name, say the champion! He's made them absolutely sad!
It's all about resets. Photic has to be the man. Photic has to be the guy to do this. You got Rich and PP God there to support him, but he has to be the carry. Trying to see if he can do it. They don't have minions right now, and it's very difficult to try and take these all down because Photic, like I said, is doing serious amounts of damage. They're going to push in now with a final wave. This is it. Photic stand up or step out. He's going to get himself away, but he gets jumped on straight away. That's it. Game over. Nothing he can do. Nexus turrets fall. They will actually get 2 more kill on Rich, but they have the Chem Soul. He gets a triple kill. Can he end the game? He's going to spawn back up. They need to CC him immediately. They get him. Oh my god! What? What? What?
Remember when you ended me? You left with a big smile on your face. In death there's no guarantees. I'll cheat it just the way you cheated me. Cheated me. Whoa. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you,
you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play, you know. Pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You let it come in. You let it come in. Remember when you ran from me? Now I've caught you in my web. Don't try to struggle free. It's nothing personal. It's you, not me. You, not me. Oh, oh. Little did you know, I didn't let it go. Guess who's back to kill? I promise you, you had to come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play, you know. Pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You let it come in. You let it come in. It's supposed to pay. Now it's time to play, you know. Pass around, Russian roulette. Pull the trigger, see what you get. You let it come in. You let it come in.
You walk down the streets and see different faces without hope, without a chase. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the kings as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide apart in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times.
我觉得佛爷哥和皇子这两个英雄吧，就皇子比较偏工具人，就比较适合打工，就养爹。然后佛爷哥的话就比较偏自己 C 吧。我觉得小龙和先锋就两个的话得看线上，就比如说如果上路强的话就拿先锋吧，下路猛的话就拿小龙，就只能这么说。
Well, thank you very much, Arky, for telling us how League of Legends works. Welcome back to game number 2. Game 1, surprisingly, wasn't OMG favored. It wasn't really a strong performance from them. Instead, we got LGD playing pretty clean League of Legends lyric and going through what I think was one of their best games of the split.
Yeah, I mean, they came in strong. They got their comfort picks. All 3 of LGD's wins so far have been on blue side and have involved Xin Zhao and Jinx. So they got the champions that they like. I think they had a very easy to execute and obvious win condition. And say it, Hysteric. Say it the way the people want to hear.
Eric! MVP.
Pull the MVP up.
Oh my god.
We've been very harsh on this guy. The whole casting team has been decently harsh again. I feel like he has had a rough start so far, but this game on the Jinx popping off, given a lot of space, and he took advantage of it. Don't give this guy Jinx.
Yeah.
I think that is a key takeaway, not only from this game, but from all of LGD's wins. And just for any team, every player, just take away the Jinx from everyone. As we're going to get some cool clips of these team fights. Like we said, if LGD were able to find the angles and the windows where they were able to just hit frontline, we see how much Jinx is able to do in these situations and the other members setting up to enable her.
I'm just so excited. You know, Eric gets a bit of props when, again, I think watching Eric on things like Ezreal, on the Aphelios himself, it hasn't been the greatest performance. Eric has been one of the weakest members in my eyes for LGD, so him and Jinjiao having a much better game. A great start to this series. And I want to give props while we are talking about Eric being the MVP, 31% damage. I think Fairness had a really clean game. Lyric, is this the person that comes to your mind like as one of the best performers in game one?
On the side of LGD, I think the Sandstorm are definitely bot lane overall. Even Jinjiao, there were so many fights where he was able to hit critical CC on the key targets, whether it was when they found the initial pick onto Aki in the jungle, on the opposite side in the first fight that we saw, whether it was him locking down Cream in numerous fights. And like I said, even Yeji, the package, again, as long as you're not flopping it in my eyes, you're doing your job. Fearness, I mean, he played Ornn, man. He absorbed damage. He walked forward.
We have seen some of the worst, like, we have seen some pretty bad Ornns in LPL. Like, you know that Ornn is relatively easy to play, fight, you know, and be. There have been some bad Ornns in the LPL, and I don't think that was a bad Ornn. I think that game one, you know, Fitness played his role well, but he also played Ornn pretty decent too, so I've seen the Shy's Ornn, which one game was amazing, and then the other game was, you know, absolutely garbage. So I feel like, you know, Fairness did the name proud, and a vital role when LGD as a team haven't really come together, haven't been great team fighters. Isn't it funny that I think it was Dagdo who was saying this, and you were chatting with him, and you're both talking that LGD, their mid game's in shambles. They're not great team fighters. Well, LGD in game number one, they fixed that with a comp that was really good at team fighting with 3 OP picks that Lyric shouldn't be given away as we turn sides.
Nope, and some of them are going to be taken away. The Zinja off the board now from OMG as the teams did swap sides. LGD as well, keeping 2 of their bans the same, but replacing the Jarvan ban with the Corki, so that obvious first pick is not going to come through. So for the side of OMG, I'm still looking at the possibility and the potential of a Jinx pick to come through. We know Aki has really favored the Jarvan as well, but I'm not a big fan of first pick Jarvan on blue side. I think it's very important to see the champions that Jarvan is playing into to be able to get the maximum efficiency out of that champion.
All right, Lyric, I want you to do something for me. Since it's your last cast, going through the rest of pick ban, because we know the meta so well in the draft, I want you to call the rest of the picks here on the blue side for OMG. Like the most predictable.
Okay. We're gonna go with Thresh, and again, I think Aki just loves Jarvan.
Okay.
I think it's a champion he's gone to consistently. I wouldn't be surprised to see him go to it again now that the fact that the Aphelios is picked up on the opposite side. And if you're gonna go with the Jarvan, the Thresh just makes sense as a takeaway from the Aphelios, so we can't Lantern out. But I am already wrong, so now we're gonna see if LD do go with that pick to give a bit of safety to the Aphelios, especially now that OMG have locked in the Jarvan.
Dude, you know what? You know, similar thing. I'm going to give you that one. And you just said for LGD, something like the Thresh now that is open and available would be there. On the other side, though, going for the Brom. So a much more defensive pick that can kind of disengage if that's what LGD are looking to do this game.
Yeah, so you lose the mobility on your AD carry of you know, if he gets knocked up by Jarvan or things like this being able to take it away. But I really like Braum into champions like Jarvan as well. Just champions that aren't tanks but do have to get melee range, because for Braum, you tag them with your passive, they're still not relatively hard to take down, so it sets up well for Eric to find those kills. And then even him jumping in right, things like the Glacial Fissure do so much. So I think the Braum pick, solid coming into this first rotation so far. Now LGD going to be targeting away some of the key champions from the side of OMG.
Yeah.
Rumble already being taken off the board. OMG seem to be targeting mid lane on the opposite side, because Yeji as well has been the member who has enabled a lot for Shadow in the early and mid game. Didn't fare well in game 1. Let's be real. Cream did smash him in lane, but was still able to find the impact that he needed.
Yeah, some good packages were decent enough, right? Impact was there, but for LGD, you guys might be sitting there wondering, hey, why is there a Rumble ban? Well, Shanji, one of his most played in his career is Rumble top. It's one of his OG picks, and he came into the LPL in his first series absolutely outclassing. I think it was TT. It was new up in that top lane. He bullied, or got help bullying. So nice to see that LGD are paying the respect, especially since Fear's going to be pulling out a Camille here. Lyric, this is blind. How do you destroy this?
For Shanji, I'm curious to see what route he wants to go, right? Because you do have certain matchups that are a little bit volatile, like the Jax is always available, like we've seen come in time again. Now that the Gragas isn't up, I assume he obviously can't go for a route. I think I'm just kind of handshaking the matchup bit by bit. You could always also go with the tank yourself. We haven't really seen Shanji index too heavily into tanks. He's played a set once, but things like the Ornn as well. Again, you're going to struggle in laning phase, but OMG have kind of set up a comp similar to what LGD had in game 1, right?
Yeah.
You want frontline. You need more tanks. It's fine if you do fall behind in the early laning phase, as long as you are able to get to that mid game in a stable position. We have seen the Jax flashed. The other option could be the Graves, right? You are a ranged champion. You will be able to go for some of these trades, consistently push the wave, and open up for pressure from Aki. And it seems like that's what they want to do, going for more of a bit of an early game setup with that top laner, rather than setting up for something like a Jax for the scaling in the side lane, or a tank for later on.
Oh my god, yeah, gee, don't. Like, I'm sorry, we'll talk about top in a second, but when I see Aurelion Soul Flash, the champion that has been forgotten, you get a little bit excited inside. Now, that's not going to be locked in. Not unless my name is Colin. And unfortunately, it's not. At this point, Jin Zhao is going to be the person locking in the Galio, which means we have a Galio mid with a Camille top. This does feel like a 2020 or 2021 LGD composition. Lyric, we used to see this from them all the time.
Oh, of course. And it's one of the easiest combos we got, right? Hextech Ultimatum into the heroic entrance from the Galio, especially when you're going up against Jinx and Victor on the opposite side, trying to lock them down and burst them out right away. Will be quite a rough lane matchup for him, especially starting from level 1, where Cream will just be able to abuse him with the Q trades and just really making his life hell. On their side, though, I like that they do have some proactive tools to play with. I do like what OMG have a bit more, but for LGD, at least you will be able to consistently have things like side lanes that you'll be able to play out through later on, finding picks with the Camille and the Galio to set up 4 ways to be able to get your Dragon setups and Baron setups down, and not just make this game so one-sided. If you did just opt into a similar comp as OMG that wants to 5v5, you know, front to back, and yeah, they would just be able to do it better than you. So I like that LGD at least have some other options and other ways to play the game.
Shoes on the other foot then for OMG if they're going to be looking at team fight. Was what LGD got granted to them on the silver platter in game number 1. Easy team fights, easy 5v5, an on front line, a Jinx in the back, and party all around for their game number 1. As we go into 2, a reminder that LGD are on the verge of picking up their first series win. Think about it. You guys have just done placements. You're 0-4. And this time you're like, man, I'm on a loss streak. I'm not doing too well. It's telling me I'm in this example, probably like Grandmaster, where everyone else is in Challenger around your league. You want to be catching up. And LGD, this is their last series before we go to the Chinese New Year break. If they lose this series, they go 0-5. And OMG move up to 4-2. So big news story on both ends, whether positive or negative, Lyric. And, you know, I'm scared for LGD, but also excited if they can pull this off.
Especially with this composition, I think it'd be pretty impressive, right? Showing that they do have the coordination and the understanding of side lanes to be able to find the picks that are necessary to be able to get their composition going. especially if we can see Fearness able to even find roam opportunities, which should be hard, right? Since he's going up against the Graves, who will just have that automatic push in that laning phase. So I would expect them to need to target that lane itself rather than him moving around the map. But if they can get a few kills under his belt, set the Graves behind early on, then that opens up roam opportunities for him to find an impact on the rest of the map. Maybe move mid, get a good Hextech ultimatum onto the Victor and set up kills there and start just transferring the pressure around the map.
And I think people don't always think about the fact that Gallios these days, Lyric, are running Predator. And as we get closer towards this game, I'll be looking at the rune set because we have seen from people like Doinby, who else has been running Galio? Who else in the league? Why is Doinby the only thing ever got in my head? Captain has been running
TT have been playing it a ton.
And running to these side lanes at you with Predator available, getting that shielded round that's at the movement speed of an Aurelion Salty. Feels pretty satisfying when pre-6 he's still getting around the map, he's still making impact. And, you know, again, another LGD mid laner who's trying to do the exact same thing that we've seen before from players like Xie.
Yeah, and apparently there is a bit of an issue going on right now on stage. Able and Cold reported that they could not switch champions. So they're going to remake pick ban, but it will still be the same ban pick. So nothing going to change in terms of, you know, the champions we saw and what's going to come onto the Rift, but is going to take a bit longer to get there. Luckily for us, we do have the oh-so-great storyteller of the galaxy, Hysterics, with us. So never going to be a dull moment.
Well, my story here for you today, guys, is the success of a Mad Lions jungler coming straight out of EU in Shadow. Now, last year, people were a bit disappointed. They didn't see LGD on the world stage. Lyric, you know, I quickly became an LGD supporter as soon as we saw the 2020 roster with Xie on it and the fact that we had such strong, I guess, solo lanes and the huge potential of Kramer that I've seen in the past. And then last year, I was like, man, Shadow's coming over. EU technically coming over to LPL for the first ever time is a really big deal as a man on your screen. And Shadow felt like he was a one-man carry, especially in spring. His first split in the league was huge. It was a Rumble meta. His setup was amazing, and LGD felt like they got carried on his back. We got to summer. He quietened down a little bit. LGD didn't really make the run that we hoped them for, and you know, this is kind of like a resurgence, right? I'm kind of worried for this LGD roster starting 0-4. I have hope that this could be a potential summer roster if some of the players really shape up, like Yeji, who we talked about, Eric and Jinjiao sitting into the role. Funnily enough, Jinjiao's actually an AD carry on this roster, and so is Eric, so double AD. Bottom lane, Shadow, a big story point here, Lyric, especially on the Lee Sin. EU fans will be like,
where's
dude,
Jay?
Where is he?
Where's Jay?
I'm not sure I care about Jay at this point, Lyric. I'm
whoa,
sorry.
Whoa. Jay's on the roster. We haven't seen him play yet. You, sir, were front and center to his career in 2019. That's what I'm here for. I am the Jay waiting room.
Well, while you wait for Jay, I'm going to bring us into game number 2 because our issue with pick a ban has finally been fixed up, guys. Thank you for being patient. Now, second game, we're going off the momentum which started this series, which was an LGD win. A lot of fans coming in being like, OMG, going to slap him. But unfortunately, the one with the red cheeks is OMG, as they look for an invade in the bottom side level 1, but LGD are here to over-award. OMG cancel the backs. LGD are moving in. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what our league was based on as walking over the wall. Jinjiao, stop it. Jinjiao, stop it. Dredge line comes through, Ignite down as well. He flashes away. The Winter's Bite comes out, and Jinjiao with the question mark, but honestly, I only have one for you.
Sadly, Jinjiao did not know the first rule of life, which is when Hysterics says, stop it, you stop it right at that second.
Right.
He goes in. He doesn't know they're there. He has to burn his flash, but still, the man could have stopped. Now we're just going to see junglers starting on opposite sides of the map. For OMG, Aki going to make his way up towards the top side, where we talked he should have pretty consistent push to be able to just play freely, whether just pick up that Scuttle Crab or look for opportunities on that side. So Shadow going to be trying dodging him out, heading towards that bottom lane. Also giving a bit of safety now that Braum doesn't have that flash down there if any aggression does come out from the side of OMG, because we need to remember Aki is on the Jarvan, so there is always potential of some, level 2 or level 3 ganks to come out if he is feeling a little bit cheeky. I doubt it, though. I think he will probably just make his way up towards that top side and just continue to clear out his camps as normal.
But worth mentioning, right? We've seen a lot of level 2, level 3 ganks from the Jarvans in our league and other leagues as well. It's Something that grants such an amazing opportunity to get the game off to a flying start. And not necessarily do we need that for OMG here in this game. Lyric, you talked about how this team wants to 5v5 and team fight. As even in the bottom lane, here we go in the 2v2 again. Let's hope for OMG's sake it turns out okay, because Lyric, as the flash away from Cold, the Ignite goes down, I'm seeing deja vu. Eric poking him with the Calibrum. Abel hits Lethal Templar though, and it has to be respected. Lyric, again, in the 2v2, Abel and Cold are their own detriment.
And, I mean, especially in this 2v2 matchup, right? Braum on the opposite side, I think there's just so much in shutting down champions like Nautilus. We see the fact that he's able to get the passive on him. Eric able to pop off with the damage that he has from that Severum, and a flash having to be blown immediately. I think Cold was feeling good because they'd already blown the flash. And we even saw a few seconds before that, Abel had proc the bone plating from Jinzhao, so maybe thinking they can get a bit more damage on him with that rune on cooldown. But you hit the nail on the head. Honestly, just being to a detriment to themselves. Now we're going to see what Aki can do here on the top side. Probably just going to take the Scuttle to start off, but Yeji is playing pretty far forward if Aki wants to try and burn a Summoner Spell mid.
I can clear out the way for now. The burn eventually takes away the Scuttle, but backing is the name of the game right now for Aki. As Yeji has a bit of a Ghost Poro towards Raptors, so that'll spot out when Aki comes back and does his second clear. But Lyric, into this early game and into the game itself, you've got to remind me as to what LGD will be looking towards, because Shadow here on the Lee Sin, moving towards a manaless Cream. Maybe I don't need to ask you the question. Seb with the Justice Punch and the Shielded Duran coming through. As Cream gets locked down with the Sonic Wave as well. Safeguard away. He'll only be bullied, but has a TP to get back to this lane.
I also like Cream's discipline. Doesn't think he has to blow flash or anything like that. Realizes, hey, I'm in my gravity field. They're not going to be able to finish this off. Even in a good position to where Shadow not really able to flash forward aggressive in a turret unless he was willing to give his own life as well. But I expect we're going to see more of what we just saw, right? You have gank set up in mid coming out from your Galio. I think until 6, that is your safest place to look for a lot of these ganks. Until 6, which is when we'll start seeing the pivot up towards top side. Right now, there technically is a window. I think Shanji should have a pretty decent wave built up, though, which would make it quite hard to go for the gank top side. But I wouldn't expect to see too much jungle intervention bot coming out from the side of LGD, just from the fact of, again, the soul lanes come out on the top side. I think their bot lane is pretty safe to just farm 2v2 on its own. They have the disengage, they have the peel coming out. But Aki, a completely different story, especially since Jinzhao's summoner spells are still down.
Yeah, that flash got another minute on him as well. No Ignite available. Eric with the heal to help him if he gets stuck, but the respect paid by LGD's bottom lane is great. Cold can't get a dredge line, they're out of range. Aki still hangs around and wastes a bit of time while Shadow gets a back off and heads back towards bottom lane himself.
We also have Double Call in the bot lane.
We do, as dredge
they
line.
just want to farm.
Okay,
Cold.
Hex Flash comes through, it actually works out, no flash available. Jinzhao is paying the respect, but not enough in the end. The Ignite takes it, first blood over to Cole.
I mean, OMG find the opportunity. They want to set up for the
Should
dive.
they dive this,
Shadow's
though?
here.
Well, should they? Two-man Gravitum comes through the zap as well. Abel takes a turret shot on his way out. Shadow stops the dive in its play. And good respect again from OMG this time. Not diving the non-helpless error.
Yep. Definitely was not helpless in that situation. LGD's bot lane, like you said, playing pretty far back still, was able to be caught out by Cold with the Hex Flash, instantly into the Q, Glacial Augment procs into the E. It's just really nice CC chain, right? Everything stacks in the order that it needs to, so he isn't able to move for extended periods of time. Maybe any overlap from that, and he would have been able to get out with a sliver of HP, but OMG time and coordinate it well.
Well, it enables the bottom lane to be in the receiving position of first blood, and that goes on to Cold. Ruby Crystal picked up here with boots as well, so expecting to see Cold maybe getting a little bit more active on this map, especially with Yeji now picking up Alt Lyric, and we're at the 6-minute mark. LGD are doing Dragon for the time being, but I pull out the level 6 mark because this is what we talked about with LGD, using the ultimates, piling in a little bit to the side lanes, and I wonder if it comes through now.
Looks like we might get a bit of a tussle on our hands. 4-man bot side for the side of OMG. Eric still coming back from base, though, so that's why LGD is backing off without putting up any kind of threat. I was going to say, before the Dragon started, this is where I'd expect to start seeing LGD pivot towards that top side. which is why it's pretty nice that OMG just spent their turn getting things like the Scuttle Crab down and having double control ward, because they already know the game plan, right? Yeji hovering up towards the top side, Shadow making his way up through Tri-Brush and trying to set ganks onto this grave. So they're going to make it a bit harder to spot out. As I can see on our mini-map now, Fearness already looking for a bit of a trade onto Sanji in the river.
Like that Yeji moves up immediately. But OMG pings go down, and it's Shanji who pays the respect again. A lot of respect paid in this game. It's like we're in a movie of The Godfather. Each player kind of getting down on one knee and saying, okay, this is... You know, I have
Gotta
not
kiss the
seen
ring.
I have not seen The Godfather, I have to admit. I've seen parts of it, Lyric, but I'm a phony. I'm literally a phony, so obviously that analogy shouldn't have been said.
Why are you referencing it?
I really like it. I want to watch it one day.
Have you seen any other, like, you know, old school games?
I've seen Sopranos. I've seen Sopranos, which is, I know, not a movie, is a series, and watched it all through. That one is what you'd call, what are we not using instead of banger today? That one is what did you call it? A Tootsie?
A hoopty.
A hoopty. That's a hoopty.
I still have no idea what that means, but, you know, it's the word.
Well, I can hear you Googling right now, so please find out for me. Hey, Dragon goes down while we're having this little hoopty and this little chat, excuse me. Can't overuse it. OMG with the 1k gold lead, but for LGD, Herald will put them right back on top. And even this play, Shanji about to get pinned with the flash over the wall. The shield of Duran. A nice play overall. LGD hit, and it ain't a miss.
LGD executes the win condition that we knew they were going to be playing for. They find the pick. They find the Rift Herald as well, so going to be able to back off pretty well, especially for the fact that OMG are not in a position to look to cross map on the opposite side. We saw both Aki and Cream hovering up towards the top side as well, so Aki just going to have to go back to farming his camps for now, making his way down. And for LGD, I think that the Rift Herald is going to be a massive boon for them, right? When thinking about where we expect them to put it, I still would expect for that focus to be towards the top side as well. Open up that side lane, get that long lane going for the Camille, having more potential range to be able to find gauges onto Shanji. Continue those picks forward, because picks will continue to be the name of the game for the side of LGD.
And I think it's important to note that the first kill going on Yeji means quite a lot. More wave clear Lyric, the ability to do well in a lane that, you know, we did talk about Cream poking him out. That hasn't happened. Yeji keeping up in CS, and this isn't like game one whatsoever.
Yeah, which is really surprising, right? Again, just the amount of pressure you're able to put down as Victor. Cream's been playing very respectful, very reserved towards his turret. We've seen this matchup a few times in LPL so far, and every time the Galio has fallen decently far behind, but even the other members of LGD doing a pretty decent job, right? We've seen Jinzhao and Shadow hover up towards that mid lane quite a few times to just help, you know, hold hands once he does get that wave push out to start their movement on the map. Is Cold going to be spotted by Shadow.
Sonic Wave not going to be taken. The level 7 Lee Sin. Now that he's been spotted out, though, with Herald, you can see for OMG, even Shanji's moving into Fog of War. Cold sticks around, but is spotted out by a ward on Raptors. And Aki moving in just in case as well. So OMG, again, the word this game definitely is respect, as no objectives are up, but it is just waiting for that Herald to come down. And Lyric positioning here, the Galio is ahead, but where do you want to see the Herald in this game number 2?
Yeah, so earlier I predicted it'd be used towards the top side, but by the way LGD have been posturing over the past, you know, minute, it seems like they do want to go for it mid. Is Yeji? Yeah,
the flash comes through. Shielded Ran only going to catch one, but the gravity field in the middle as well. He tries to ulti out. He's out! Yeji ignited though. He's not out. Cold is, as his namesake is, cold to the bone.
Nice by OMG to be able to find a timer for their pick, because I'm going to slow down as Fearness gets out of there. So what OMG did there, right, was because we passed about 30 seconds before, we saw LGD look for their turn to move towards that mid lane. In that time, Abel and Cold pushed out the bottom wave. They moved while Eric and Jinzhao were making their way back to turret to pick up the wave that they had just conceded to be able to make that move, and they found the pick onto Yeji. So really nice timing coming out from OMG to be able to find that pick. And game state still goes forward, being a bit even, slightly favored to OMG in terms of gold. And we're just going to see here Gravity comes out, forcing out the from Galio. He has no flash up, so he isn't going to be able to get out of there. Almost does it with the ultimate, but with the Ignite coming down, Cold able to pick up that juicy kill. 2-0-0 on the Nautilus.
Yeah, let's go, dude.
Huge.
All right, well, support with the big moves, the big shoulders right now is Fearness. Gets hit against the turret, but look who's arrived. Shadow's there. The flash from Fierce. Hextech ultimatum. This should be an easy one. If Aki gets in, though, it becomes dangerous, but Fierce ain't going to let him. Scissor legs right to the face. And LGD, Lyric, now they've got their lane that we wanted to focus on earlier in the game.
Yeah, thank God. And for Shadow as well, it sets up for that Herald to be used top. Like I was saying before, they were kind of positioning like they wanted to drop it mid with their 4-man rotation to that turret, but now going to be trying to give this gold over. No, actually, they're just going to push out the wave and back off. So I'm completely wrong.
It's expiring, though.
I still would like to see that.
It's expiring in like 10
you're
seconds.
Right.
Like, it's got to go down. Put the Herald down. Fairness was a bit low, scared of Aki. Herald's now going to come down as TP comes through, and yes, it does get placed, so for Shadow, it ain't going to be wasted, but they got a full minion wave they have to deal with.
I was wrong about being wrong.
Were you?
Yeah, I mean, they used the top, right? So, thank you, LGD. We're going to see what they do with this one. Aki's still hovering around top side, but look at your mini-map. Jinzhao is moving over. 4 members on top side for both sides so far.
And the rocket's coming up as well. Not going to hit anyone there from Eric's ulti. It was able, but now with the Cataclysm in, Shadow going to get knocked up with the depth charge. Cold back on in, and Shanji's over the wall. 3 kills for the Nautilus. Looking for a double kill onto Jinzhao as he's running away, but good shield of Duran. Defensive maneuvers at the ready, but Cream's going to get Jinzhao on the escape path. All that for a late Herald in the top lane ain't going to be worth for LGD.
And the big deciding factor was the fact that Yeji didn't have his ultimate up. So we see LGD going for the aggressive moves, maybe not anticipating that the other members of OMG have rotated, despite the fact that they're not showing in lanes, right? Cream had already pushed out mid. You don't see Cold hovering in bot. OMG have the numbers advantage. Cold and Aki do have the CC to lock down Shadow and force him out of the play, and they do find the kill off the back of that. So another slow burn where OMG are just slowly building up advantages, and they are the ones with the Jinx and the Victor. So for OMG, you're vibing.
Mainly, Lyric, you missed out the Nautilus, the 3-0 Nautilus. He's scaling too. I mean, at this point, let's see the Warmogs. Let's see the full completed item before
Let's
AD
see the
carry.
Magi's.
Yeah, Magi's not. It's a shame we don't see the Dark Seal here. I feel like what support would do that in the league? Maybe Hung with how he's chatting it up a little bit at the moment. Feels like that would be the person to pick it up, but unfortunately, Cold.
I feel like if On and Sword Art both got sick and the Shy had to play support, he would do that. But we're going to see a replay here of what's happening on our screens. Again, maybe just not anticipating the amount of members here because of the min-map Galio not able to follow up. We come back in, and apparently the combo has once again killed Shanji.
Yep, yeah, G again with another successful ultimate. Hextech ultimatum used. Guys, notice what OMG doing mid, though. This is going to be the trade-off for LGD. They do get first turret blood. Pause, hold the phones, you know, get off the internet, turn off the computer, get in your car, go to Bunnings, and buy some tape. Because this one's a bit rickety, Lyric. We're not holding this game down for now. LGD getting first turret blood. Gold gets catched up on, or caught up on, if I knew English well. And OMG, their trade-off, as well as the turret, is going to be trying to get Herald, while LGD look for another.
Oh, and I think LGD should probably be able to get this with the fact that they do have the chakrams coming out for Eric. You see the replay on the bottom-hand side. I mean, we're just seeing what we've already seen 3 times before. And now this is where we go into the map states for both teams, right? Because LGD have gotten their Camille big. They've set Shanji behind. They're going to be able to play out through these side lanes, whether it is just trying to, you know, pull like Shanji's TP and be able to have Fearness just win out that 1v1, get some of the split push down. I'm going to pause on win conditions, though, because Shadow is being a little sneaky.
Yeah. Where is he? OMG, you're asking. Ping's coming out. Fearness. Over the wall he goes. Shadow being patient. He's sticking around. Able, as he walks up to this wave, has to deal with the Hextech ultimatum. That's a level 11 Camille. Kick available for Shadow too. OMG not full committing. It looked more exciting than it was, Lyric. Bit of a shame. Bit of a shame because I feel like that would have been something we could scream about.
Yeah, that would have been LGD just losing a fight, considering all of OMG's members, excluding Shanji, were up there, but I still think that's good enough for OMG to be able to take a solid 4v4. And now we're going to get back into this position that we were going to hit on before, right? That OMG should be able to consistently keep up pressure mid. Then, you know, any objective from now on, it will be Dragons since Heralds are gone. Or I guess if we get to Barons, we'll be able to get control of River through mid. for the side of LGD, they'll try and open up flanks through sides with the Camille, or even just opening up avenues to be able to enter River to try and contest. But I feel like we're really going to be looking at Fearness to be able to push out that wave, make his way behind in team fights, so he can Dragon sit-ups, and be able to find his way on to key carries like Abel and Cream. So we're not quite there yet, as OMG are still using their Herald play, but shouldn't be able to get any more off of this. They're going to back off. LGD aren't going to overcommit, and we're going to be looking at the top left hand of our screen, counting down for 1 minute and 55 seconds.
Okay, looking towards that soul point that'll lead OMG into an even more successful position. Because, Lyric, while you're talking about LGD comps, I was sitting here thinking, like, you know what? It feels like we've swapped positions a little bit. A composition that, you know, yeah, it's different from game number 1. But OMG feel like the team in this game that can sit back, continue with the state the game's in. As Eric makes sure he gets away. Gale Force necessary against Cream's Chaos Storm. And as I was saying, OMG with a Jinx, with a Victor, with the Graves, they might not be the side laning team here, Lyric, but they are the team with the team fight. And team fighting worked out pretty well for LGD in game 1.
And for OMG, as long as they're, you know, clearing vision on their flanks, they're very conscious of, hey, when we are walking from our base to Dragon, we have sweepers, we have control wards, we're making sure they don't have angles.
Yeah.
The only thing you're going to have to be careful of is those side lanes, right? If they start to move Fearness down to bot lane right now, push that out, he makes his way through that bottom lane tri-brush, he's hovering it on the side. You always need someone covering you on the side, typically probably being someone like Shanji trying to zone him off, or at least keep tabs on him so he doesn't just get a free angle onto Abel or Cream. As long as OMG are conscious of that, I think they are in a pretty good position.
Well, they'll be scared still, though, of the Camille, who will have 2 items. Fearness is back up towards the top side, trying to pick it up before the 30 seconds, in which Dragon's about to spawn. Yeji's already TP'd down here. Dragon in 25 seconds, and he's in a comfortable position. Really struggling with English here today, Lyric. I feel like some days words don't actually work, and the more you say them, the weirder they get. And in about 10 seconds, they're going to play around with some words. Cream's just running at them. Gale Storm on Eric. He used Gale Force before. Look at Cream! Right in with the ulti, the Cataclysm, but it sets up for a defensive play from Yeji. But LGD are burning the Midnight Oil in these health bars. A 3-man Moonlight Vigil brings it all back. But with Galio's ulti down, that's Yeji, that's Eric, that's Jin Zhao. Fearness coming into the fight, but I think the party's already over.
Oh, OMG got the damage jump that it needs. Still, Eric does have the Severum up, so we'll have quite a bit of lifesteal. Would be a 4v5 if fight broke up right now because Jin Zhao did go for the back, but I don't think LGD are in a terrible position if they want to keep posturing.
Okay.
But like you said, the fact that the Galio ultimate is down, I think, would make this quite a hard fight. Heck, even OMG are getting some lifesteal going at this point.
They are indeed. Dragon about to drop, though, and Shadow can't get in for the steal. Soul point acquired on the Hextech Dragon, guys, and hope you like Arcane as much as I do, because Jace made those. Completely irrelevant because the fight's about to break out. LGD actually going to turn on for the choke here onto Arky to Everfrost in for Cream. It's a scattered fight, though. Fearness chunked down. The collateral damage almost finishes him off, but Jin Zhao going to 1 HP, zapped away from existence as Abel with the Gale Force once again matters not. An excited Jinx with a Hextech. No, it's a rocket right to the face. LGD, Lyric, this looks pretty rough.
Yeah, and they're just going to be able to keep finishing this off. Cream going to flash over to be able to find the kill onto Shadow. This is going to be an easy Baron angle for the side of OMG. And once again, we were right on the money. The 3 games, Shanji's not going to go down to a Galio. It's impossible.
Let's see. I mean, yeah, okay,
It's
more
impossible.
out. Yeah, anything's possible in the LPL. Yeji just gets shotgun to the face. That's a solo kill for Shanji. And Lyric, we're going to a game 3 at this point. Honestly, let's be real. The team fighting team, the team with the Victor, the Jinx.
Winter's fight.
Okay, Jin Zhao, we go to a game 3. Ulti comes out, he Qs it. We've seen a support take Baron. Actually, we just saw Cold take Baron. So, Lyric, you remember Newbie more. You remember someone that LWX played with at one point, I believe. Old Baron with a gleaming quill on Rakan.
Again, I'm always up for old LNQ references. Again, if Dom is co-streaming today, just give him more PTSD of not making it to Worlds. I'm all in for it. Hey, Moore was on that roster. Good times. But, you know, we don't need to go down that memory lane. we can just bring up the replay here. So OMG were in this position, right, because they were trying to follow, LGD were trying to follow Aki to find that pick because they had the ward. It brought them into this position where they were separated. OMG still relatively healthy except for Cream, do have the offensive capabilities to just follow it forward, and then just left in a really bad position. The rocket hits, it's super cool, but again, all of this started from the fact that LGD were like, hey, they lost Dragon. They aggressively walked into the enemy jungle. Shadow is
the carry
dying.
Nords here, dude. The Super Mega Death Rocket won't get the kill, but Shanji will. OMG forward with the Cataclysm once again. The Fairness tries to sweep him out, but Jin Zhao's left by himself, even under this turret at this point. Doesn't matter. Shanji is one Mafia man to another with huge pecs. I don't know what Brom is. He's a very nice guy with a huge mustache. But point being, that mustache is on the floor. Brom's dead. That's the severity of this game, Lyric. It's reality. The whole of LGD in a coffin, hoping they wake up for Game 3.
Yeah, this is 7K gold lead. This is just, okay, we look to Nexus Cream. 1v2s almost kills both Yeji and Eric, and it just opens up an easy push for the members of OMG. Heck, Cream even has TP, so if anything did happen, he's here in an instant. OMG now going to be able to break this inhibitor down. Looks like they aren't going to be a little bit bold and try and look for an aggressive end. They already have Cream with a wave mid, so heck, just keep trucking down, trying to get more structures, getting more gold, and making sure you have a safe way. And
Lyric, it ain't often that you and I speak of a 5-man bounty. But if you look at OMG, every single player with a bounty, it's usually the support that goes without, guys. There's always one member. So revel in this. OMG bring it back in the second game, and as look, we see a bit of a Hextech play. No, we missed it.
Yes,
it had to happen.
I mean, they were looking for something, maybe trying to find their way around and see if they can set up anything aggressively. Waves are pushing into them though, as you can see in bot and mid. So I wonder what Shadow was thinking. Just sets up for the easy picks coming out from Abel again. At this point, the game is solidly in OMG's favor, so it would just be a slow bleed regardless of OMG just pushing out through the spot wave, picking up all these turrets, and being able to have the capability to siege from Victor and Jinx. And now for LGD, they don't have great wave clear on their side. They're gonna be
Shadow.
to look for an engage.
Well, he's in. That's a good kick back here. LGD might be in with a chance, but Shadow sacrifices his life while Abel is untouched and uncharged. Overcharged. Somebody's charged up. There's a triple kill. Fairness next on the menu. Give him a quadra. And this is what you wanted to see, OMG fans. Then bringing it right back here. Take us to a game number 3.
We were questioning OMG's momentum after their losses to two of the top teams in the league. Looking sketchy after game 1, but at least going to be able to finish this one out in a solid fashion. And we got to give a special shout out to the boy, Cold, coming in on the Nautilus, making the Hysterics excited. Starting off, I think it was 3-0.
He did.
Picking up every kill, had the bounty. And, you know, it wasn't super relevant to the game, but it was cool.
Yeah, he had some good plays. I think Colt's had a good series so far, honestly. Even on the Thresh in the last game, OMG didn't find what they were looking for, but Colt still with a solid performance, and this time it helps them get over the line. We're going to a game 3, Lyric. We thought at the start of the day, this could be, you know, a quick 2-0 from OMG. Later on, BLG expected to be the favorites, a quick 9. But we go to a third game, and you know, once again, OMG surprises this time around. So I don't know what you make of this one, but I feel like we've just had team fighting comps be the theme of the night.
Yeah, I mean, we've just had teams get, whichever team has had the, again, I'll say quote-unquote superior, because I don't necessarily think champions are outright better than others, but the big meta picks have been the ones that have come out on top, right? Have been able to sit back. I think especially up against a team like LGD, who, when we've talked about some of their struggles translating leads, once they're able to find them, it makes sense. If OMG takes this route, they'd be able to find wins, because LGD, they did execute on you know, finding those picks early on, especially towards that top side. They made Shanji's life incredibly difficult, but weren't able to turn that into anything. Heck, think about how many resources they put into playing around top, and Fearness still getting, you know, only half the damage numbers that Shanji was able to put up.
No damage across the board. Like, look at that team. Not much they could do, and it was a slow turn. It was a slow but assured victory from OMG. Nice little gold graph to round it out. And as we go to a game number 3, I don't know. I feel like maybe we pivot. Maybe for LGD, they try and go back towards the comp that helped them in game number 1 with Fairness in Control, because it did look like the series was successful. What are you cringing at?
I'm say, I feel like if they could have this game, they would have. Yeah. Two of the picks are banned outright. Their red side, they did ban out the Corki themselves.
Yeah.
On blue, OMG took away the Xin Zhao, and it's like, okay, what's left? The Jinx was still open. And I still personally prefer the Jinx over the Aphelios just because of the range that we talked about. In terms of being a blind pick, they didn't go for it. They did end up going with the Aphelios. And yeah, I don't necessarily think draft was why LGD, lost this game. So I don't think harping on draft too much is, super massive. But I think we've seen the key areas where LGD were able to play well and where they weren't able to pivot. From the side of OMG, I think Cream, once again, having a really solid performance. That mid lane fight where he's like, screw it, I don't need my front line, walks forward, drops the Chaos Storm, puts the E down, and gets everyone so low that OMG are just able to take that dragon and then take the following fight. We don't know who MVP is, but when we come back, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Cream.
I don't know. It needs to be Cold, dude. It needs to be the Nautilus. I don't care what you say. It better be him. We're going to go to a break. Game 3 coming right up. OMG versus LGD after this to take the series. Hopefully first one for LGD or OMG back up on the wagon. I don't know, Lyric. We'll find out, won't we? Yes, we will.
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with you. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, glowing light and shine. I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child, the chaos of my mind. I am with me. Oh. I tell my lover not to stop. Oh, I don't wanna recover. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. Can you focus on me this time? Even though you're back in line, I just need more time. Cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. So high, but baby, I was waiting for this day to come. You and me together alone. I only advice for you. Yeah, tell me not to stop. Oh, show me how it's done. I'll show you how it's done, baby. Just listen to me. Believe me, I know what I want. I can show you the way. Be tender to me, babe. I feel that you are here to stay. You just need more time, cause I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes down. I wanna fly high underneath the stars. Till the sun goes
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine.
我觉得这版本上路环境还是偏团队一点的上单比较多吧。目前状态我们调整好，其实感觉打谁都有机会，调整不好可能打谁机会比较小吧。祝大家虎虎生威，新年发大财。
Thank you for the New Year's greeting. Good to see. Look, for OMG, bounced right back here in the series. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric. We're going to a game 3 in a series that a lot of people didn't expect, Lyric. Let's be real. But it is good to see that both these teams have had, a very individually strong game. And we come to a final pick and ban where hopefully we get to see something a little bit more spicy.
Yeah, and we got to talk a little bit about last game because we do got to highlight the MVP, the man of the rift, Mr. Aki, picking it up on his Jarvan pick. We highlighted it has been one of his go-tos so far in the split. 94% kill participation is huge. This man was doing a lot. Had a lot of great cataclysms as well. Not only burning summoners, but setting up for the big AoE damage coming out from his solo laners. And Aki was one of the members that really made this OMG lineup come together last year when they did make such a cool run in Summer Split where no one had expectations of them. No one knew what to expect of Cream coming in on the roster. And even Aki just becoming a full-time starter in a team once again. But has really made it work. Has shown he can be aggressive, can play well, especially with Cold, to set up a lot of these plays. Is willing to enable his carries and giving a lot of attention to Cream in the mid lane. And we've already hit on OMG in their team fighting. Has been extremely solid.
It has been. And coming back to Aki quickly, MVP for game number 2. He was a top esports jungler who only got to play a couple of games. Back in 2019, the year that everyone said, oh, top esports are finally going to go to Worlds. But Aki came in. Yeah, dude. They came in and they replaced, for a brief period, what was a bit of ricketiness in the top esports lineup. But then finally, as you're mentioning, got a starting position in OMG. We've seen Aki develop in the league, and I think it's really important that you mentioned him in conjunction with Cold, who was my MVP for that game number 2 and could arguably have beat as well. But like they both deserve it, right? Aki, I'm glad he gets it. The feeling I get from these two is that they are the foundation of OMG, and the fact that we've seen, people like Abel being able to pop off in that last game, get a quadra kill, people like Cream as well, and Shanji, they're able to perform because that foundation for OMG is getting stronger.
Yeah, I mean, I think they definitely are the enablers for this roster. We see them consistently again. When they're on playmakers, when they're on engaged champions, I think that is where they thrive.
Yeah.
But how dare you call XX
dare
rickiness or whatever word you used in the top esports roster?
Hey, where is Shong now? Where is XX now, dude? Where is he? Hey? Where's Moyu now? I don't know. I don't know, but
hey, both of them have been around for a long time,
Yeah,
let them chill with their Ferraris wherever they're doing in peace.
Ferraris.
And, I'm just saying, maybe this OMG roster, would look fine with both of them. Point is, we're gonna project forward to game 3 because who knows what we're talking about or tangenting on right now. Draft, let's be real, it's probably gonna be the same. Renekton, Caitlyn, Akali, Samira, those are going to be banned. We're going to see if the Corki ban still does stay, or if we're going to get back to stale drafts. Like, okay, we're first picking Corki. We're going to look at the opposite side. Does seem like for both these teams to go to has been the Aphelios answer with whatever high priority jungler. Engage support on opposite side. And the only flavor you're really going to be getting is out from that second rotation of draft. We haven't really gotten it so far. Both teams keeping it stock and standard in terms of, okay, going back to the victor. Getting the Camille Galio last game was pretty cool, though, and seeing how LGD were trying to execute on it.
Lyric, go.
But same as last time around, Jinx coming out. LGD this time around, though, they do take away the Jarvan like they did in Game 1 on blue side. The one difference from Game 1 is OMG this time around are taking away the Corki. So LGD not going to be able to at least replicate the exact same win conditions that they had in Game 1.
I mean, look, as we go through, I don't think like pick and ban these days with the first 3 picks really needs to be talked about. Aphelios, Jinx, they're both up. Teams are going to take him. There is a Xin Zhao on the side of OMG. There's a Lee Sin. That'll probably go to LGD. Thresh is available. Nautilus is available. Leona's available. Lyric, I want some spice. I want like the comp from in game number 2 from LGD felt so different. And as Nautilus gets locked in, they're like, oh, we'll take Aphelios next. It all just falls into place. It's so predictable at the moment. I can't wait for 12.2.
Here's what you could do. You could say what pick you want, and you could will it into existence.
Like
I mean, right now, we might be getting something slow.
No, we'll get Lee Sin. Lee Sin will get locked in, right? Oh, no, okay. Good. You know what? If I say the picks that should get locked in, maybe we get the opposite. So we get Viego, which is a nice little change. We get the Leona we talked about. Lyric, there's going to be an Aphelios. But solo laners, dude, I think Rumble's going to get through for Shanji. Just this game.
I can't imagine. I think especially when you look at OMG's side right now, they have a lot of setup. I do like that you're saying it though, because it means it probably won't get through. OMG gonna stay consistent in terms of taking away the LeBlanc. I think with LGD's comp, they are a lot more prone to skirmishing with the fact that they have this Viego coming through, looking for those resets and setting him up. So something that can work well alongside him would be nice. For LGD, we already know that Yeji does have a massive champion pool, like we highlighted earlier in the day. Heck, he even has brought out things like the Echo, the Graves mid, the Renekton mid. So this man is willing to go a bit further down his pool. Things like the Vex are also always available, which has been slowly declining in priority, which isn't surprising. There is actually a 30-pick gap between Victor, Corki, and anything else.
Yeah.
Corki being at 40 picks, and then Rise at 14, Vex at 12. So, we're gonna see if either of those go through. Victor is still open, so either side can opt into that one. But both teams having a bit of engage right now would open up for things like the Vex to be able to come out. OMG gonna be the ones to take away the Victor though. So
that's new.
Hysteric, sadly, you didn't will the Tryndamere hard enough.
Hey, you know what? The crazy thing is, what I'm looking at for LGD, and the reason I could get really excited at this comp, Orianna would still make me excited. There's a lot of resetting here. We get the Viego, we get the Jinx excited or passive coming through from Shadow. We also get the Ornn here, so LGD, back to the team fight, not just about the skirmishing. Lyric, I feel like it's full blown towards the late game.
Look, you got Fearness on your favorite champion for him. He showed what he can do in game 1. You were all about it, so we're going to see if he can replicate it. You have a lot of ball delivery system on the side of LGD as well, whether it is Shadow or Jinzhao being the one to bring that in. And now OMG going to be rounding out with the gangplank, saying, hey, we're going to have a tank. We're going to need time in this laning phase, being able to get GP up to the point where he's strong. You have a ton of kiting potential, as that's what GP loves to do. Running forward with your barrels, a little bit awkward. Running back when the enemy's coming into you, super easy to set up. Still, though, tricks on the opposite side can make it a bit annoying, but the fact that you are gangplank Victor and Aphelios, I think makes it pretty simple. And both teams, I think, having different dimensions, right? There is some kite back. There's some range where you can tether your opponent, try and outplay. But both of you do have engage. And if we do get to points where you're baiting objectives or trying to set up turn potentials, the options are there.
At least, Lyric, it's somewhat of a difference. At least we get things like the GP, the Viego, the Orianna. For Yeji, again, we talked about his champion dimension. Lyric, is this champion number 10? Or we already got an Orianna from Yeji. I'm going to look this up. I want to answer my own question, so don't answer.
He has played it once. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, dude.
There's a delay.
You're in America.
I was going to say you're across the world.
Dude, Australia and America aren't close to it. We played a game today on NA. I got 207 ping. Like the good old days before the OCE server existed. But yeah, it is far away. At least we get Yeji on, one of those picks we talked about. 9 individual picks. Unique, I should say. And coming into game 3, let's see how we go, because Shanji on the GP, Fearness on the Ornn once again. I just want to see some team fighting. I want to see some blood. But these comps show me one thing, and that we might have a slow game until 6, Lyric.
Oh, we are. Not you think. We are definitely going to have a slow game. We're going to be able to kick back. I'm going to do it right now. Get back in the chair,
I might get my chair.
Lean down. Oh, true. You have a standing desk. And wait for that solid point where Rift Herald comes up and we potentially get our first bit of action. See one team have first move, the other team back off, but not start moving bot in time to actually get vision down, trying to take away camps to do anything. And then guess what? We're going to be waiting for dragons.
Oh, that's new. That's different. Kind of exciting that we're waiting for dragons. Lyric, coming into this series today, I'll be honest. Again, if the audience hasn't already heard this, I thought it was going to be a stomp. I thought, OMG, we're going to take LGD's credit card, go spend all the money, send it back to them, give them the $4,000 bill, walk out on them, and then never see them again. Or at least, not till next split. However, LGD had a dud credit card. In game number 1, they gave them the Visa. And the Visa card, no money on it, doesn't matter. The bait cancelled it a month ago. And OMG got baited in, and unfortunately, LGD found out.
I gotta say, if you steal a credit card and then use it and mail it back, that is pretty hilarious. So I hope that's what OMG do, not only figuratively, but literally break into... Okay, actually, I should stop. I should stop before I stop.
You're as bad as me at this point. I'm so much better. This split, I am... You know, I'm more refined and not being as much of a... What would you call me? What have I been on broadcast?
Words that I shouldn't say on broadcast would be the way I would be the way I describe you on broadcast.
Hey, look, we are in a game of league, and there's expectations set out by our audience. Where do you want to start in this game? Because we did say, you know, we wanted to kick up our shoes. I actually did get a chair here for this game number 3, so I've almost broken my monitor, unfortunately, to pull the boom mic down here. What's your focus for this game, as junglers might meet in a second?
Ooh, I like this. I thought Aki maybe would just go for a full clear up towards the top side, but how aggressively LGD's bot lane is played, could be sitting for a gank. Let's spot it out though, so LGD are expecting this.
I mean, they might just run into Aki. Jin Zhao ignores Wind becomes lightning. That's a flash dredge line. Cole gets him on the rim. Eric flashes away. And that summoner for Cold's definitely worth it, with Jinx now being exposed.
You know what? We will take it. No flash on Eric. Sets up for potential repeat ganks coming out from the side of OMG. We see their bot lane passive pushing in pretty aggressively. Won't come anytime soon for the fact that Shadow passed down here. Aki also going to lose a lot of time considering he free camped to clear his bot side into that bot side gank. So going to have to run all the way across the map to keep farming, which will give Shadow a little bit of an advantage in terms of speed. You know, we'll be able to get his recall off faster and try and find any potential opportunities himself. For the side of LGD, you can try and see if you can find something early top, maybe off your reset from Diego, but actually getting mid.
Another flash comes through. Jin Zhao's a level 2 Leota lyric who's just decided to go for a walk.
That's one thing, you know, we can give credit to Jin Zhao for consistently is he's always been linking up with Shadow and moving towards mid, right? We've seen this in every game so far, where Jin Zhao is consistently looking for these timings on mid to put pressure on Cream. Has worked in a couple of the games as well, has blown flash now numerous times. So, at least utilizing that window well, where they hard forced in that bot wave. Got the bounce back, gave him time to look for the roam potential. We once again have the culls coming out, knowing exactly what to look out for.
Yeah, we're going to be farming. Level 6 almost hit, though, with mid laners here, as our Cold starts moving around. And I will still be keeping what you said about this game in the back of my mind, where, you know, 6 is a very big point around these neutrals. Dragon's coming up in 25 seconds. Herald in 3 minutes 30. I want you to know that, you know, while we've been lulling about a bit, seeing a couple of flashes here and there, I did look up what XX is doing right now. Shong Shong was last seen on LNG, October 2020. I don't know where he's gone. But just to prove my point before, how you were wrong and I was right.
Wait. We need to look up where Cole is. Yeah. He is also nowhere.
Ah. But a lot of players are nowhere. Not even last year, but this
year. Don't say it.
Icon.
I know who's nowhere.
Oh,
you don't need
Mole?
to say his name.
Mole.
He's too precious for you.
So upset that Mole. If you guys don't know who Mole is, you've been living under a rock at the best times of V5. Lyric's favorite team is hang on in the bottom lane. They want to abuse that no flash. Aki's coming in, and this is a bit of a bait onto Jin Zhao first. He's level 3 Leona, so still squishy enough with the 2-man grabbing him. One was the minion, guys, as flash away from Jin Zhao. Pays the respect of Aki. Second time he's come down in the bottom lane, Aki wants to be a busy boy with Abel and Cole.
Great to see Aki making these repeat plays and trying to punish on the back of previous plays. Also, with the fact that they have a gangplank in top lane, don't need to put focus up towards there. Shanji has been able to keep up consistent lane pressure as well. LGD gonna look to contest this one. Yeji has first move, but LGD's bot lane won't be able to join in until a bit later. And the fact that they're missing out on summoners could be quite easy to turn on for OMG to turn on their bot lane.
Yeji, Cannon Barrage flashes away. That was pretty obvious. We can see that coming from a mile away, but Dragon is stopped with Jin Zhao and Eric moving in, so it is a flash burnt, but OMG lose priority in the objective, and LGD regain some control in River.
If it wasn't so early on in the game and Dragon wasn't hitting them for so much damage, I think even there might have been more worth for OMG to wait for LGD's bot lane to get closer, because they were rotating over because they did just, you know, neutralize the wave at bot side, And then you can look to turn on their bottom lane who doesn't have summoners available. Just drop the cannon barrage on the Jinx and Leona and full commit. Maybe be able to get some kills out of that as compared to just the flash coming out from Yeji.
One I'm going to keep track of, though, because no flash on the mid laner. Eric's still not up and available. Jin Zhao's too, who's a little bit under-leveled. Cold's coming up very shortly, so... We also saw Cannon Barrage from Shanji up in this top lane. And Lyric, we've got a minute until the Herald comes up, so I think when we've talked so much about ultis in this game, it's worth tracking. An Arky will be hitting 6 very shortly. Herald? No, not... Sorry, excuse me, Scuttle Crab. A Shadow getting close to. Shockwave's still there. So, ulti is going to be the name of the game coming up for the objective in the top side.
The sad thing is that the ultis that are coming out on both sides right now will pretty much just tickle, right? Shockwave, that's not going to do much. Same with Chaos Storm on both sides. We're really going to be looking at the big impact teamfight ultimates, things like Call of the Forge God, or the ultimates coming out from either jungler, Shadow trying to set himself up for big damage into resets, Aki just trying to mitigate the damage coming in and buy room for Abel and Cream to come out. So top and jungle ultimates, I think, will be the most pivotal in these teamfights, as well as supports, right? Just any lockdown. The damage not going to be on the board just yet as LGD already kind of positioned towards the top side with Shadow, but still with the way bots going right now, neither bot lane able to move over just yet. Shadow going to try and find his way into the Herald pick, probably by getting a pick onto Shanji first.
But there's a ward over the
though
wall.
Is paying respect.
I mean, there's a cheeky little ward where the blast cone is, so Shanji well aware. Aki moving up to the Herald as well. For OMG, they're a step ahead of the play with wards already controlling that pit. You can see Fairness moving down as well, Lyric, but Cream has just teleported back in. Bottom lane's moving up, and it's OMG's bottom lane that come together first.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to get into position. Shanji as well is still on top wave, so he's going to be able to get that one in, start making his way to River. The fact that Fearless is coming early, he will lose something, but Call of the Forge God is up. No cannon barrage for Shanji.
Yeah.
Can be pretty pivotal.
Be close in 10 seconds, but the trigger's pulled. Call the Forge God onto Aki, who's by himself. The Crescent Guard available, though. Blocks some of the damage, but Shadow's in as well. Reset there, but onto Shadow. He goes into another being. He turns into the Crescent Guard himself. Abel picks up that kill, and for LGD now, they want to take away the Herald, but it's a fight, it's a bloodbath, and I think it's OMG who pick it up as Shanji takes the Herald for himself. The Cannon Barrage now back up doing its own work as Cold ready for the dredge line. Cream flashes over the wall, and Yeji walks into the gravity field. Once again, another member drops down as OMG locked down a double, 3 kills in the game, and the Herald, a bloody disaster for LGD.
OMG, though, going to be able to make their way up towards this top wave. I wonder if they're going to look to use this one right now. They do. They just drop it instantly. Able to get some plates onto Abel. Abel does have, the Severum available, so be able to push this one down. No Chakrams, though, sadly, so not going to have that same amount of power. Just get some gold onto Abel. Let the backs come out.
He's
sending Shanji down towards that bottom side, but Dragon's up. This could be a potential window for LGD to look for, with the fact that they're already sending their duo towards that bottom half of the map.
Lyric, that's a 3-0 failure. You already have Berserker Creeps. He's about to pick up more plating. As we go into this replay, I mean, we were scattered on this because Shadow actually got the first kill onto Aki.
But what we said, right, the key ultimates would be these big CCs, not the damage coming out. They do find the initial kill onto Aki, but still no follow-up immediately after. And Shadow getting taken out right away is we're going to come right back to the map. They're trying to dive Shanji.
It's a dive that's gone horribly wrong. He doesn't even need Cannon Barrage. Jin Zhao looking for an escape, but doesn't find it. And LGD, Lyric, they're behind 2,000 gold at 10 minutes into the game. The bottom lane of OMG have stayed to the top side. And I'm still in my chair because I think at this point for OMG, they've got firm control, and moving into the mid game, they are going to be huge.
Ooh, Fearness is okay. Actually, nothing's here. OMG should just be able to break down this turret with the next wave coming out. We're looking at where LG do have their focus, and it is towards the bottom half of the map. They're going to try and start up this dragon. Knowing that GP's on the bot side, this is what we thought LGD would look for. I'm actually surprised they're backing off. They don't see Abel and Cold on the wave top side anymore, so they at least know the resets probably come out. So maybe that's why they don't feel comfortable to look for the objective, but I feel like LGD had so much time. Instead, though, they did opt into the bot dive rather than just taking the free objective in the Dragon.
And they got nothing. They got absolutely nothing. 1 kill to their name is it. Gold is spanning out. Soon we'll be saying 3,000. And for LGD, sitting in the bottom brush, looking for a play. If they can get the bounty off of Abel, put it onto Eric, we'll be saying something good about LGD again here in this final game of the series. But OMG grouping up. They've got the jungler down on the bottom side. Eric, Cold 6. Here's a depth charge. Abel has an ulti as well. Jinjiao spotted out. Solar Flare there. Cold goes in, not out. And Severum there with the clans immediately ulting out again. LGD, stop making the same mistakes. Shadow goes forward, but forward's not where you want to be. Wind becomes lightning, and lightning becomes death. The shockwave comes through. Yeji recovers it. This Orianna builds some momentum and takes away a huge bounty from now a 5 kills. 200 years. What's his name? Aphelios.
The bounty, going to be massive. Nice for LG to pick that up. Still, though, LG committing 4 men to bot side where OMG only needed 3 to be able to get ahead to come out 2 for 2 in that play. We're going to see the ultimate come out from the side of Jinjiao. He is able to get onto Abel, but Cole doing a nice job of zoning out Shadow, making sure he can't follow up on the play. This is where things start to turn. Abel almost having enough damage with the Shockwave, saving them in the end and allowing for that kill to go over. Now, with the fact that jungle went down on the side of LGD, OMG were able to up vision and pressure in the bottom half of the map, and heck, everywhere. You look at the river, OMG's wards are littered everywhere, so LGD still not able to pick up this dragon. And yeah, we have a lot of patience in this game, in the series.
And with a hot fiery breath, a god with a ram. Can you solo kill as the Ornn looks difficult, but with Shadow to help you out, the flash away might not mean anything. No heartbreaking today as Venus picks up the kill. Another good move from LGD, and despite the bottom lane dive, despite everything going wrong, Lyric, gold is now less than 2,000, and I can be positive about LGD again.
LGD realized that they need to find these more creative avenues to, find footholds into the game. Their top and jungle are going to be pushing down that top lane turret. You'd expect OMG, though, to be able to push this one down way faster when they do have the Calibrum and Crescendum combo on the board.
Oh, I hate Crescendum so much. Abel is going to be able to get 4 turret plates. Well, close to, sorry, guys. Turret plating has just exhausted itself 14 minutes into the game. TP comes through up in that top side. So Shanji defends, but can't say the same thing about Jinjiao and Eric in this bottom lane. Aki zoning them off. This time, it'll be the turret going down. And Lyric, Abel's close to finishing the cull. He already picked up the Gale Force in the last pack. And while I'm happy to talk about LGD again, at 14 minutes into the game, he has 7,000 gold. Eric has 4.6k. 7,000 to not even 5,000 in the 80 carry matchup.
And I feel like that's so pivotal, right? You're looking at where the damage will start to come online for both of these teams, and I definitely feel like it is in that 80 carry role. Even just the added kill pressure coming out from the Gale Force, right?
Yeah.
You can really surprise your enemy with the fact that you're able to potentially start off, 2v2s, dashing in unexpectedly, Cold being able to follow up. Exactly. You are catching my drift. Just like OMG being able to come back after the fact that they were actually 1 game down in this series and have that solid performance so far. And actually, Eric finished off the cull first, Hysterics.
Nice.
Who's the true winner?
I don't know, man. You're going to tell me because they're going to dive again. This time it's on to Shanji. He doesn't have Cannon Barrage available with Call the Forge gone. For LGD's sake, it should go a lot cleaner. Nice chain of CC and Shadow picks up the kill. 3rd time's the charm. Lyric is OMG are going to trade topside turret. There's always a trade. OMG are never losing something for nothing.
I think overall, though, that's more of credit to LGD, right? Because LGD were the team who needed to look for the trade. They would have lost had they contested OMG on the top half of the map. Instead, realizing, hey, let's just pivot this time around to this bottom half. Are able to get the kill, are going to be able to get potentially another turret on their side. Doesn't look like they will. They do got to be careful, though. Aki having that Rift Herald. And I like that OMG are aggressively playing around the spot lane. They could... Ooh! Shockwave?
Chaos Storm in response. Yeji! The minions hitting away. Got him! It's a solo kill in front of Jinjiao. Forget the Leona, dude. The Storm better than the Sun.
With that solo kill, Cream is now tied in first place for solo kills with both Xiaohu and Nu sitting at 6. Cream being a solo killing monster this split so far. Opens up a window for the Rift Herald that comes down. This one is definitely going to be getting 2 charges. And also OMG going to be ballooning their gold lead even further.
Oh my god, I mean, Abel helped take this down so quick. Tier 2 drops, and you know what? I was like, LGD finding some good picks here. The Shockwave excited me. But OMG is so far ahead, Lyric, in this game. I refuse to believe in the potential comeback unless we get to the late game point, because you were talking to pick and ban. After this, not important at the moment. Are you ready for the solo kill territory?
Yeah, Shockwave comes out EQR. I mean, he gets off all 3 of his abilities, even able to flash away. Oof. In the end, Cream is able to step up, is able to pick up the kill. We're going to come back on the Rift C as well. His teammate Abel, able to finish off the LDR, but more action.
Yeah, Cream stuck here. The Chaos Storm's still available, drops it out onto Jin Zhao, and it follows and deletes him. It's still a trade after death. As G, he also teleported down into this bottom lane. Call of Forge God was used. And LGD is still getting picks here, Lyric. 45 seconds before Dragon. Means that Cream will have TP in and will be late to the show.
I mean, he won't be late to the show because Dragon's up at 37 seconds.
Well,
but
it's like the curtains come down, and you know, in the movie theaters, it goes dark. They play the adverts, and that's like when Cream comes in, so you miss half the advert. Essentially, that's what's happening. Okay.
So if there's any great movie previews, Cream, sadly not going to know about it, but
Won't know about the
for
third
OMG, I mean, for OMG, actually, he isn't going to miss any of those because they have complete control of bot side still. Even having some nice deep wards, you know, near Raptor Pit, 2 spot out LGD are going to get this one. And we're also going to find out what our soul will be after they do pick up this Hextech Dragon. So, you know, potentially Chemtech Infernal. Some big damage.
Hope so, sir. Hope so. You'd be scared, though, either way, because OMG are going to have 2 under their wing. This is not contested. They control full bot side vision right now, apart from that deep ward. In that brush right next to where Tier 1 turret used to be. As Cream pushes forward, as Cannon Barrage comes through on the top side, LGD actually can't stick around. Cannon Barrage slows down LGD's trade, and OMG now with 5 turrets to only 1. Cream threatening this Tier 2 where LGD have to defend because gold continues to balloon outside their favor with Call the Forge God being used to make that defense.
And OMG with a nice rotation at bot side with the amount of time they bought in top with the Cannon Barrage. They have their duo push mid. They wait for another wave bot. They're going to be able to start a siege on this turret, but it is a 4v4 down here.
Okay, well, Infernum helping do a bit of damage behind the turret. That was Jin Zhao and Fairness who continue to take it out. As Abel is a 2-item Aphelios. You look at this, guys, and you think, well, Fairness not going to stand too much of a chance. He has ultimate available, almost level 11. OMG stand here strong, Lyric. And you look at the top side, Shanji waiting for that Cannon Barrage to come back up. It's like they have Baron. Playing like the next minion wave is going to be able to siege.
Yeah, wanting to put it off with the range that they have, just trying to get the damage off with the victory. Maybe thinking because no Call of the Forge God, if they can whittle it down low enough.
Infernal multi comes out. LGD just back out. That's what you expect. Super Mega Death Rocket is nothing. And Venus runs away once again. The Tier 2 taken by brute force. And with that, OMG just moved to another lane.
And OMG now getting their gold lead up to a nice 5,000. And it is Chemtech Rift, so going to be looking out for that Chemtech soul to come through. Surprisingly now, though, I want to see if Abel finishes off another item because we do see Eric on the 2-item point now as well. Does seem like the gold lead for Abel over Eric, maybe somewhere around 2K right now for the fact that he does have those components coming out over him. And pretty close to his Infinity Edge. So once he does pick up that one, he will be hitting like an absolute truck.
Yeah, it'll be the point where we see Eric, Yeji get one shot, even Shadow at this point. And Lyric, I need to ask you because with OMG holding control for the majority of this game, with the early game we saw the failed dives, LGD putting themselves in a pretty bad position, how do they swing this back? Because there's a lot of team fighting ultis, there's a lot of team fighting ability in itself. That feels like if LGD are able to run this game to 40 minutes, 45 minutes, and actually catch up in some of the items, that I'll be changing my tune a little bit.
I mean, I feel like the big one we're going to be looking out for is Yeji, right? It, like, Fierce, of course, can hit an ultimate. Sure, Ginger maybe lock someone down. But if Yeji can hit an ultimate onto key members, that will be the game changer. Chain that into a super mega death rocket. It opens up resets coming out from Shadow and will be the way for LGD to get back in. Like, we're not really looking at anything like side lanes or flanks or anything like that coming out from, I'd say, either side. OMG, of course, will have some pressure, but OMG going to start up the Baron and look for a fight themselves.
So the guns for Abel here. He's starting to stack it up. As Crescendo going to be interrupted. The flash away. Abel ulties himself. Shockwave doesn't hit the 80 carry, though. And now Shadow, even in the reset's going to die down. Exhaust means nothing. Venus in his face, but Abel, you look at him and you say, ladies and gentlemen, time to spin to win. But we ain't talking about Garen. Abel's still got the shurikens around, but Eric kind of doing the same thing. Aphelios versus Jinx. All it makes me say, Lyric, is bloody hell, they need to be nerfed.
And, well, I mean, all we just saw, right, was the fact that OMG kept progressing forward and allowed LGD to kite, and Abel not able to keep moving, be able to get that damage off. LGD now going to be able to break down a mid lane turret out of this. We saw OMG were the team looking for the fight. They go for the Baron bait, look for the Q. Nice Ornn ulti coming out to buy a little bit of time, sets up for Shadow to delete Cream, but Eric on the opposite side, able to kite out two members of OMG, just not, you know, nice job consistently keeping up the auto as well, gets the reset, turns on to Cold as well. We saw Abel not able to follow up on the opposite side with Aki going in. So 10-10 now, Gold extremely close, dragging up in 40 seconds.
The fact that LGD won that fight with a 4 for, I think, 2 trade in the end is huge. Gold was so much bigger and the Baron was getting started up, and OMG were asking for LGD to come towards them. They got a fight that was a dream, and Lyric, I mean, Eric gets praised for that. That sidestep was beautiful. Eric got MVP in game number 1, folks, for a good reason. Running into this game 3, he's in another great position. He's got an Ornn by his side. The recipe for success that we saw in that game number 1, as Wormfall and Sacrifice is the first upgrade on their Rift. And, you know, Lyric, that Dragon you mentioned, 5 seconds left to go. OMG still have the push in these lanes, but they're hovering around topside Baron, while Shanji is looking at this Dragon to start.
Yeah, Shanji going to be able to solo do this one. Looks like no members of LGD are even going to think to check or think to contest. So OMG controlling 2 sides of the map at once, even getting their top lane wave sorted. LGD now going to know that Shanji's looking for this one. Nice, you know, diligence by Shanji to back off. Not give that one over to a super mega death rocket, which, you know, thank God that was nerfed from where it was before as well, because I remember last split was a little bit egregious.
Dude, what, 3.5k Dragon or Baron stills? Maybe it wasn't that much, but we were in that territory where it did almost double the damage of Smite. Yeah, I'm glad we're away from it as well. Still, worth paying the respect here from Eric's ulti. I want to point out, before we see anything like a Baron, anything like a setup again, as soul points achieved by OMG, Lyric, we are hitting 3-item territory for a lot of the core carries on both teams. Infinity Edge picked up by Abel here, who's still 6-1. 2.5 items, or 2 and a bit for Cream, now with the stopwatch available. And I'm seeing a needlessly large rod from Yeji. I've now got a 3rd item here from Eric. An Infinity Edge as well, so it does feel like in these next fights we're taking stock of ultis, but if either 80 carry dies, it feels favored for the other team.
Of course, and we also got to think about the fact, right, that Ornn items coming out, because Eric already having that upgraded Kraken Slayer on his side, so should have an easier time burning down the members for OMG. Even when it comes to frontlines, right? OMG have an Nautilus. Like, sure, again, Xin Zhao is also a frontliner because of how your ultimate functions, being able to buy space, mitigate a lot of damage, but LGD actually do have a legitimate, consistent frontline. They have more CC, more lockdown than you, and we saw in the last fight that if it does become a battle of just whittling down front lines, that LGD will be able to take the cake.
Well, a game that shouldn't have been winnable, right? With OMG's control, with how this early game panned out, it felt like we were going to say GG at 15, but we're 25 minutes in, the game closer, again, than expected. 4,000 gold lead. I don't feel like it starts meaning much when you have an Ornn in your team when you start getting these upgraded items. We've already got 2 there, I believe. I'm not sure how Spectator Mode's dealing with Ornn at the moment, but Venus going to add extra value, Lyric. And these team fights, knife's edge. Bit of a cop-out, but feels true.
I definitely agree with that, right? It's fair. I mean, in a game of League, in a game this close, right, I don't think it's always going to be super cut and dry or that it necessarily needs to be. So, you know, again, we're going to see how this does pan out, especially when we don't have things coming in like last game where we had Camille's, and it does add more variables in terms of how they're playing outside or how they're setting up these kinds of picks, or comps that just have a bunch of disengage and pokes. So for OMG, they've done a nice job of being able to keep up the consistent pressure in mid to just give them continued access to either side of River and have vision advantage. So that's kind of what OMG are playing off of, the fact that they've been able to control space. LGD would be able to walk in blind. LGD just having that more consistent front line means that they can face check this vision, so it's not a massive loss on their end. You know, had it been the other way around, I think it would be a lot more rough in terms of Cold or Aki having to walk in, as compared to this Ornn, who is just going to be so huge and unkillable the longer this goes.
And I think as well, we're going to take stock of the fact that if Shanji's someone who walks in, or Shanji tries to get set up and he's caught out, that dude's the Divine Sundra, Lord Dominic's Regard, and Collected GP. Be able to use that movement speed to get on out there. So, Lyric, as I hope and breathe we get a fight soon. A minute 35, I feel like that'll probably give it to me. Because it's Chemtech Soul coming up for OMG. OMG, who, again, you keep talking about their control in this game, and in the vision, their setup, once again, clearing out towards Baron. I think it's actually starting here with Cold and Cream trying to distract, and right comes once again. Abel's hitting it down pretty fast. There's the Super Mega Death Rocket, but it's way too late. OMG sneak it under their nose. And now for LGD, late to the party, to pull the Forge God won't matter because Cold and Cream with the targets. Shadow getting out in the backline, Ignite hits down, and Shanji blows up Jin Zhao. OMG with Baron, with a pick, and it doesn't matter if your team fights better, just don't give it to them.
That cannon barrage coming in from Shanji was so huge as Cold flashes in for the hook. Isn't able to find it, but forces out Flash from Yeji. And now they're going to be able to keep this siege up, wait out for the Dragon to come in 45 seconds, get more damage on Cream, already making his way down towards the bottom side. This should be a massive Baron power play coming out for OMG. Already plus 2,000 gold off of this.
Quick. And into the inhibitor turret. OMG are like, well, forget it. We're not going to go to the Dragon just yet. Pushing in this next wave. Inhibitor will be open, but not broken. And at the very least for LGD, relying on Eric to continue clearing away the wave while Cream's down in the bottom lane doing the exact same thing. All hands on deck as LGD in a quick flash lyric. Feels like this game has become unmanageable again.
Yeah, I mean, this game is a 7k gold lead. It feels rough. Especially having control of this Chemtech Fog. LGD just going to start it go through the mid-wave.
Mori, though. Call the Forge God comes through. Maybe not as unmanageable as I think, as Aki goes with the Crescent Guard, flashes away. Not a clean start to the play, but Abel actually going in melee range. For Abel, he goes gold, but maybe the timing before it's okay as the Shockwave comes through. It doesn't matter! LGD use their Orianna and Eric's still alive. Why did Abel go melee? That's a free reset. Eric gets through, and LGD, as quickly as it felt like they lost, no, they're back in the game. Stunned up, and Shanji now has to deal with the man who's got a big old sword to deal with his prey. Yeji will go down with a cannon barrage, I believe, but they're running through mid lyric.
Yeah, I feel like LG are just going to try and go. No, they're going to just back off, take one turret, look for the kill on Shanji. Seems like at first they maybe thought they could try and go for the end. Instead, they are just going to end up going to take away this Dragon instead. And man, I can't wait to get into that replay. Did Abel flash in?
I don't know. It was there. It was there. I don't know why.
My focus was on like, okay, Call of the Forge Gods coming out. We're going to be seeing it just hit, look at the tanks. And then suddenly it's like, okay, Abel's flash is down, and he is right in front of all the members of LGD. Gale Force into Flash right on top of Yeji. Really nice stopwatch. Rosani is coming out from him to make sure he survives. And then Abel's just left in such an awkward position. Eric free hitting on the backside, and yeah, man, that was
a Jackie Love
massive
level play. That's all.
I mean, it was a massive gamble, right? If you get in there and you blow them up, I guess they just win the team fight off of that, but put some respect on Yeji's name, able to come through with that stopwatch and able to pull out with the fight victory. I mean, they were 7k gold up before that fight. 7,000! Now only a small 2k gold lead for OMG, which again feels insignificant with where comps are at, with how Ornn items are coming through. And now we are back to waiting. Back to waiting for the next Dragon, because LGD now are forced to fight every single one of them.
And you know the crazy thing is for me, like, what I set you up for, Lyric, before the play, the 7,000 gold lead, as you mentioned. You know, OMG were in control. It was Chemtech Soul Point that was about to kind of close this apart with a great sneak at the Baron, great little picks as well. LGD now in control after what was a crazy fight that, again, shouldn't have happened. But I feel like this whole game I've been saying that shouldn't have happened. Or LGD shouldn't have a hope in this game. But we've gotten to the point where Ornn items keep coming through, where full builds are starting to become a reality, or at least getting close to, I should say. And before that fight, I was like, dude, what did LGD do? You know what? Wait for the perfect shockwave. Like,
wait for Abel to Gale Force flash in to your backline.
God,
I gotta say though, it looked awesome. I was all about it.
Well, again, that's why I said it was a JackeyLove level play, right? Because people might be thinking I'm taking the Mickey out of JackeyLove, but JackeyLove will take these huge risks, much like Abel apparently. The fight or flight mode, and Abel says fight, but maybe he shouted fight a little bit too loud just in that one instant.
Heck, another 80 carry who's willing to do things like that plays up next. Actually, two, iBoy and Doggo. I still remember Doggo. I think he was on Tristana at MSI, where he rocket jumped into like 4 people to try to get a reset. He did get it, I think, able to get out right away. But man, it was absolutely nuts. Yeah. So yeah, if you didn't know, if you're just tuning in, and you know, we do have the schedule up, I'm sure, on our channels, but RA versus BLG next. We will get to that because this game getting extremely tense. And by tense, I mean, I think both teams kind of realizing, hey, we're not going to step out of line. We are going to wait for the strike to come up, trying to get to more key items. As both 80 carries right now sitting on 5. Eric has opted into a Vampiric Scepter to where Abel actually sitting on the Elixir, going to try and have just more raw stats in that fight than any item he'd be able to complete.
ARAM, I was going to ask you, Lyric, who do I look at for this fight to win? Because as both teams back away, as Baron's coming up to 20 seconds, I need you to point me quickly towards the key ultimates I should be looking for.
I mean, we've already hit him for LGD, right? It is Yeji's ultimate at this point. It is finally starting to do damage. If he can hit a big one, I feel like that's where LGD will succeed. For OMG, it's Shanji. If Shanji can zone numerous people out of an area, maybe get the slowdown set up for a lot of the damage to come out, I feel like it's the way that OMG will be able to win. So kind of Shanji able for one side, Yeji for the other.
Shadow onto Cold. Call the Forge God comes on through. We're looking for that shockwave. There's a knock up on the support, but a lot of zone control out of OMG. As Cream's off to the wing as well. Cowstorm already through. Cold looking for the dredge line, but the Heartbreaker over the wall. Shadow almost caught out. Couple of ultis down, but the shockwave's still there. As Baron spawns and OMG walking to the left of this map, but you have to note, OMG with 3 out of the 5 ultimates remaining.
Yeah, both teams showing some pretty crucial abilities coming in. Flashes and Summer Spell still up on key carries on both sides. Shadow's still looking for it.
Well, he's going to be spotted out by Control Ward as we continue to ARAM here. The teams are like, you know what? Are we going left? Are we going right? Are we going to wait for the soul? Because at this point, if you go for the Baron, you're giving up the soul because 30 seconds. That Chemtech soul for OMG that would give them a second life. Potentially as well, win the game with how strong it is.
I love it, right? You're both like, hey, we're going to fight in like 15 seconds anyway, as now I'm apparently wrong. LMG looked like they just wanted to concede Dragon. Okay. Maybe realizing that at this point in time, LGD are stronger because of the front line that we mentioned, because of the Ornn items that we've already previously talked about.
Will they always be, though?
It's just going to take more time. Oh, OMG, though, going to go for the Baron.
Okay, well, giving up the soul and the potential for fighting for it. They'll be spotted out in the water. It was Cream who TP'd in. Shanji off on the wing looking for setup. Venus at half HP, Lyric. The Ornn is at half HP as Called Forge God comes in again. Look at this flank from the GP. They turn onto Shanji. Target selection great. Now Baron may go down, but for LGD, they've already got a pick, and they're looking to flank them. Big little Leona ultimate off the back as well. Shadow's got the flanking angle, and Abel's run out of Crescendum. Shadow flashing for the Chaos Storm. It's a messy fight, but Cold's up next, and Eric is getting excited. On top of Arky too. Flashing over the wall from Yeji. The Shadow's still there. He's got Abel into GA. For OMG, they're in shambles. LGD on the precipice of winning their first series in the LPL.
And LGD are just going to keep this going. I mean, 40-second death timer on Abel. They can go for this push. They have a wave. They might be able to look for the end here.
But they're going up against Baron minions, Lyric. I'm skeptical on this one because we talked about the end before. There's a 1v1 going on in River, and I think for right now, Aki's holding him at bay. Jin Jiao goes down with the LGD. 4 members strong. Inhibitor will drop, and there's some death timers they have to deal with.
Yeah, gonna have to be worrying about this.
All right, well, the exhaust comes through. Cream actually going to die. Anticlimactic, guys, but LGD, they're 0-4 in series win, and they're going to try and end this one as Ram Jam lines down again. Shanti knocked up, sent back, and OMG getting away from their turrets. LGD doing the finishing touch, the shockwave as well, a searing charge, and this is the LGD we were waiting for. A quadra kill for the losing team. It doesn't matter. LGD are finally on the board in the LPL.
So great to see the smiles, the laughters coming out from this side. Like you said, LGD finally able to do it. Funny enough, they kind of just fell back to scaling. Like, hey, let's put Fearness on tanks. Let's have a ton of engage, a ton of front lines. Keep the game plan simple. And they were able to pull it through. They kept it slow. They didn't over-aggress anytime they needed to. It was, let's just wait for the next dragon type of game. But it got them a win. And on the opposite side, I mean, losing to EDG and BLG, reasonable, right? You're like, okay, these are stacked teams. One just won Worlds. The other one's a bit of a super team. Losing to LGD, though, I mean, man, it's going to be a massive hit to the momentum and the confidence of OMG.
Lyric, I think, you know, we're starting to see more and more from OMG. Like, that was a series that, you know, they can't be proud of. Yeah, Jesus, this way, guy. They're following OMG. They've had one team fight, they're like, we want some more, let's take it backstage. LGD, though, a 2-1 victory. I'm not inciting violence, guys. Calm down. The biggest point of this, though, and the biggest learning lesson as my face pops in your screen, I think that LGD, Lyric, when they had these 5v5 comps, when Fearness is on Ornn, and Eric gets something like Jinx, oh yeah, G with something that can create space too, a simple composition, LGD don't look too half bad, even if they fall behind 7,000 gold.
No, yeah. I think LGD, again, they came together. They played out through their conditions. I think overall, a lot of members looking really solid in their wins. I mean, it kind of explains itself, right? Because when you look at this roster, there is no real clear star player. So I think when LGD wins, it is going to have to look like this, where it's like, okay, you have a bunch of people who have very specific jobs, kind of performing in these roles well. I'll give a special shout out to Eric, because Eric has been the member I think we've been the most critical of so far on the squad of LGD, and he definitely coming out today, having these great performances on Jinx was such a standout for him. And just in that last fight, right, I love the decisiveness from LGD to realize, hey, let's just instantly jump on that gangplank. They do it, they say Baron be damned, get the numbers advantage, and then they realize that they can just take the consecutive fight and look for the win. So that kind of decisiveness, that kind of just in the moment decision making is what you need to be able to pick up wins like this, especially against teams like OMG who have looked so solid so far.
Who we're putting the title on, like this is a playoff team, right? But 3-3 now. I think we put them as a rickety team in the LPL, a team that is middling, but you know, how middling, where are they going to sit in the end? A lot of questions. We're still very early on, and remember, only 6 series played from them, but we're now starting to see a bit of a showcase in these teams refining themselves. OMG doing the opposite. Lyric, they started the split very clean, and in the past 3 series, like bottom lane has lost a 2v2. Here today, it was nice to see that it was cleaner from Abel and Cold, but that was a game of 7,000. Like, you shouldn't lose those games. I don't feel like you should lose those games.
No, and especially once we got to the fight at Bot River, where again they just completely, you know, you need to stop tilting, sir. It happens. It's the LPL. You're gonna see EDG lose to a bottom 4, bottom 5 team at some point. It's gonna happen.
But yeah.
This is whoa. There's other teams at the bottom, and hey, you know what? Against TT, it wasn't the absolute cleanest series. So yeah, for the side of OMG, right? This last game, they definitely should have won. And even in terms of game 1, right? We came out of draft and we were like, how does this work? Especially to what you've given LGD. You've given LGD, again, like the Exodia champions here in the LPL. You have like this Zed jungle with this Victor in mid, with this Aphelios in bot. It just looks so weird on paper. And yeah, I feel like OMG need to go back to the drawing board, need to do things differently in terms of the prep they're putting together. And then, I mean, game 3 was just nothing to do with draft, right? Again, they should have won that game. It was the fight around Bot River that they should have been able to win as well. I can't remember if it was them getting caught out or LGD collapsing, but just very mistimed. I'm sure we're going to get some replays or clips when we do get the MVP. And I am also aware that we do not have an interview since it is LGD who won. So over in Hangzhou, no interview.
That's true.
Will happen.
So I guess my question is, like, where is the limit here for OMG? You know, like, they're versing top esports V5, JDG, WE. Like, that's their coming schedule after Chinese New Year. And I don't know what you say, like, you know, and I'm pulling out Abel after the last team fight, but for OMG, it was definitely a group effort. We leave drafts to the side. We talk about the performance of the team fights. Abel felt it, man. But I don't know, Lyric. How do you untilt?
Well, I mean, to be fair, well, the thing is, no, I don't think you tilt from that, honestly, because I feel like that's something that's like, you look at that in a replay and you could pinpoint that and be like, you know, if this thing doesn't happen, this game is completely different. You know, that's like very, I think it's much more tilting when you have like other like underlying foundational issues, which again, all teams have, right? Every team has problems, but when you lose games like this, at least it's very clear in how it happened or why it happened. So, you know, I think it's tilting and frustrating in the moment, but I think in the long run, it's like, okay, cool. At least we're not losing because of like our understanding of this concept, or like we just can't win laning phase against literally anyone or any of these things. So, yeah, again, I think it sucks. It's really surprising as well. I think that's the biggest thing. I'm just kind of shocked that they did lose, but it's still not the end of the world for OMG from the fact that they did get a nice padding with some of those early wins.
They did, and look, you know, 3-3, middle of the standings. I need to move on, guys, because as a caster, you stay impartial. You don't tell the audience that you tilt, and you say, well played to both teams. That's what you do. You never bag out teams. You never bag out people like Abel, okay? All you say is GG, well played, and for LGD, their first series win. That's my positive note, Lyric. Finally, this is their third three-game series, and they finally take it over the lines. I'm glad for LGD because I don't think I think they can be better than a bottom three team, but it depends on people like Shadow. It depends on Yeji's development. And in this series, we did see a lot of development from Yeji, despite, you know, hits and misses in certain games.
You know, to be fair, though, I feel like you can say about any LPL team, as I'm kind of looking at them right now, I can see this team not being a bottom three team. Pretty much about any roster, you know, maybe other than a certain one, but, you know, there's hope for everyone is my
Which
point,
is a
right?
certain one. You say TT's not a team that could be 10th or 11th.
Whoa. Hey, sir, I have been the messenger of Puff and Southwind, so...
What do you mean?
You know?
That was my segment. You literally said, you want to talk
No,
about Puff and Southwind.
No. I've been the messenger of Puff and Southwind,
dude.
so, you know...
Alright.
You know, but point is, every team has its key players
Yep.
that can pop off, that can take over games, and, like, you know, if they develop, you know, over this next few months of the split, you know, it wouldn't be surprising to see them moving up a few slots over where you'd assume. Or heck, you can even go the opposite way. Let's say, who cares about your team improving?
Okay.
If other teams get worse, you can move up in the standings.
That's right,
There
man.
it is.
That's positivity. Guys, we're waiting for this, we're waiting to, I guess no interview again because we're in LGD. We're just waiting around.
We're just waiting.
we're just having a wait. I'm out of tea, so for this next series, we are actually waiting for the MVP. I guess we're deliberating. Was the MVP, you know, was it Eric again, or was it Fearness? I do feel like in this final game, I want to give Jin Zhao some praise. I think Jin Zhao had some pretty good ultis, and remember that this guy's not even the real support of the team. If you look at LGD and if you look at the roster, and even on our official roster, I don't think they technically have a support there. I'm just gonna actually. Oh, they
No,
do. It's Chance. They have Chance.
Yeah.
But Eric is the 80 carry, and Jin Zhao is also an 80 carry. So I love that Chance isn't even the support isn't even getting to start and put another 80 carry down there. Eric gets MVP as the starting 80 carry, and well deserved on his Jinx once again. Positioning great, Lyric. That little sidestep against Shanji's GP was really close.
Again, he just showed up today. It was really great to see. I think he had a lot of good sidesteps, not even only in that game, but throughout the series. Again, game 1, he was a standout as well. And overall, if Eric can keep putting up performances like this, he might regain the confidence for you to call him the way you love to call him. And that's when Eric was a standout in this league, you know? This was a weird clip to show, but yeah, a lot of team fights like this where Eric was just able to weave in, weave out, especially here where he was just kiting out key and numerous members on the opposite side. Again, we're getting a replay of Eric clips. We're not seeing that Eric is actually kiting out the GP and the Nautilus on the opposite side.
The Able clip. All right, okay. Lyric, let's try again. Let's see how we go with this one, because this is, oh no, this is the Able moment. Okay, he tried.
This is the Able moment.
Where's Eric?
Even here, Eric, okay, Eric was Zanya's for a stopwatch for a large portion of time. Naka comes through. You know what? I don't feel like those clips. I don't feel like those clips described why he's the MVP, but he put out the damage.
He did the damage, guys. Hey, just remember the replay for the game. That's all that matters.
No, guys, we promise there are better clips than that somewhere.
There are. And again, we look at that. The replay with the side step from Eric makes me feel good. So don't worry. OMG today, they took their 3rd series loss, and LGD finally got off that 0 score ban. They are now above WE and TT. They are no longer one of the bottom pebbles in the league. Instead, they flourish to a beautiful stone lyric, because that's how rocks evolve. We're going to go to a break. When we return, in my break, by the way, I'm probably going to have some more chicken. I'm probably going to sit down, have a meal.
Throw us to break.
And digest. No. I do that when I want. BLG RA coming up after this. No delays because we're in Shanghai. Don't worry. And hopefully this one's a bit of a banger for you as we look at a game. Again, no Uzi. Stop asking. We'll see you soon.
That's the big thing. The vision is being pushed away though by V5, and they've dropped Shelly down into the mid lane. Shelly will be on a solo mission as the Dragon has been started. They've used the collateral damage already, and they're going to jump straight down on top of the carries. But the shockwave is good. These health bars are so low, but they just couldn't finish them off. Everyone from top esports, it looked perfect, and they just could not get the damage down. Now Knight in a hell of a lot of trouble as Photic flashes forward. That's the Dragon. That's going to be so much in favor of V5, and Photic is just becoming our god in this game. What a straight up burst. If Doggo gets caught out, and hell, even Fofo gets caught out, they will just be killed off. Crown the Shrouded Queen has been finished up. You see full first items for pretty much everyone across the board. Now you have Flash, going to be flashing away from that is Fofo. They flash straight in on top of him, but it's a 3-man, 4-man knockup, and they use the package as well to dissipate everybody. It will be a trade of supports for the moment. The Talon trying to do something on this backside, but Fofo is now dead. Shanji is just a brick wall running at the side of BLG, and they can just keep pushing forward. Massive win there for OMG. They pick up 4 kills and only lose 1.
Across Jackout forced away, there's the Drake taken. And without ever fighting, FPX have forced JDG away here. But JDG looking for the fight. Lantern saves the day. There's a... Oh my days, Hunt, that was beautiful. Everything played perfectly by the master of Thresh himself. That was magnificent.
A lot of questions I want answered. We have 20 seconds of the delay. Break one. Okay,
ooh, they're looking at the gauge.
Maybe I do need to talk. Actually, not to show Drake's block a lot of damage, but Ming is going to be traded off beat once again. Picks up a kill as Beck into the thick of as well. But the package! It's so well eyed! Way to go down though, he burns on the interim, but anyone's letting him reset a Xiaohu! Xiaohu! Beck, Xiaohu! Say his name, say the champion! He's made them absolutely sad!
It's all about resets. Photic has to be the man. Photic has to be the guy to do this. You got Rich and PP God there to support him, but he has to be the carry. Trying to see if he can do it. They don't have minions right now, and it's very difficult to try and take these all down because Photic, like I said, is doing serious amounts of damage. They're going to push in now with a final wave. This is it. Photic stand up or step out. He's going to get himself away, but he gets jumped on straight away. That's it. Game over. Nothing he can do. Nexus turrets fall. They'll actually get 2 more kill on Rich, but they have the Chem Soul. He gets a triple kill. Can he end the game? He's going to spawn back up. They need to CC him immediately. They get him. Oh my god! What? What?
stay if I can make you. I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives? And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. Maybe someone's waiting till you come back home. I don't even wanna know what's on your phone. Oh. They say good things happen along the road. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. Till I met you, I thought that mine was closed. And I was just a word away. If I could, I'd make you stay. I'm the one to blame for the things I didn't say. If I can make you stay. 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 I'm the type of guy who's leaving things to chance. I've been such a fool for letting this one pass. What if this time we will not meet twice? Are we gonna end up in different lives?
I am waiting for love. 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 I don't know what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever.
这个版本能跟福流说打一下 就是金戈斯的组合吧，其他的都一般般。现在都是新人上场比较多，以后等他们新人好好磨练，以后会越打越好的。祝各位召唤师们虎年大吉，排位连胜。
Thank you, iBoy. Good to hear from you ahead of today's game with RA going up against BLG. Talking about how it all comes together, and for RA, a very different team environment. For BLG, a very, very different team environment as well. My name's Hysterics. I am joined by Lyric. How do you feel after that last series, Lyric? Do you feel refreshed? Do you feel like, we can move into this one with a clean slate?
I feel like we had like a nice ice bath or something, relaxed, the muscles are feeling good. It was a little bit like jarring on the system, but it was exactly what we needed to move into this series, because this series hopefully going to deliver some big games. RA again, I think have looked better than their standings have looked, which we'll talk about later, and BLG showing promise.
Well, on BLG, let's start there, because there's something people keep asking. I want you guys to stop asking. Is Uzi back yet? Where's Uzi? Stop it. He's not here. He's literally not here. And for a bit of context as well, Lyric, you and I have been around the block, been in the LPL for a while, and whether you've been
Wait, Hysterics, wait. I'm sorry to interrupt. Yeah, I was gonna say, we gotta bring Dagda on the screen. You didn't bring Dagda on the screen. Dagda not happy about Uzi not being on stage, but he should be, because Doggo has been pop-up. But I'm sorry for interrupting you. Continue.
No. You had to announce Dagda. I already got through the line, but it wasn't there, Lyric. It wasn't there, so I had to give Dagda the subtlety. Is, if you ask again, you're going to be dealing with Dagda, and he's going to Hulk out. So don't make him annoyed. Uzi never plays before Chinese New Year. That was a known fact when he's in the LPL all the way up to 2019. And so now it's time to look at the player who's been not even filling his shoes, who was the original starter. The player talked about. Lyric, I think Doggo's come in the split, really warming up to his position.
Yeah, I think in week one, it did look not bad, but not standout, not popping off like he did in their past few series. Definitely warmed into it, but in that last series, especially up against OMG, Doggo was absolutely popping off and taking over. Great to see him on the Aphelios, consistently finding 2v2 kills in the laning phase, and reminding us of why this guy was so hyped on PSG Talon, why there was rumors of him going everywhere, whether it was to the LCS, numerous teams in the LPL. This man was just, a wanted commodity. Coming over for BLG is a player that they can build around, especially when we looked at the lineup and thought, hey, every laner in this team has been on a team where they had tons of resources put in. How's this team going to function? Sure. Well, in their last series, they showed they can function very well.
Players who have been top tier in their lanes within their individual regions, whether it's PCS or LPL. And I think it's important for people to note that, Doggo came out and he was quite emotional after the first week. There's a lot of pressure on this player. So naturally, it took him some time to warm up. He is the rookie of week number 2 as well, folks. So big congratulations to him, because when you're sitting behind Uzi, when you're an 80 carry who is still so gifted and talented, but you're not Uzi, you're going to get flack from the audience, and I don't think it's really fair for him. So I'm glad to see people, when I am in the chat on the days off, spamming the dog for Doggo. It's something that's really close to my heart. So again, show that support for him, especially because with BLG today, it does feel like he is going to be a key player and moving forward as well. As we continue to talk about BLG on the other side, let's give Rare Atom a bit of love, because Rare Atom are another team who we thought, towards the bottom. Lyric, they had a lot of changes. They lost Fofo. I'm still vibing with this team, though. I think Rare Atom are much better than we expected.
Like we said, they've come in and they've had a very hard schedule. They played top esports in their first match. They actually 2-0'd them. Super impressive coming in. Good performance on the board, especially Lil Yen on his Rex, I remember, had a phenomenal game. Their other 2 games have been up against LGD and V5, 2 other teams who are sitting undefeated right now. I believe they took a game off LNG, did get 2-0'd by V5, but still very close 2 games. And you look around the roster, it's like, cool, Strive, incredibly promising in the mid lane. We have seen his, amazing Corky clip where he does just pop off. iBoy, I still think, has that kind of X factor, great in laning phase still, even with Zora on the roster. And, we'll get to that a little bit later on in terms of who's playing today for RA. And then Cube is just always this hey, we're going to leave him up top. He's going to play by himself. He's going to have a presence in team fights. And it shows RA are able to come together quite well, when last year it was very much the Fofo show. And without Fofo, it's like, well, you just got a crappy show. It's like one of those like infomercial shows that's on at like 5 in the morning that you don't want to watch, but is like paid programming. But that's not Rare Adam. Rare Adam's more like Hell's Kitchen or something.
It's
like
like
you want to tune in.
Hell's
it's pretty
Kitchen,
good a lot of the
Seinfeld.
time.
Like it's a top tier show. You're right. You want to tune in. You want to watch
Whoa.
the show. Well, what? What's wrong?
Seinfeld's like a goated show. I don't know if RA's at that level yet.
Okay.
But
Hell's Kitchen, Survivor in its first season before reality TV was a thing. All the tortures that they went through. Dude, I feel like Rare Adam, even being 1-2 guys, let's just remind you of their schedule. Top Esports, who they 2-0'd at the opening week. LNG 2-1, that LNG won. V5 2-1. So they've taken these teams to 3 games. Lyric, that's really impressive. They're sitting at a 50% win rate right now in individual games. And while we get closer towards getting into this one, let's talk about the highlight matchup. We already talked about Doggo. You talked about iBoy's ceiling and how he is that person who can have these really high-capped plays. Doggo versus iBoy is going to be exciting because they're 2 very different players, and I want you to run me through why.
Oh, yeah, I think we've seen different things come out from each of them. I think both have been good in terms of laning phase. We can see from the CS differentials. iBoy, though, not doing a huge amount of damage, but also not getting a ton of love from his team. Not getting a high amount of resources funneled into him. His duo proximity incredibly low, so Zora has been off just playing with Lilian or making impact around the map. As compared to the opposite side, I think Doggo's stats kind of match up with what you'd expect, right? Really high damage coming in, does get a decent amount of gold, is playing with Crisp around him quite a bit, and both of these guys having massive amounts of champion diversity from what they have pulled out so far this season.
I love champion diversity, especially in this meta, right? Things like the Caitlyn seep through for iBoy. He's abused the hell out of it, but for someone like Doggo, remember, we saw that Ziggs game, and one of the ones in the first week. I wasn't too impressed by it, but I think he's really redeemed himself, so iBoy versus Doggo, that's a matchup we want to talk about here today and see what picks we get around the bush with. Lyric, before we get into this game too, while we've been vibing with both of these teams, and while we've told people that Uzi's not back, and they need to calm down, I want one thing from this series, and I think it's the fact that I want some of these amazing team fights, like people like Strive we talked about coming through, and, Doggo, iBoy, on the other side for BLG. Dude, we have Fofo versus his old team. That's, another exciting narrative. Like, Breathe versus Cube 2 to see if Cube can survive in the lane. Where do you want to start?
I definitely think it's the mid lane matchup, right? And again, just not even mid lane matchup. It's Fofo against his old team. I think that is going to be a cool story to see if this team that was literally Fofo last split, again, it was Fofo popping off. How do we enable him? How do we wait around for like 20 minutes and then Fofo farmed up and now we get to these massive team fights where he pops off, right? Is he going to be able to just completely clap Strive in the mid lane? Because Fofo was, a top 3, top 4 mid laner in the LPL last year, and Strive is still coming in very new. Another interesting point we haven't mentioned is that this is not going to be the same RA today that we've seen playing every series so far, because they have brought in a savior. They have brought in a fan favorite. This man has been top 4 at Worlds. Who is he, Asterix? Who am I talking about?
You said fan favorite. Now, he has copped a lot of slack, so I don't think he's a favorite at all. We got Yuyan just starting over Zora here today for Rare Adam, guys. Like, it's a big deal. I don't want anyone to start, but I'm so curious with how iBoy with YYJ goes in that bottom lane, because this is the player we remember on Top Esports got a lot of criticism because of how he played with Jackie Love, and I hope he redeems himself here today, because otherwise, I know what the community's like, Lyric. It will not go in a good path.
No, and that's what I'm really curious about just seeing, right? Because Yuyanja, I mean, always definitely fell flat on his time on TS. He was another player that I think definitely was better towards the end of his time on Top Esports than when he started. But we're going to see how much he's grown in terms of like scrims or all this time off and now being on the RA roster, right? And I wonder if it enables more picks for RA to come up. Maybe things like the Yuumi being open, because that was Yuyanja's standout when he was playing with Jackie Love and setting up some different bot lane combinations here today.
I'm curious, like, yeah, there are a couple of picks that really identify who Yuyanja is, but I remember things like the Leona as well, being a bit of a hit or miss, the Thresh too, things that are in the meta right now. I just go through Nautilus, like those 3, and speak to any support really in the league. So I'm a caster. I say random crap all the time. Lyric, this is about to start this game here in Shanghai. We are getting players on stage as far as I know. For BLG, we haven't really talked about their score and how they've started the split because they haven't played many series. They've only played Weibo Gaming and OMG. Both went to game number 3. And it does feel like BLG have a very slow start, which is so funny because when Uzi was on RNG, always the same. RNG played a couple of series before Chinese New Year's, and then they played the mass majority right after.
And we're going to see if that is what happens here today. Sure, again, it has been a little bit sloppy in terms of how they're, how wins are coming about, but still, at the end of the day, they are undefeated, but who cares about them? RA are coming on the stage. We can care about Billy in 10 seconds.
Okay, well, for RA now, we already talked about it before. The big news story is Yuyanjia starting game number 1 here over Zora. Cube in the top lane, Le Yan has been in the jungle. You know, excuse me, not Fofo, almost fell into bad habit. Strive has been someone we talked about in the mid lane. There's iBoy, and Yuyanjia returns to Summoner's Rift. I think it's a big deal because for Rare Adam, Zora was really ramping up, so there must be a big reason to put in the new old support on the LPL.
I mean, RA are even 4-4 in terms of game score. They're literally 50% win rate. Again, things in my mind were going better than I anticipated for them. So, yeah, it is interesting to see them make a change coming here today. Let's remember, though, they always could change back after game 1. But we have Billy Gaming coming onto the stage with the expected roster that we know and love now.
Yep, and the top side, we've talked about Breed here. You know that for BLG, someone like Weiwei is another big name as well, despite having stayed. Fofo in the mid lane has decided to jacket on, but Doggo's jacket off, and Chris alongside him as well. Lyric, for me, coaching staff on both these teams, kind of exciting as well. We saw previously on stage for Rare Adam coach Chris, who you talk about quite a lot. We also know that, we got Chashao and DN on this roster for BLG, so very notable names with great structure and foundation and experience to add to this series.
Yeah, taking over the coaching staff pretty much formally from Suning. Obviously, Chashao's been a bit all over as well, most notably for Flash Rolls, as we talked about. I mean, heck, just so many LMS coaches coming in to the LPL. Heck, even Coach Chris, I believe, very far back in the day, was helping out with teams in the GPL. So, quite an interesting matchup, and I'm sure we're going to be into picks and bans in a few minutes, where we're going to be looking out for some of the same champion diversity we were talking about earlier, because Lo Yan is someone who brings an interesting dynamic to stage, where he's played 2 games of Kiana, he's played 2 games of the Rek'Sai, seeing what Yuyanjia is able to bring out, seeing things like Fofo, who's been willing to go to more aggressive picks, like the Vex, like the LeBlanc. So I think this draft, hopefully, could be very different from what we saw earlier on in the day and bring out more personality. I do think when Lo Yan is playing, that is typically what will happen.
That's true. Rek'Sai in Italy as well. Things that can be quite volatile, but in a good or a bad way, we find out on the day. Lyric, coming back to Fofo quickly, though, as he goes up against his old organization, we haven't been talking about him as much as we did on the RA lineup, and I wanted to get your opinion about his starting performance here in the first 2 weeks of the LPL.
I think it's been hit or miss a little bit. I remember his Corki game was not particularly great whatsoever, but he's also had good performances, right? I think I believe it was his LeBlanc game was exceptional, had a really good Zoe game, things along these lines. Another thing we need to remember is he's not just getting everything funneled into him like he did on RA, and BLG don't play the same way that RA did, because RA, I always described RA as like a counterpunch team, or like very reactive, because they were a team that almost did not transfer pressure from lane to lane at all. You did not see Cube, Fofo, or their bottom lane roam at all, which is pretty crazy considering how much map movement we see from Hung now on FPX. Yeah. But all very lane dominant laners coming in that get a massive advantage over you, and then they just take that into the dragon fights, and then again just win through Fofo being a superior player. So I think BLG have shown they're trying to be a bit more proactive than that. We have seen Chris move around a little bit more than we saw on Fofo's previous teams, and yeah, I think it's just going to take time to come together when you're bringing such completely different pieces under one roof.
That's right, pieces that you and I had that discussion in the offseason. I think as well, the whole team saying things along the lines of like, well, Breathe got attention in WE for Weiwei as well. Hasn't he always been a jungler that likes to sync up with his laners and also help himself? And You know, Fofo, great later. Down to the bottom lane, Uzi if he joins in as well. Even Doggo. People that have had attention in the past, and those pieces coming together makes it difficult as we move into band pick. Ladies and gentlemen, back in Shanghai, BLG blue, Rare Atom red. And that is 2 targeted bans towards Le Yen, with Rek'Sai and Italy, the 2 champions I just mentioned, right off the board.
Yeah, not one did anything to do with any of those. The Kiana, though, is still open, Le Yen. Don't get discouraged just yet. And for BLG, I mean, typically here's where we would just see the stock and standard Corki lock-in, but no, wanting to go straight towards that Thresh for Crisp. Could be a takeaway from Yu Yanja, because when I think of Yu Yanja last year, his 2 real go-to picks in my mind are like, okay, Thresh was number 1, and in 2020, I think of Yumi.
But you know, Lyric, I think of Yumi because of who he's paired with. I think about Jackie Love's Ezreal getting spammed at that point, and I would love to see if it comes out again. Remember, Yu Yanja, this is his debut game here on Rare Atom, guys. Been seeing Zora for 2 weeks straight, and for RAs, they stand 1 and 2. This draft looking pretty OP. Lyric, these are 2 of the 3 pieces that come with Exodia's composition. We don't have the Xin available, but there are quite a bit of junglers or even that support that they're going to say, hey, Yu Yanja, pick up for your first game.
Yeah, so they got the dynamic duo of Corki Jinx, who we've hit on so many times. And on the opposite side, though, looks like BLG had a very clear idea of, okay, first pick Thresh, I assume take that away from Yu Yanja. We're instantly going to go with the Jarvan, because they're probably going to end up with, you know, in a mobile carry themselves, obviously see the Jinx, and then pair the Aphelios alongside it. So, are seeing the thought process behind what BLG are looking to do. RA later on will have range to play with, but still, now a lot of engage and gap closers coming in on the side of BLG to enable someone like Doggo on the Aphelios. And hopefully, you know, if he is flashing forward or gale forcing forward like we saw last game, it's not in the same manner where you're just throwing away the game.
Oh, Lyric, I love the Z ban though. Coming into the second phase, I mean, we're getting standards like Victor going through with Corki already picked up, which means that Fofo's not going to be in a boring matchup. The Vex you mentioned before we got into draft that, you know, Fofo's been flexing around with too. So we do get a couple of targeted bans towards mid, towards jungle this game. And in this final one from BLG, I'm curious, Lyric, you know, safe mid side already picked up. We need a jungler for Le Yen, and his pool's been pinched apart from the
still open.
The basic junglers like the Lee Sin, you said.
Yeah, Lee Sin still being available. I guess both Lee Sin and Viego are locked and loaded. I think Dragon's Rage could give you some options to play around in terms of, right, trying to set up onto Doggo on this Aphelios or keeping the enemy at bay.
Oh, you said it.
But we hit on this. This is tied for Lilian's most played with the Rek'Sai. Has not pulled out the Talon just yet, but I like that they're hovering this. Like I said, I feel like Lee Sin would be pretty solid here. Ooh.
Poppy.
Ooh.
Against the
I
job.
like this. Yeah, gonna come in, gonna make it hard for these champions to be able to close range, especially when we hit on, like, again, when you have Corki Jinx, you're always gonna outrange unless the Zerats or the Vel'Kozes or anything obscure comes out along those lines. So when you know BLG are already kind of opting into having to close the gap, having Poppy and her ability to stop gap closers to be able to hit you away with her ultimate as well, I think is going to be able to do so much. So BLG now trying to pivot their comp slightly by bringing out the Jace in the top side for Breathe, and it looks like they might just go with an Orianna pick for Fofo.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you about this in a second. Remember that To the Skies gets blocked by Poppy too, so still get a huge value as this is going to be the 7th unique jungler picked up by Le Yen this split. Also note that he has the most uniques on the team of this new Rare Atom lineup. So for Le Yen flexing his stuff again as we get a Graves. Lyric, I see some OP picks on the side of Rare Atom, 2 picks that in the Jinx and the Corki that we've already talked, poke the hell out of these teams.
Yeah, I really like Rare Atom's composition, right? Again, we see the disengage coming in and the zone control from the Poppy. We already have the DPS and damage coming out from both Strive and iBoy. Cube going to be up there in a safe laner up in top side who will just be able to contest waves with Breathe. And then you have a bit of engage to try to find fights if you are able to whittle health bars decently low. For BLG, I think will be the more interesting one because you do have things like the Thresh Jarvan combo, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them trying to roam around the map early on, find impact, look for picks maybe in the enemy jungle or around mid against some of these more immobile laners and really enable Fofo on this Orianna. And yeah, then we're going to kind of see how it plays out with the Jace dynamic, where you have things like the accelerated shot class to try and contend with the Jinx and Corki, but also having a lot more single target CC and single target damage, where it does feel like it is going to be a little bit more intricate in how to play it.
Well, for BLG, I mean, they're going to show that they are one of these super teams that we keep talking about. Billy Gaming on the blue side. Bit confused there. Red's on left, blue's on right, but blue's on left up top, Lyric, and red's on right. So, I guess... Never mind. Don't listen to my brain. I'm just confused out of my hell.
Maybe what they're doing is because RA's logo is pink and BLG's is blue. They're doing those colors because they don't actually have pink.
Oh, but then who's actually on the blue side? We know it's BLG, so it's still confusing me. Welcome back, folks. As we started off today, there was something in the sky before Timo opened the lid. I'm not sure if that's coming to Summoner's Rift or coming to our broadcast, but scared me. That Yordle is creepy, and you guys are in for a treat when you finally see it in the skies of Summoner's Rift. But welcome all the same. BLG on blue and RA on red. I hope it didn't confuse you. We have a Poppy here in this game. Starting to see it more and more. Loyen running the Predator on it as well, so I'm expecting some early action. A very fast little Yordle running into these lanes early on.
And we've already had one game of the Poppy here in the LPL. Oh, you're right. Real quick on the Poppy point, though, was played by Karsa. We have seen things like the Turbo Chem Tank kind of be standard, just being able to run at the opponent quite quickly and seeing what you are able to dish out. So I really want to keep track of Loyen on this Poppy and see what he is able to get done, especially because it just keeps the story of Loyen true, of just like, hey, he is going to continuously picking these quirky picks that no one else is really taking advantage of.
It feels like, you know, for Loyen, that's his dynamic at the moment. He plays around the fact that you can't really ban him out. So much to go through. And Lyric, I did want to come back to, as Yuyan Jug goes for a dredge line, that's not a great way to start the split. As he gets bashed out a little bit, but should be fine. Let's come back quickly. Am I just out of the meta, or is Lethal Tempo Jarvan more normal than I lead on?
No, I mean, it's not something that I've particularly seen at all recently, kind of looking through match history. Heck, even pulling it up now, it's not something you really see pro players taking advantage of. I guess it would theoretically give you a bit more power in terms of, like, really skirmishing, getting some of that attack speed off and getting some autos in, but I'm kind of curious to see what Weiwei does go in terms of build, because, again, not something I've seen anyone going.
Yeah, so it's something that, again, you know, let's call it innovation here from Weiwei, as both junglers on the opposite sides of the map. We'll keep track of them as they path across. Note that Doggo and Crisp, even though they got that good trade, it was RA and iBoy. I'm not sure what happened here. Something broke. I apologize. My computer has actually just fucked up, but it still feels like I'm here. It's okay. I'm all right. Let's look at the top lane. Cube getting bullied out, and apologies, ladies and gentlemen. The program decided to tell me that we were using a different speaker.
Well, now I'll be your speaker, and I'll tell you what's happening. We have a ward. We have a ward from Cube down in top side, so if Weiwei looks for anything cheeky, he will be spotted out. And, okay, Loyen looking for a gank is stepping on a ward, though, so BLG shouldn't fall for this.
I can hear again, Lyric. We're okay. It turns out the B thing is a bit sensitive. Back. Apologies for that. What did I miss? What
are we gone?
I was gone. I couldn't hear anything. Couldn't hear absolutely anything.
Well, we saw Loyen try to look for a gank bot, but he couldn't because BLG actually used wards.
Oh.
Pretty cool.
Okay, well, that sounds pretty cool. Of course, a pretty stable early game. And am I going to ask you the same question this time around as Weiwei's up towards the top side? Is it going to be, you know, based around ultis again, especially for mid lane and around packages too?
I mean, you know, anytime you see Corki on the Rift, right, it's always going to be on package timing, especially for the side of RA where it is more about just playing for neutrals. For BLG, though, you can start the aggression very early on. We've already seen Weiwei hovering up towards the top side, which is where I think it would be nice to have some, you know, early pressure come from. The other place would be bot. I don't expect to see too much mid, considering you are playing against a Corki, so he is one of the people who does have some mobility in this kit and can be able to get away from the ganks that Jarvan puts out, but maybe Weiwei putting some attention towards the bottom lane, blowing some early summoners from iBoy, keeping up their pressure in the bot lane can lead to things like their bot lane being able to rotate first for Rift Herald or being able to pick up a dragon.
But speaking of ganks, I just love that Lilian comes in with Predator early because he picked up the boots, and then Yu Yanji's like, I'll have a try, guys. I'll have a try. See what I can get through the mid lane, and nothing comes of it. Fofo still plays it safe, doesn't walk near that brush again. Yu Yanja crosses back towards mid. Only level 3, Crisp and Doggo 4. They've made their back timings there as well, and a double longsword and a dagger. In the highlighter matchup we talked about, Lyric, it feels fitting when you've got an Aphelios versus a Jinx. It's like, okay, we're going to get to 30 minutes and then be talking a lot about these players, most likely as game 1 draws to a close.
Ooh, Weiwei though, looking for this gank, but Yu Yanja just smacks him with the anchor. He is able to get away. I love that Weiwei's still waiting around though, seeing if they'll be able to catch him out, making his way back to bot lane.
Guess not. But hey, Dragon's up, so both junglers down here. I want to see if this develops.
Asterix, it's an early dragon. Neither team cares. They're going to keep posturing on this bottom side, though. RA, looks like Yu Yanja might go for an aggressive play on Doggo. If Doggo had stayed up, Yu Yanja technically could have looked for some kind of flash play onto him.
Needs the dredge line out of there, especially if Chris gets his setup here. No boots available, so currently slower than Yu Yanja, who continues to make moves through the river. And for RA, feeling pretty active here. There's a lot of attention towards mid, and you did talk about how we could see that onto Fofo as Weiwei actually jumps on in. Dark Passage taken. There's the Death Sentence, but it might be for Weiwei, who flashes away. Loyen over the wall and right on the blast cone, the ignite down. He survives with the shockwave, brings only one back in. Level 6 already for Fofo. Teaches iBoy a bit of a lesson. The focus of RA now in a bit of trouble, but Fofo flashing forward. Does he have enough damage with the command attack? A couple of auto wind-ups. iBoy survives, heals up, and that was the full commit, so the BLG could have a dragon in the near future.
This is personal for Fofo going up against his ex-AD carry.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of passion behind that flash, looking for that kill. Not have enough damage, but BLG, nice job on the rotation, playing decently aggressive. The rotation did lead to Fofo falling one wave behind Strive in terms of farm. So Strive, nice 350 gold lead right now. Going to be able to pick up a solid control ward on his side. And with the fact that it is 7 minutes in the game, we're going to be looking towards that top side. Getting some of that crucial vision down for the side of BLG can go a long way for their team and looking to, you know, find the fights around these neutral objectives, especially when champions like Orianna still are at a point where they're not able to do too much.
Yeah, no damage coming through from just a tier. Sapphire Crystal, Amplifying Tome now picked up too. Fofo had a good try of it, and I was going to say, well, felt like it might have been worth if Doggo got a bit more, but CS still even in that bottom lane. They reset, they come back, and Dragon wasn't taken either, so I'm going to be keeping track of both the flashes and the ultis that have been burnt in the exchange, especially with 15 seconds until the Herald Lyric. Package you already talked about as a big setup. Herald has been such a big priority in the LPL. And RA's bottom lane moving first, but taking Dragon on the way. iBoy wants to troll Yu Yanja and maybe himself, but it eventually will be started.
Yeah, RA just saying, hey, we're going to go towards the bottom half of the map and play for this objective, especially with the fact that Cube going for that reset timing in top side. So RA going to be playing on the strength of their bot lane and go for this dragon stacking game. Next, we will get a Hextech Drake. So sadly, no new souls coming out on the Rift. Kind of taking stock of items for a second, right? Plated steel caps coming out for Cube, so can be able to survive those trades a little bit better. We already see Breathe making his way towards the components of an Eclipse on the opposite side. And I'd say everyone else on the map, right, still decently far away from any completed items.
Yeah, I mean, I see, you know, there's top lane items you mentioned as well. The Serrated Dirk and Vampire Acceptor for Breathe means he's probably one of the closest. Noob Quiver in the bottom lane too. Pickaxe is what he's going up against. And talking about Doggo versus iBoy. When we have a highlighter matchup of 80 carries, you know, we're going to be looking out for them in team fights. We're going to be looking out for them towards this Herald. But I think one thing important to notice, in front of this Herald fight Lyric, Strive won't have package. It was used to pick up right after the Dragon, excuse me. But Dragon was taken absolutely free. And now the package going to be down in the next 4 minutes.
Yeah, so at least no Herald setup going to be coming up from RA, but heck, BLG haven't wanted to bring their bot lane topside and look for that with themselves either. Instead, opting in to double down on this advantage that Doggo and Chris have already found. Wayway.
Cataclysm hits two people. Yu Yanjia doesn't have the ulti, and Iboy up the creek without a paddle. First blood over the Aphelios, and Doggo gets another. We howled for him when we talked about him. Over Uzi. Who's Uzi?
Yeah, Wayway already preparing to set up for playing around bot lane, all split long. Doesn't matter if it's Uzi, doesn't matter if it's Doggo. You have such commanding laners. I mean, heck, we're already almost at 4 plates down for this turret in the bottom lane. I mean, we're at a 1,200 gold lead of Doggo over Iboy just straight up. So pretty much all of BLG's gold is on Doggo right now coming out with the Gale Force, so a lot more kill pressure in that one. We're see here how it starts off. Wayway going into straight Cataclysm. Even nice that it takes effect after the Dredge line brings Yu Yanjia into where the Cataclysm would hit 2 people.
Oh!
On the opposite side, though, Breathe.
Beautiful hook to come back to. Crispy. Wayway with a flash, a flag, and drag seals the deal here with a lethal tempo Jarvan, but Wayway can't catch the space. Cube lucky to get out, but Chris showcases a bit of class coming back from that replay, Lyric.
I even like that Wayway doesn't commit the flash there, right? Because you're committing a flash for potentially a kill on the enemy top laner, but it doesn't translate into any objective. It doesn't really turn into any tangible map pressure either. Cube will have to back regardless, so his presence won't be on the map. So keeping that flash up for something more high impact, like a team fight later on, being able to secure some kind of E2 knockup with that flash onto Iboy or Strive, feels like it could be way more critical than fighting that pick on a Cube.
I'd like to, track again those summoners coming through, the flash down for Cube, the next fight that we're going to see, because note that the Herald was picked up, also picked up by Rare Adam here in the early game. It's on Loyan. What do you see, Lyric?
We have Chem Tank Jarvan coming out. Lethal tempo Chem Tank Jarvan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's going to clear very fast.
Have not seen, again, we haven't seen this pulled out just yet in the LPL. Has just been the typical Gore Drinker setup coming out so far in every game.
I feel like, coming into this game, Wayway's already given us a spicy one in game number 1, even being on the Jarvan. You speak of spice, Loyan on the way. That's Predator procced, and for Breathe with the Herald down, he has to back away. Loyan zoning him out, a heroic charge. Good piece of damage. Holds on to the Keeper's Verdict for now as Wayway does the same at the bottom side, and we're about to rinse and repeat this one. Where's the dog? He's behind enemy lines, or at least behind the turret for now. Wayway's just soloing this out. Lethal tempo Jarvan burning down Iboy, the dunk! Not enough Iboy flashes, but Wayway gets it in the end with the flag. Fofo came through. He flashed for that Wayway, you monster.
Wayway was saving it for an opportune time. It actually wasn't useful, but it could have been had Fofo not showed up, secured the kill, and I mean, heck, for the side of RA, right? You're trading turrets on opposite sides, but you pick up a kill on top of it. You're setting Iboy even further behind to where Breathe, showing respect, backing off that top side turret. Sure, RA are still going to be able to get something, but you're minimizing the casualties that you would have otherwise.
Dude, I just love that the Jarvan. Wayway came in for that. The hook goes through, a close call from Crisp, who has been hitting the majority of his hooks this game. We've got to give him props. Feels like he is a very big part of BLG in this game 1. And Lyric, it's replay time because the bottom lane wasn't even involved. This is just all Wayway.
No, so it seems like the wave was still being cleared out on top of Iboy dropping the chompers to make sure that the others could easily follow through. Really nice flash from Iboy, honestly. Like, that was clean. Fofo, though, shows up, presses Q, he is instantly on.
Okay, there's a ward there, guys. I'm sorry to get so excited. But hey, Dragon's now live, second Dragon and Lyric. This series already feels a lot more tempo-based, right? We're 3 kills in at 13 minutes. It might not be a lot to some people, but we're seeing some really good plays around the map, really good setup. And speaking of good setup, Strive has his package again. This would be the second Dragon for RA if they can manage to start it off.
We're also just seeing like new items, new champions, right? Again, seeing the setup from Jarvan coming out, seeing Loyan bringing out the Poppy like Karsa did the other day. Like you said, package up for Strive. All members of BLG making their way down. I think Breathe gonna be,
Okay, well, must have been running out. And Strive just backed away, and unfortunate timing here. Dom, we know you're out there. I don't know how tilted you are out of a 10. That's probably a 6. but BLG will take Dragon because of it, so one apiece.
Now, RA just going to be going for the reset right now and, you know, turning back to the side of BLG and not focusing. Ooh, okay, Rocket comes out. You know, BLG's game's kind of looking solid so far, right? Sure, gold is even, but it definitely feels to me like BLG are the ones in control of the game. Their presence much more threatening to RAs, especially with Doggo. The 1,600 gold lead. On the opposite side, though, Cube is sitting about 1,000 gold over his counterpart, Luyen a little bit over Weiwei, which is why gold is pretty close on both sides. But if Doggo can stay massive right, you do have this win condition to play through for the side of BLG. And heck, even Breathe still sitting on his item spikes, right? Finishing up the Eclipse, not really too far behind Cube.
I feel like as well, you know, those first items getting completed, Fofo might have a bit of trouble here. Luyen on the way. Predator's already been used, and that's Turbo Chem Tank on top of the Poppy now as well. Shockwave brings it back in. Weiwei goes for the dunk down. It's a smite battle, but now for Chris. Thinking he was going to get Strive there on the return. The flag and drag back in. Weiwei's not done. And he's not really dying either at half HP with Ignite. I might be wrong, but the flash play from Chris. Gorgeous. Over the wall, Luyen joins the fight once again, but Doggo's here to bark at him. And for BLG, it's as easy as that. Yu Yan-Ja, welcome back to the Rift. That's a 3-kill of Felios. He runs for his life. And with no Gale Force necessary, or maybe managed, Doggo goes to the sniper, blocked by a minion. Lyric, another kill. And BLG right now seem to be trading.
I mean, that was just super weird, in my opinion, like everything we just saw. I'm curious if we're going to get a replay, though. Got to be honest with you, Asterix. I'm about at 144 frames per second right now, but
Do you mean P instead of frames? Because you're at 104, 144 frame. Man, that's a lot better than what I'm getting.
You know, I did see what happened in that fight, though. Them committing everything to the Poppy as Fofo is kind of trying to circle around. Oh, cool. We are going to get a replay of it. So we see RA trying to position for a pick themselves. Luyen does come in. Shockwave goes off into the Cataclysm. Everything going straight onto the Poppy, though. And now Fofo having the background because he doesn't want to just walk straight through the Corki. And I think lucky for them, Doggo is making his way around. Lucky for them that the other members of RA aren't here, because maybe this could have actually been a winnable fight for RA with how many resources they did end up putting into that Poppy. But in the end, you just get another kill onto your Fed 80 carry.
I mean, dude, gold is actually in favor of RA. Because Cube got that bottom lane turret on the Graves. So while all this is going on, Cube's staying in the side lane, picking up resources. He's level 12, and he might be matching Breathe, but he's 10 CS in the lead. He's almost 2 items strong. I feel like for RA, you know, we're getting some of those elements again as iBoy, not the target. Chris jukes us all. Charge into the back line. Striver's now joined the fray with a full load of ammo, but the dunk down again. iBoy the target. The 0-2 Jinx can't get enough of Weiwei this game. And with Herald getting dropped down as well, RA on the defensive through this mid lane.
And this is why you pick the Jarvan, right? Weiwei utilizing the pick to a T, forcing out these summoners on key members. They are going to be able to take this turret for sure, and even forcing iBoy off on the base. RA's only saving grace is what you highlighted before. Look at Cube up in top lane, pushing side lanes once again. BLG being slow to react, having to send Breathe to catch those out, is they're actually trying to catch out Cube himself.
But Cube is pretty strong. TP's going to come through here, matching out the TP. Cube wants to get out of there just in time. There's no flag and drag for Weiwei. And you'll take that little Chad moment if you're Cube.
RA, though, still going to try and answer in mid lane. This is what we talked about with RA, why they have impressed us a bit more than their scoreline would otherwise suggest, right? Is they're in position to try to answer, in position to try to force in waves elsewhere on the map and make life hard for BLG.
All right, Lyric, you enjoying the game? You're feeling it a lot more this time because there's 1 dragon apiece, even with 4 kills. I feel like this just has a better feel, you know?
Can you see the game?
I can see. Oh, can't you see the game again? Sorry, guys. I don't know how it is in the States, but, you know. Well, look, to be fair, your internet's better than mine. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm constantly 144p. You kind of just got to guess. And when you see the shape of items, like, that's when you know you play too much League of Legends. When you get the shape of the items, at less than 144.
I think the best part is the stuttering, and you're like, oh, hey, look, they're clearing out waves. Then, like, suddenly everything on your screen is a fight. Is Chris lands a death sentence.
Okay, well, I can see this one. The flash in from Luyan. Great response. Cube gets out. The flag and drag from Wayway to bring it back to Super Mega Deathrock in the back line. Cataclysm buys time, but Wayway's out of there immediately. Doggo gets the trade, but Strive with the package on the back line. Lines down Fofo, who dodges away. His counterpart is going to get through it as well. Doggo with a double kill. I'm ready to howl again.
2 for 2 across the board for both sides. We do see Dragging up, and BLG still trying to find it. Breathe. That was extremely close to being able to take down iBoy.
But Gromp is
I think
huge.
he's going to be able to get away, though.
Breathe going to look for another blast, but iBoy's already away. Dude, Gromp gives back so much health, so much matter. iBoy still would have gotten out, but I tell you what, Lyric. BLG 6 for 2 kills. RA is still in the gold lead. RA still literally have the gold lead.
I mean, Cube has just been, you know, off getting free gold while Breathe has not been picking up anything. We're going to see here, though, Death Sentence does connect. Luyan and Cube, though, able to turn on. Cube just has so much damage right now. They do keep going, though. Wayway zoning off members one side does allow them to pick up Yuyanja. And then Strive, getting a little bit ahead of yourself, buddy. Flag and Drag comes out. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but at the end of the day, 5-0 Doggo.
Starting to really ramp up the fighting. Chris is set in the dark passage for Doggo to get away from Yuyanja. RA on the right wing. Cube now isolated here with 3 members. Doggo only goes forward. What a good boy. Lyric, BLG have 5 people versus 3. Look, the Jinx is mid. iBoy not joining, but Chris dies. Didn't make a death rocket. Hits a full health member, so Breathe doesn't care. Onto Yuyanja right in front of the Baron. BLG are using poke, but still losing. Strive is abusing the corky here, Lyric. And a 2-item mid laner doing a lot of work with RA trading up with numbers down.
And RA, I think, are you know, with where Jinx and Corky are at, the fact that Gold's even, the fact that you do have more of a front line coming out for you, I think this is a bit reminiscent of last game in terms of how we can expect to see this go the later goes, favoring RA, especially with Q being such a strong force comparatively to the Jace on the opposite side, to where he's also been able to maintain pressure in side lanes for Rare Adam. And so we're going to get a replay of what happens here. Wayway going in for it. Heck, all members of BLG closing in, Yuyanja and Cube being by their lonesome. Cube doing a nice job of fighting it out, but Doggo able to utilize that Gale Force and get another one.
So Lyric, it continues on, and I think Strive a big part of the reason why BLG got shredded down, and with iBoy getting the trade, they still remain ahead. It's about a 1k gold lead, even less, as BLG trying to get this top lane tier 1. And finally, all the tier 1s in the game. Folks, I just need that Poppy to move. Yeah, all the tier 1s are going to be down, so the map opens up quite a lot at the 22-minute mark. Lyric, come back to comps again, because I see a very big Doggo, 6-0. I also see iBoy, who might be 0-2, but is at 2 items himself on the Jinx. More importantly, Strive is 2-1 in this mid lane, so I feel like we are getting into a very strong mid-game Strife, where Strife's not the right word. I just have Strive on my screen. A strong mid-game where team fighting now is going to be very enhanced.
Yes, and I still favor RA if things go about it in, you know, if both teams back, they end up A-ramming it and walking into each other, right? I think that those are the fights that RA would prefer. You can see, though, BLG haven't really let that happen. They've continuously been pulling the trigger quite fast. There's numerous times where they've had Breathe just completely abdicate and give up side lanes, make his way towards mid first, and try to find those fights with numbers advantage and fights with takeoffs coming out from Chris. That's sentence. So you can see BLG knows that they don't want to just run into RA's comp head first, get pummeled by those rockets. They are trying to find different means to fight. But with how accelerated Doggo is, even if they do just try and slam their hands on their keyboard and try and win a fight, it is possible. I mean, heck, IE now done for the Aphelios.
Especially if they can set up the picks here. Forget the fight onto Luyan, the flag and drag, the hook connects. That ward behind the rocky face was clutch. Now no jungler for RA. Gold lead or not, it's a 5 versus 4 without smite.
And BLG just going to look for it. They have the gun combination to go for it. Crisp on the
wing.
opposite side.
Oh my
is
god.
fishing.
Strive's poke damage huge onto Weiwei. He's gonna dodge, smites down. BLG survived now, and Yuyanja interrupted. Death sentence, no connecting. But onto iBoy again. Weiwei's gonna be the target. You can see that RA are low, poking back. They've lost the Baron. They almost secure yet another kill, and Cube doesn't commit. Lyric, RA this time are gonna be down in gold as Cube TP's back just in case.
RA just committed Cube to the side lanes the whole time. I mean, to be fair, right, BLG were the ones who found a pick off that one. Like we said, it's been about them finding these creative ways to find picks rather than just brute forcing into Rare Adam's composition.
Yeah.
Doggo picking up another one as well. And this is where BLG's comp can try to start to thrive with the siege that they are able to put down with Jace and Aphelios. RA, though, do have a decent amount of wave clear on the opposite side. Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, so it looks like RA want to try and take their advantage back.
A Mountain Soul for Poppy 2 and the Nautilus. A value added here if RA can take it away. And Strive has packaged Lyric. They're already in River. BLG moving in themselves with Fofo right now behind the pit.
Makes me wonder if BLG do just opt into running mid. They will. They're going to go there right now. You have Baron. You are strongest in lane when you have minions to buff up. That's the advantage Baron gives you. Does nothing for you in those river skirmishes. So RA are going to be able to get Dragon. BLG, just try and cement your gold lead even further. It's only going to be 2 dragons and 2. You're going to have time to fight for more. If you could start getting item advantages over the side of RA, that will go your way. They're going to play out their 2 lanes with Breathe pushing up in that top side. But Breathe might need to go answer Cube in the opposite side. Cube is getting so much work done.
Need to, I think as well, even in the mid lane, Lyric, RA have themselves a Corky package, which has unfortunately expired once again. I've seen it a couple of times in this game not have much value, but it's all about timing here, guys. Expires, this time not used again. Breathe is doing his own lane management, though, with Fofo now looking at Cube, who backs away just in the nick of time. So with this Baron Blade, we've got about 2,500 gold that's been achieved. 2,000 gold is what BLG's leading. We don't really have a definitive movement in this game yet. So I feel like we're going to be waiting for next Baron, next Dragon that will lead to Soul Point, Lyric. We've already talked about key elements that decide this game, but the fact in game 1 that we don't have a stomp, we don't have a one-sided affair, that both AD carries will still have value, especially one over the other, is exciting when we are moving into the late game stage.
And especially with the fact that we have seen these teams both be willing to be a bit more proactive. RA are definitely playing on the back foot, but they've cross-mapped quite well. Is like we're seeing now, Weiwei is continuously looking for these opportunities to get kills and get picks for the side of BLG. And heck, look at iBoy right now. iBoy's on the opposite side of the map, so BLG should feel comfortable at least taking this turret. They are going to send Fofo, it looks like, to go answer, who does have TP. So he will be just fine. Actually would be able to get to a fight even faster than iBoy would if Billy want to keep the siege up.
But for BLG, Baron has expired, so will they is the biggest question. Infernum for quick wave clear. Dog are going to take that and Dark Passage alongside with it. We now start counting down towards the Baron, towards the Dragon. Similar timers to be noted if we want to flip one side for the other. As Chris with the hook on to Strive. That was a tippy toe too short. And Strive does get hit with the Shock Blast. Looks like BLG have some poke of their own. So Lyric, I guess we're going to wait for those timers, and I'm probably going to have some cheese.
I just want to see how much damage Cube does right now if he gets his full combo off on Fofo. Dog. Actually, anyone. Gets his full combo off on anyone, right? Sitting on 3 items, having that ton of lifesteal coming to the Bloodthirster, also being on the Infinity Edge. Heck, we saw what happened the last time Cube was the one who got caught out. He just turned it around, threw out the Q, threw out the ultimate, instantly was able to find a kill on return. So we've seen the 2 members to keep an eye out on the side of Veretta are definitely Cube and Strive, in my opinion. Strive definitely has been strong as well with the AP Corky build that has stayed in fruition in this meta. On the opposite side, though, Weiwei doesn't stop being an aggressor.
It's a flash Cataclysm, but iBoy once again with a good response. Not too sure what happened there. I believe, it was Gale Force. Gale Force in the nick of time, and iBoy gets out.
iBoy has been on point with his mechanics in terms of timing this game. The flash earlier, even if he did still die, and this time around the Gale Force. BLG, though, keeping up the aggression, completely choking out RA from their topside jungle. Not going to let them get
Okay, BD's actually going to be the one who's caught out in the end. That was Predator used. Trying to find a creative angle. Doggo with the white flag. That is very cheeky, Doggo. And really sitting into the role of BLG well. Now that we're at the start of week number 3, he's going to get the red buff too, but collateral damage takes it. Wasn't worth it because Chris gets the hook, flushes out with the box. Loyan now no longer has those chasing tools. As Cube gets out for the flash. Chat, you can tell me if it's worth it or not, because honestly, a red buff for your flash and the ulti with a minute to go before these objectives come up.
I like how BLG is approached, trying to find these fights, getting this vision down first. I feel like this is such a stark disparity from the first series we saw today.
Yeah.
From what we were looking for, but RA still holding strong. We did also get a taste of Cube's damage, like we were talking about earlier. Was just outright chunking Weiwei for like 20% of his HP, just throwing out a Q and an auto. So you're gonna have to be careful. Baron still not up, but looks like it will come back soon.
What do you go for?
BLG makes you wonder. They have control top side, so I don't expect BLG just to outright pivot. Looks like they're going to go for resets first, get some vision down, probably push out mid wave, and then maybe make your way down into Dragon. If RA keep control of that, that's when you could threaten a pivot because you do have the Aphelios.
Especially with Cube in the bottom side. I just like that for RA, well, they're not changing the pace of this game. Leaving Cube in the side lane. For BLG, they're very retracted in the mid lane right now. Fofo attracts himself to top side. And already for Cube, the level 17 Graves with 330 CS. Not a do-and-be rise hack, but definitely close. The Strive moves to this objective. It's going to be on a ward that BLG have placed. They move in River Lyric. And Weiwei the first there, so RA back away while Cube is done with his wave.
I want to highlight the fact that iBoy does have flash up this time around. So if Weiwei finds the play, iBoy will be fine as TPs are coming out. Cube just walking and making his way up though.
Strive used his package over at the Dragon. So that's not available. He's at half HP as he joins in. Perfect guns for Doggo, but he's about to run out of Crescendo. Baron's starting to go down. The fight begins. Into the back line. It's Weiwei with the jump in onto Loyan. He takes a bit of damage. He swipes down early. In fact, that was Loyan who looked like he healed up. Or maybe both. Doggo forward though. Doggo's ulti forward. Oh my god, Doggo! Oh, RA are gone. And BLG, that's a spicy way to start or end off game 1.
We were joking about if Doggo would make the same play we saw in the last series and make it work, and he does. He gale forces forward, finds the Moonlight Vigil, takes a bunch of members of RA down. That turns into the Baron for the side of BLG. And man, BLG have continuously found ways to find kills, to find picks, to move this gold lead forward. We're gonna go straight into the replay. Crisp hook goes wide, Yuyan just does hit. But we're just gonna keep following Doggo here. We see them pushing out the enemy, right instantly gale forcing and hits Moonlight Vigil onto 3 members and instantly blowing up 2.
Oh my god, Lyric. Full build. And this is the confidence you want to see, guys. We talked about it in the opening segment. You know, there's all these questions about how's Uzi going? When is he joining the team? No one really considers how's Doggo doing and how is he integrating here as the poke comes through. BLG's 80 carry set in prime position here in this game, and RA now threatened by this full build Aphelios with 320 CS, 9 kills, a massive bounty, and an inhibitor now breaking down. BLG with the first big gold lead in this game, number 1, and control given over. BLG's 80 carry took it by force.
Now they have an easy turn up towards the top half of the map. Doggo gonna go start hitting that wave, pushing into the base of BLG. Other members just hovering around, potentially looking for picks if members of RA step too far forward, put a bit of damage down. But it's gonna be about escorting this wave into the turret and continuing to lay siege to the base where Adam do have a minute, 18 seconds left on this Baron.
Lyric. A big Baron, it feels like. It's Loyan's ulti comes through. Cannon minion sitting there. The minions come back after getting pretty annoyed. The wave clear from iBoy doing quite a lot. BLG anxious to go in as Yuyan just hook is a tad short. The Baron has a minute left on it. A 2K play that has really cemented BLG here in this game. Lyric, TP is going to come through. I think we're going to do this again. Try and get the most out of the Baron for BLG.
see Strive is able to put out a massive amount of damage with those rockets. Luckily, everyone on BLG sidestepping the big one. Now Ari needs to be careful. If Chris can find a hook, this could lead to an end.
Cataclysm comes through as well. The shockwave brings Yu Yanjia back in, deleted by the top laner in a matter of moments. It's breathed in, and Doggo once again, look at this! The range comes through. He may die in the end, but it is only one member left standing, and Cube on this Graves matters not. BLG bring their 80 carry out of GA. He's 11-0-3, and they find the dog they were looking for.
BLG, I think, were one of the most, I'd say, scary teams of the offseason in two different ways. Obviously, in terms of their mechanical skill, the power they have on their roster, but also in the fact of, is this going to work out? Is this project actually going to pan out? Are they going to be able to bring it together? We saw in their first series with question marks. It was rough. It wasn't super clean. But last series against OMG, coming into this game one, once BLG, find their foothold, man, do they know how to keep that momentum going. Crisp on this Thresh was clean. Doggo did exactly what Abel did last game, but he made it work. Like, man, BLG were just firing on all cylinders. Wei as well. Wei was pulling so many summoners on this Jarvan.
I love that, you know, from the moment we got into that game, we saw great adaptations. We saw things like the Poppy going up against the Jarvan, and the team that BLG went up against, RA, held themselves on a gold lead when they were losing kills through trade-off plays. The early to mid game was so close. It was neck and neck. It came down to one play, Lyric. It came down to, yes, you know, hooks coming through from Chris. Great pick potential using Wei as well, who's so proactive, diving Boy over and over again, even getting a 1v2 kill against him. But the biggest thing for me is that Gale force forward. That's what we've seen out of people like Gala. That's what we've seen out of people like Uzi in the past, right? The ability to go forward. Jack, you love. Even though Hung's like the support. Abel. You know, Abel as well. Lyric, you know, he could have had that highlight here today. But unfortunately, it didn't go as well. But the momentum and the
22,000.
Big damage. Woo. Exciting, dude. The fact is, you know, Doggo in the first couple of weeks felt like he was really ramping up. And I'm willing to say, after this game, it is a beautiful start to week number 3.
I was gonna say, it's only been a couple of weeks. BLG have only played twice, so haven't had too much time to start with their ramp up. They will continue here today, and RA I think is a great test in terms of again, if you can close out 2 games cleanly like you just did. That's a great sign when RA are a team who, like you said, kept even in gold. We're cross-mapping. We're matching you, trading across the rift. Showed moments of, you know, Strive having good moments or things along those lines. But BLG, they were just solid. You know, you kept highlighting the package usage, but BLG just kept opting not to fight, right? BLG just didn't go to the dragon. They're like, oh, okay, you have package now, it's dragon time. We're not going to go. We're going to go into the opposite side of the jungle. We're going to push out waves. We're going to get turrets and do these things. So then when it would come to fights, you know, a package, it's like, okay, BLG made that conscious choice, and it was really good to see out from them.
Yeah, nice smart map play. It's something that I feel like we don't value enough, but here in the LPL, getting a game 1 like that, that's valuable in itself. We get a big dog, we get a big BLG. Confident win to finish it off. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a break. When we return, RA versus BLG. I hope it's as good as that for game number 2.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taken as much as I can.
我觉得 RA 的话，他们取胜的关键点可能就是，我觉得是打野选手，因为乐言的话是一个打得比较偏进攻性的，然后他也玩得很凶，所以的话，如果让他的节奏受到干扰的话，我们取胜的可能性应该会比较大一些。我们这个赛季给自己的目标的话，可能就是进世界赛吧。
Concept there. Lo Yan definitely someone who, feels like is the topic of conversation. Interrupting the aggressive play style, slow him down, and make sure he's not as tempo-based as RA wanted to be. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Lyric here for game number 2. But first, quick recap. Game 1, BLG showed some pretty good colors, Lyric. A very, interesting game. And who else but the Mad Dog himself with MVP? And we're not talking about the Mad Dog. We're talking about Game 1's Mad Dog. And that was Doggo with a pretty big Aphelios game.
I mean, he popped off so hard, you howled. You popped off, sir, because this guy popped off. His Gale Force into that fight was absolutely massive. You can see right there, not even dying in that game. 93% kill participation with 40% damage is absolutely nuts. It is so great to see this guy in the LPL and show, like, hey, he was a big fish in a small pond in PCS, but great to see that he wasn't just a big fish in a small pond. He was like a whale in that pond, and then he comes over to the ocean that is LPL, and guess what? He is still a massive whale. He still fits in, still is able to just completely own people on the Rift, and we can't praise this guy enough. It's going to open up questions later on that I don't really want to open the can of worms now. We can at least highlight it, right? If he keeps playing like this, can you really sub this guy out, But, again, that's a question for a later date. Point of that question is, he is performing. The other members on this team definitely set him up. Specifically, I want to highlight Crisp and Weiwei. Crisp was hitting death sentences all over the place. Weiwei as well, some really fun ganks. He was the one consistently diving that bot lane early on to set up the advantages that Doggo was able to find. So BLG looking locked and loaded in that game one.
They really are. I'm glad you already started talking about Weiwei and Crisp. Yeah, the supporting stuff, not even the supporting stuff. Weiwei with the 1v2 kill in the bottom lane. Crisp with some insanely intelligent hooks and some great predictions as well. Crisp, you know, we're seeing the resurgence of this guy who, I think on FPX with their year last year, Lyric, lost a lot of respect, lost a lot of credibility from the fans, but always deserved it with how well he was as a roaming support, as a support that kept that team stable alongside Doumbé. So now on BLG's environment, there's a lot to work with here too. And we saw in that game that it all kind of came together. Like with Weiwei's strength, I feel like BLG, again, showing that they are a super team for a reason, with or without Uzi in the game.
I want to go back to your Chris point, because it's really cool to see just the FPX bot lane, former FPX bot lane overall, right? They break up, and it looks like both of them are doing much better for it, right? LWX with Hung looks phenomenal. Crisp looking so solid with Doggo. And right, a change of pace, a change of environment could always be what you need to push yourself out of your comfort zone, to, you know, be challenged by other people's ideas of how to play the game or how to play your laning phase or whatever it is, and actually help you. Even if you aren't like necessarily learning anything new, or maybe you and your teammates agree, you now have to work, I'd say, harder than you did in your old team environment, because it is new. You have to adjust to new teammates and get things on point again. So great to see Crisp popping off. Not that Crisp, I think, had a bad year last year by any means. I still think Crisp was one of the best supports in the league easily.
Agreed.
But coming in and having a great start of the split so far.
I mean, it's a part of this BLG roster that I think is so crucial, with Chris performing this well, Doggo being able to ease in the environment that much better. Weiwei has already talked about. I think Fofo had a pretty good game number one here. It was a bit more quiet when we had that big AD carry. Even up in the top lane, right? Breathe on the Jace was picking apart people, was doing so much burst damage. He was a clean sailor too. And Lyric coming into the second game, I mean, BLG on the same side once again. I wouldn't be surprised if we get an Aphelios ban. I'm not sure. How traumatized are you if you're Rare Adam?
That is not a question for me. I have no idea. It seems like they don't think Aphelios is the problem. The Thresh was the first pick for BLG in game one, so they are going to have to change focus. Actually not the Zinzao, that's the LeBlanc thing that is left open that has changed over from game one. So Fofo will have his, what I'd consider his best champion and most iconic champion, especially going back to the LMS, available. And BLG surprisingly just going to go straight for the Jarvan.
Yep.
For Rare Adam, I wonder what this opens up, right? Because I don't know if you'd want to go back to, you'd want to go to the Aphelios yourself now with that Thresh being out of the picture. This seems like an incredibly Rare Adam
only Luyen, right? Like Nidalee and Rek'Sai, I believe it was first banned the Rek'Sai before as well, Lyric. So, or at least as part of it. So Luyen locks it in. Everyone's like, man, all this priority on Lee Sin, Jarvan, like, you know, the Zinzao obviously banned. Why would he pick Rek'Sai?
I can't wait to see Luyen, Xiaopeng, and Chieftain going at it, right? Because, heck, Chieftain was the OG Rek'Sai player in the LPL. Maybe not the OG, but the OG in recent years. I don't go far enough back in LPL to know the OG Rek'Sai player, but man, this pick and ban phase is going by extremely quickly, as now Rare Adam having Gwen up in the top side, so gonna have that mixed damage coming in for jungle the top side, 4 potential ganks to come out on the opposite side though. Doggo having that pop off in game one just says, I'm gonna go right back at it. I don't feel too threatened by what you've picked up so far, and going with the Nautilus as well. So Chris gonna be able to stay on point with those skill shots, and now we're gonna see solo lane bans coming out in 4 or 5. RA, it's like wipe the sweat off their forehead, say, thank God we can still ban away Fofo's LeBlanc.
That's right. You know, start targeting this mid laner once again. You already talked about his reputation that preceded him coming into the LPL, and his performance in the LPL has been stellar to say the least. Mid laner that doesn't get talked about enough, and we want to see that here on BLG. Lyric, before we go into the next pick and ban, just want to note as well, seeing Jinx versus the Aphelios once again. Both are great picks at the moment, so I want to see if BLG look to set up Doggo and Crisp once again, because that's what Weiwei was doing that whole game. And as they take away some of the stronger solo laners, it does feel like you rinse and repeat what was so successful in that first game.
Now for the second ban coming out from the side of BLG in terms of supports. We do still have, you know, certain picks like Rom left open. I guess we do have Enchanters still on the board, which for Yuyanja, right? We don't really know. We haven't seen a whole lot of Yuyanja. Heck, this is Yuyanja's first series on Rare Atom. And instead of just matching support with BLG already showing, RA saying, hey, Victor is the highest priority mid laner left open. You will not have a good answer to this pick. I'm just going to take it out right now. The ball is back into Fofo's court of where he wants to go with it. Rise is something he has gone to time and time again. You do have things like the Zoe, but I don't especially love Zoe into what RA have picked up with things like Gwen on the opposing side. So maybe going for this Rise and then a top lane pick to answer into the Gwen. Ooh.
Okay. So this can still flex Lyric, but, you know, I'm assuming with Fofo's credibility, it's going straight to him. Actually, they're both players, so we'll see.
I was going to say, I would actually expect this more to go up towards that top side.
Okay.
Be able to lane up against the Gwen pretty decently. I mean, Akali against most top lane matchups, you get to solidly farm, melee champions, have that impact later on in team fights that you're looking for, and they do decide to stick with the Orianna once again. They do keep having champions that can very easily set up for a massive shockwave to come out, and also just giving more support over to Doggo, being able to have that command protect for him to be able to make those Gale Force plays like he did in game 1. Rom was already something we hit on that I'd expect to see out of the tank pool unless RA do have something more interesting. Ooh, Alistar actually would work as well, right? Champions that can keep BLG at bay. So Braum, Alistar, I think Braum is a bit nicer to go with what they have. You're going to have Akali, Jarvan, Nautilus all jumping in at you. So going to see what Yuyanja can do to make sure that none of them can be able to take iBoy and Strive out of the fight. And Lu Yen going to be a bit of the early game bridge to see if he can find opportunities to help them get an advantage going into that mid and late game where they do have these two massive hyper carries.
I was going to ask you the fact that for RA here, I see engage from Rek'Sai, and I see, you know, a lot of defensive capabilities from Yuyanja. I guess what? It doesn't matter because you have people like Breathe, Weiwei, you know, you talked about like Fofo with Shockwave, people that want to come into you. You just wait and let BLG make the first move.
For RA, yeah, that they want to be hiding out in team fights. They want BLG coming to them. They want to be on objectives first to set up for those plays to be able to come out. Lu Yen later on going to be useful for his Tremor Sense. You will be able to try and turn maybe flash knock up someone on the opposing side. For the side of BLG, I think it is a lot more fun. Their composition has more, I'd say, kind of dynamics to it with the Akali pick coming out to where it's not just this like, okay, look for front to back team fight with the Aphelios. No, Breathe coming in on flanks, creating a lot of space in side lanes and buying time with the Shroud as well, putting so much pressure on these immobile carries in the back line. This is what Akali thrives at doing. And then while Akali's serving it as that distraction, you're allowing Doggo to deal with the front line and put out big damage. So yeah, for BLG, we're going to get to see what they can do with this Akali pickup in topside.
Because if we look at Breathe, I mean, he's that carry style player again. I want to see if it's Turbo Chem Tank or if we get the normal Akali we've been seeing in the LPL. It is Conqueror up in that top side as we return you to Summoner's Rift. And for Doggo, wouldn't be the start. The Winter's Bite hits. He might have to flash here. iBoy on the chase. 2, 3. Heals on up. Won't get stunned. But a heal is burnt as he checks around the corner and is punished hard for it.
So at least getting one summoner spell out from that is going to be pretty nice for the bottom lane laning phase of iBoy and Yuyanja, especially with how much they were punished in game 1 in terms of the 2v2. We can say 3v2 with how much way we did hover around that bottom lane, but I like that you bring up the Akali point. We have not seen any of the Chem Tank Akali here in the LPL just yet. The runes don't really give anything away as to what he will go for. And we're just going to have to wait and see. And I think the most interesting part of this early game is I pause because
opposite side.
Breeze's going to spot him out. Both top laners.
Yeah. On the exact opposite side, we're just dancing around the alcove. Cube hasn't spotted him out, but Breathe knows he's towards his left side brush. So Breathe, right now, here's a knower. And for Cube, he doesn't know. And as the wave starts
who gives up first?
I think Cube. Cube will... Well, he's already spotted out, so Breeze just knows. The Cube's still hovering around. And I guess Breeze's going to miss a bit of CS for it. And so is Cube, just to dance around. As, wow, that's early. Lyric, that's a level 2 gank. I mean, Weiwei's just walking at Strive, and he's just forced out of his mid lane.
We hit on earlier in the day in our first series, right? This is one of the strengths that Jarvan brings, being able to look for these types of plays. You did force another corrupting potion charge coming out from Strive, and nothing's really going to change, right? Strive circles back to lane, is still going to be the one having pressure in this matchup. And hit on what I wanted to talk about earlier, right, is what jungler's going to do. Because I think that is the most exciting thing about this early game. Have Jarvan and Rek'Sai, two champions that want to be looking to enable their lanes, want to be looking for these early ganks to come out, especially with them pathing towards opposite sides. Though, for Weiwei, he is doing red into his single target camp, so he will end up back on the bottom side of the map. So maybe some attention being paid towards both bot lanes, especially when, for Lian, right, you have the Akali up in top lane, so quite hard to be able to take down. So I would be surprised if Lian just puts more attention towards this bottom half of the map.
All right, now it's going to be taking away the Raptors. Weiwei clearing off the Wolves. He'll be late to this show, especially with a couple of spins. Lian should be able to clear this. Weiwei moving in now, but there you go. Way too late. Lian clears the whole camp and gets away with it in Lyric. I've noticed through the jungle with that little clear, Lian is up, but even topside. QB started on the wave first with those shenanigans. He's up almost 10 CS. In the bottom lane, iBoy the same with the heal being burnt by Doggo, and mid is even, so RA actually have 600 gold at extra at 3.5 minutes.
The early game play to bot to get Doggo's flash making a massive difference, and even the fact that, right, Weiwei pathing away from his bot lane at the start, making sure so Doggo and Crisp having to play a bit more safe. Cube would win out in early laning phase against the Akali. I think in extended skirmishes, Cube just having more raw DPS than Bree does at this point in time. Bree, though, still, as long as you're staying relatively close, right? I feel like that's all BLG's comp needs to do. We're going to see if either lane can just outright smash the laners of BLG, but that does sound a bit unlikely when you consider the players that BLG does have on their roster. Is we're going to get a replay in the lower right corner.
Happening. Okay, we faced off to the dredge line. Wait, Yanja. Okay, all right. Well, that was Lyric. That was a replay.
Hey, they were zoned off the wave.
Also true.
They were staring each other down. They were wiggling back and forth. But guess what? Pings are coming down.
True.
Weiwei's making his way over. Does have flash available?
The big CS lead. Weiwei wants to trade that, and you know, strange to me because we've been seeing them zoned off before. Yanja tries to stand behind iBoy, but now with the flag and drag the flash away. Ignite, Doggo flashing again. Chris looking for it. One more auto. But Yanja will survive. Quite a lot burnt there, including the heal from iBoy, but one summoner now stands in that BLG bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, BLG using 3 flashes for that play, not able to get anything out from it. It looks so good at first with the fact that Weiwei flashing over the choppers, but still not able to finish it off. I think that's going to lose a lot of momentum, a lot of steam in terms of looking for repeat plays, right? You're not going to have those aggressive summoners to be able to look for anything, especially on iBoy, who didn't have to blow his own flash. And if Weiwei does make his way down, iBoy will easily be able to circumvent that gank. Right. So, RA able to keep the advantage that they've been able to amass so far in terms of CS differentials. And even now, going to be able to get some pressure on the map. And Lian and Yanja want to punish Fofo.
Fofo doesn't have much mana here. 3 people with an instant flush paying the respect to Lian. He doesn't have the Void Rush yet, guys, but with this mid wave, he's trying to absorb some experience from Strive and Yanja, who are already sharing, and get towards that ulti as soon as possible. Lyric, I like the respect paid because it's Serrated Dirk already on Lian, who still has a big CS lead in the jungle that just keeps growing.
I mean, yeah, CS advantage growing, but more importantly, look at the left-hand side of the screen. No member of BLG has flashes. None.
Yeah.
None of them have it. So this could be a field day for Lian for the next few minutes, but for punishing some of these laners on the side of RA. We've already hit on, I think, Fofo and Doggo playing around that bot side is the prime target when you have these immobile carries trying to punish these. And it looks like with the lane priorities that RA has, will again wanting to go for something on the bottom half of the map, invading the enemy bot side jungle, and trying to go for some heavy trades to chunk them low to potentially set up a dive, but looks like it won't follow through with Strive going back, and Loyen just wanting to steal away this red buff.
Fofo as well, just checking that one out. Red goes, Loyen takes it. Dragon's there too, guys. And as the Chemtech Dragon starts off our game, note that RA still with that 500 gold lead. CS advantage is what we've been talking about all in this early game, but one that has changed, Lyric, is that top side. Breathe is caught up, now hitting level 6, and pretty neck and neck up in that lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened, right? Because you can see Cube's pathing back to lane now, but Cube used his TP not too long ago. So Cube must have gotten forced out of lane in some way after TPing directly to top, which is allowed for Breathe to even out the CS advantage that Cube was able to find before. So nice for him to get back in, especially when we highlighted Breede's role. Definitely comes online more in the mid game in terms of putting pressure on the back line, just getting in the middle of team fights, throwing down your Shroud. It makes it so iBoy and Strive can't walk forward, and they're consistently questioning what they do, potentially splitting up the team of RA and allowing for Doggo and Fofo to have their own safety and positioning in these team fights.
Well, speaking of, I want you to look at a little bit ahead for me. Herald has just spawned. Dragon was already given over to RA. With this early gold lead with the Rek'Sai, is Herald a sure thing? What do you do here if you're BLG? Is it the point to match?
For RA, I think so, right? We can already see their bot lane heading towards the top side right now. Well, again, surprisingly, though, going for a reset. So I want to see how much gold to sit on. So sitting on a Caulfield's Warhammer, going to be able to come back with a ward as well. And RA, instead of just committing up towards that top side, going to just head straight back down towards bottom. They're now going to have to answer waves. And Yuyanj and iBoy are separated, cut off by Weiwei.
Yeah, he's coming back to his faithful position. Doggo with ulti now, though. Note that Chris does not have the depth charge, but Weiwei with Cataclysm. Yuyanj just spotted on a ward, and so many tunnels lay here with Liam ready to path in. The Rek'Sai, who almost to the first item first in this game, is now nearby. So RA's bottom lane won't be split off, won't be caught out. At 9 minutes, guys, I know you want to see blood after that exciting game number 1, but be patient. We've got ultimates coming up now. We've got these first items that are well and truly on the way with a Herald. Even in this 2v2, brewing here too. Especially with Weiwei, who loves dog. He loves his dog. Can he get in?
No, I think iBoy and Yuyanj playing too safely to be punished by Weiwei right now. They've also kept pretty good vision around the bottom side of the map so far. I mean, heck, right? You adjust, you adapt from game 1. You see what BLG's focus is. They're like, okay, they're hard camping this bottom side. They either think that's where our weakness is, or they just want to enable their potential star AD carry. And now RA going to answer in kind by going for this Herald. Looks like BLG don't want to give it up for free, though. Both bot laners moving up. BLG having a bit of tempo on RA.
But for now, Loyen targets it. Weiwei's a level behind. Smite for all the same. Q comes in behind. This actually might be a fight. I told you we'd get blood, but it depends. Loyen in the back of the pit, but it's taken by Weiwei. BLG picked this one up, even being late to the show. But now they're scattered. RA with a 5-man group in River. But look at this. They bring everyone up. They get nothing. Only a push wave in the mid lane, Lyric. Bot is even. And that's a big win for BLG for not much.
Still, now RA, I mean, they're getting not only plates, but you're also losing some gold on the side of BLG. I still think it's nice that our BLG were able to get the Herald pretty much for free, but losing out just a little bit. Gold does stay in favor of RA because of that. We gotta assume.
Hang on.
Good Herald play should be able to equalize that.
Ultimate in the top side. Everyone with a perfect execution at the ready. Breeze goes in on top of Cube. The ignites there. The 5-point strike. And it's first blood. Solo a bolo. Loyen comes in for the trade. But I'll tell you one thing. That gives me hope in Breeze Akali once again as Chris is around the wing. Herald play through the mid lane, Lyric. It looks like the game is just switched on.
Yeah, and I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that at some point. But right now, BLG pivoting down towards the bottom lane. iBoy needs to be careful. They do have the Rift Herald available as well, so BLG can look to utilize that one here. But RA's bot lane making their way back.
Okay,
I think we shouldn't be able to turn anything for the side of BLG.
I don't know about you, Lyric, but if I was Yu Yan and I-Boy, I'd be pretty sick of Wei so far in this series, who will not just leave them alone.
No, yeah, I mean, Wei just living and dying by his bottom lane. Looks like might even just wait around to see if Lu Yen is also waiting in the wings to perform a gank and a walk in aggressively look for some vision. And I like this, right? Go mid, help your mid laner get prio, pivot to bot lane with your support, make it safe for your AD carry to push up, and then both of you pivot back to mid. So you're kind of constantly pulling RA's support and jungle across the map, and you will always be first since you were the first one to start off this chain of events. And with that, they're able to get some plate gold. They're able to get this mid lane turret low, and if we get a second Herald, they'll be able to take advantage of that. But let's see the sick replay. Breathe, finding the outplay, starts off with the Shroud, quite low on energy, makes Cube think he can start off both phone platings already proc, and ooh, one missed ult for Cube feels pretty massive. E comes out straight to the ult. I mean, that wasn't even close. Yeah. Even with the one missed ulti, maybe it could have meant enough healing reduction, but I think another factor would be the fact that he didn't get a fully charged Q at all onto the Akali, right? He forward started off with his snip, wasn't stacked, was through Shroud anyway. He got lucky that he even clipped Breathe to begin with.
Well, the trade kill at the end. At least Lu Yen gets one and he gets his first kill of the game. He's got himself a, I was going to say Pride Stalker. I am definitely a couple of betters behind here. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I meant the Prowler's Claw. So we do have Rek'Sai who can gap close to the LG's misery as Breathe continues to dominate this lane. And not something we started off this game saying, but definitely something we're going to continue saying at this rate. And Lyric, I'm sorry, we do not have a chem tank Akali. It is a normal build up in this top lane, but all the same, a lot of AP damage we're still going to have to worry about.
Especially for iBoy and Strive, right? I mean, heck, no one gonna index too heavily into MR on the opposite side very early on, but Breed's getting punished.
Yeah, he is. Level 11 goes in for the perfect execution underneath turret, jumps back in, gets one! What? Again! Again, he got it! Lyric, how?
Cube is getting absolutely styled on. It's sad to say for the side of RA. Breed still gets punished, so once again, RA do pick up a kill, you know, from the trade, but the fact that that was a gank is like, man, Breathe being able to pull one back is absolutely massive. And, you know, looking at the rest of the map right now, the other members of RA not able to get anything going forward. Looks like bot lane's going to be transitioning to mid right now. No neutral objectives up on the map. Is Fofo going to look for this?
Sure, he has a flash available, but iBoy has his too, so look like he'll pull the trigger. And Lyric, you know, we're about to get a replay though. I know what LPL is harbinging right now. They're about to bring us to the reality that Cube got the same thing done to him again as iBoy gets depth charge, the flash immediately to shockwave back. iBoy did not flash or heal himself, but now with the TP play, the Chaos Storm, this bruised up. A flash over the wall, but Yu Yanja's there, dodging away from the Widow's Bite. Fofo with fancy feed. The ultimate from Yu Yanja gives Strive an open opportunity, and the Victor picks up one in return. So Strive on the board here against the former RA mid laner.
RA are doing a nice job of making sure they're at least always getting something for what they're losing, right? This was another thing we highlighted about RA in Game 1, was that they were never giving over anything for free, just about. They were always finding kills, they were always finding vision or camp somewhere else on the map, and that does stay true. But look, guys, there's screens on the top lane. Breathe might do something crazy.
Well, Lyric, every time Lu Yen's there, that's when it'll happen, okay? Because Lu Yen's got to get the trade kill, or he's got to help out. Every time if it's a 1v1, looks pretty scary. Breathe is the level 11 Akali, who's now 20 CS up. And you can see that Cube is pretty scared of this lane at the moment. Lyric, I feel like at this point, you're going to have to give me this mid-game lowdown. Give me the 101 with Herald coming up in 25 seconds with the Dragon in a minute 50. I want to know what it looks like for both these teams and how you play towards either the Akali or even towards Rek'Sai Victor moving in the next 10 minutes.
Well, like you said, the next thing we're going to be looking at is the Herald, right? So BLG should have the fast track inside of top river control from the fact that Breathe has been able to keep pressure. RA trying to get around that, trying to cheat that, send jungle and support up there first to be able to make their way into river. I think the key things to be looking out for if we're going to get a fight here, because Spofo doesn't have TP, so BLG might just opt into playing towards the bottom half of the map, which is actually what they're going to end up doing. So Yeah, talking about fight setups actually doesn't matter at all, Hysterics.
Okay, well,
we got no fight.
But what do you like? Let's go a little deeper then. You know, just tell me how you play towards a comp in general. As Loyan picks up the Herald, opening up and breaking the map for the Gwen feels like a play that RA can really abuse.
Surprisingly, no. Because with how far behind Cube has fallen, breaking open the map and having these longer lanes, if Gwen would lane into Akali, which I doubt is going to happen, they're probably going to avoid each other, would just benefit Breathe through finding the solo kills. Speaking of kills,
in a 1v2, he didn't want to get caught out here. Waited for Weiwei. Breathe is just dead immediately. That's Loyan's burst as the Jarvan with the Cataclysm. But Yuyan just helping out the depth charge in the back line. Strive flashes away. He's built space, and Weiwei actually surviving. And here's Doggo once again. Don't make me do it, guys. He's going to get stunned up by the gravity field. Doggo joins the fight, and RA pay the respect. But Loyan is suddenly becoming a beast here in this game after punishing Breathe again.
And Breathe just feeling himself too much. The confidence is too high. He's got the mood lighting. He's got the BGs playing in the background. Thinking he can 1v2 anyone can. But as we saw, the burst is too much coming out from Lian.
Big Prowler's Claw. I got the item name right this time. And Lyric after that pick. Lian moves down to Dragon. This is Soul Point at 18 minutes in the game. It's going to be a Mountain Soul. And RA have just been on top of these objectives so early on. It feels like this game have a lot more control, have a lot more to play with. As we look at Breathe getting caught out in the brush by a lens.
Yeah, gets caught up by the lens, Q gets shot out. I mean, he is just deleted instantly. Both ultimates were committed from RA. We see Cataclysm coming out there hoping to be able to catch Strive out, but sadly, no damage dealers here just yet. Bofo and Doggo both only just arriving, and by this point, especially with the gravity field being dropped by Strive, the members of RA are able to get out scot-free.
I don't know who Scott is, but yeah, it definitely feels free. It's a 2-3 Akali up on the top side.
Wait.
Even with the CS
Whenever I say the word free, you know what I think? You know who says the word free best in the world? Kobe. You know the inflatable arm man video he did? And they is free.
Yeah, I remember. And I feel like, you know, after you came back from doing MSI, doing your world semi-final, you know, now you're back with the NA brethren.
I'm washed.
Well, I was going to say that, but sure, you're washed. I feel like there's been a big conversation over the past couple of days about what washed truly means. Yeah, you're washed. That's okay, though. So I'm washed, too. I'm getting old, and, you know, I always wanted to be a pro player, but now I'm 26, which means I'm too old. So what it means is, you know, I have to give that up and either teach casting or continue casting myself. Maybe I can't be as good as Doggo at this point. No, I can still try and get platinum one day, Lyric.
Look,
that's the truth.
It just goes, those who can't do coach, and those who can't coach cast. So here we are, but I don't care about that. Weiwei being spotted by Lian. But
Void Rush.
Absolutely nothing can happen to it. But let's go back to a point you're making earlier, right? About these elongated side lanes. Because we can already see in the bottom one, right? Cube is the one who has to pay respect, sitting under his turret, waiting for Breathe to push it out, which gives Breathe more windows on the map to be able to roam. So right now, gonna go for that reset. And he could path towards mid right now, considering that Cube isn't just going to be able to answer that wave immediately. And then if something breaks out towards mid, you're already close to that lane as the top laner. Don't have to waste your TP. If not, you start pathing down towards the bottom lane once again and just catch your wave. So that's kind of the cycle we're looking at for Breathe right now. And then once we get into team fights, like we were hitting on earlier, his role is going to be pivotal. Whether it's coming off on a flank from pushing out that side lane first, being able to wrap around from the jungle, or even just coming in off a side and throwing down your Shroud. That is how you find the impact on the fight you need. And then, of course, if he hits an E or an ultimate on iBoy or Strive and can find a pick, that is huge. But just the amount of time and space he can create will be massive.
But what about within River? Because in 2 minutes' time, RA are going to pull BLG to this Soul. And it's going to be a big deal to watch how Breed interacts as Chris gets away in the very nick of time. So yeah, I got a lot of questions about what happens around this next objective that's coming up soon.
I definitely think if RA are the team to just send like 4 or 5 members mid. Like, if they match the same amount of members mid that BLG send, I think RA should be the team that is able to get cryo through mid, so they should be able to walk into River as a unit. BLG probably would have to contest either through ramps or through the bottom lane like a hit-on with Breathe having that push. But either way, BLG should have an avenue into River to where they can fight out. RA will have an opportunity to try to poke them out and force them off, with iBoy and Stride being there first. And then you will have BLG coming into you, which is what you want. Which is why I say I think a lot of the fight depends on what Breathe is able to do. Because everything else should be pretty stock and standard. RA trying to kite out the other 4 members of BLG. Zakali just has so much mobility and so much kill pressure, she can really split the fight, pull RA's members in different ways, and put it in BLG's favor.
See, with the second item, the Shadow Flame just picked up as well. Breathe going to be the focus, guys. You heard it from Lyric. In 45 seconds, the Dragon spawns. BLG in River first, though. As wards get dropped down by RA, they've done their due diligence. They've got Strive around the wing. And they've even got the Scuttle Crab as well. So for BLG, there's no way they can really be in a position in River that is not completely watered out. Now, as I say that, BLG clear vision, so I'm wrong. And Breathe, that flanking angle, Lyric, you wanted to talk about where he enters from. Bottom side River.
We're going to be keeping an eye on him, especially we see iBoy right now.
Spotted.
iBoy might be vulnerable. Breathe going to have a great angle to be able to get on this AD carry.
Well, he's going to be standing over, but they do spot him out. iBoy Cube running straight towards him. Luoyan and Yuyanjia on the wing. This is Soul for Rare Adam. Also want to point out that Shockwave, a big tool as well. But Luoyan, you have to get rid of. The shield that stands over him, the spell shield that'll ruin everything. That's what Fofo's trying to do right now as Dragon starts off. For RA, they're zoning Breathe. iBoy and Yuyanjia doing this solo, but every time that happens, BLG going back to the Dragon, now trying to 50-50 it down, but Luoyan nearby at 1k, going back in, but it's secured by Doggo on the back end. Breathe already in, trying to find iBoy. Cataclysm layers them down as well. Doggo's ulti is blocked by a golden Yuyanjia. Soul denied, fight ends there. Cube takes us back to sewing class, but we didn't pay the tuition fees, so we'll wait till the next Soul fight.
Man, that was so tense coming in for both teams. I like that RA realized, okay, we need to dedicate members to zoning off Breathe. I mean, if we know it, they know it. He is the big member who can just cause so much chaos on RA's side. If you get a coordinated engage coming out from Weiwei and Breathe onto that back line, then RA are just done for. But still, RA did a great job of not over-committing in any one direction. They were kiting out the fight, and thank God, because I started talking about this fight too early because it was super cool. We get the replay instantly. I mean, BLG start the Dragon first. We do see a nice shockwave hitting from Fofo, but RA keep formation. You just need to keep your Braum in front, try and play off that range advantage that you do have, and ultimately, they're able to dish out more damage than they received, especially coming from things like the Chaos Storm and the Needlework from Cube. So, I think you saw both teams realizing how, like, overall, how they should be playing out these fights, other than, like, a few small nitpicky things, but ultimately denying the Soul is a huge win for the side of BLG. But I mean, man, this game is still even, 40k to 40k.
Yeah, I mean, 1,000 is all that separates in BLG's favor, but talked about denying the Soul. They're going to do that again in 3 minutes 30. They have to do that again against Rare Adam, and we're hitting 2, almost 3 item points for some of these core carries as well. So I feel like, you know, at that point, it's going to be a lot more explosive. We are going to see members getting shredded down. People like Breed that we've been keeping our eye on too, that should be in Akali with close to 3 items. That makes life a little bit more scary for iBoy, who's going Infinity Edge third, rather than something that can keep him safe. So I guess the Gale Force is a tool that we'll also have to keep track of.
Both AD carries, just itemizing for maximum amounts of damage. Dongo also going for the Collector over LDR this game. I mean, there are a lot of squishy members on the side of RA if you account for Luoyan going the Assassin build, but still there's a Mountain Soul on the Rift, which I think makes it somewhat questionable, but hey, you know, did start, obviously has the full item now, so I don't know if he started building that before it came on the Rift, but yeah, that argument's been hashed out 100,000 times, so I'm not going to hash out that argument, as we see RA will be able to get a turret.
Thought Luoyan was going to do the old-fashioned, the gank setup that we've seen constantly throughout this game. hovering around Cube in this second game. So this time around, Breathe will stay safe, but it is turret for turret. Outers finally go down. The only one standing, actually BLG's mid lane turret. So as that stays there, you can notice that RA are actually 2,000 gold down. But again, we wait, ladies and gentlemen. It may only be 7 kills in 26 minutes, but this game, more tense than going to McDonald's and realizing that Big Mac's on sale, but the Quarter Pounder is as well. You don't know which one to get. You're standing there, and you're thinking, man, what do I actually feel like? And while you're standing there, you make up your mind, and, you know, once you do, you want to twist and turn. Has absolutely nothing to do with this game and makes no sense, but I just thought you should know, I'm starving. And it's Lyric, what time is it? It's 12:45. I want some answers
It's
for this game.
6:45 a.m.
Well, you should get some McDonald's breakfast. We're not sponsored, though. The point is, we want someone to make up their mind. We want to see these big, decisive fights so we can get our answer. And that's what I'm getting at here, ladies and gentlemen. I took my time, but BLG...
Well, you got it. You did it. You willed it into existence. BLG, they know that the backs came out from RA. They still are looking for a turn, but look, Crisp is on a ward. RA know exactly what they're doing. Even the control ward over the wall now.
It's gone. Doggo gets it, just like the other objective. Doggo not only picked up the Dragon to deny Soul, he picks up the Baron. Who needs Smite, Lyric?
That was one of the most, like, anticlimactic situations there was, right? You're like, okay, RA's coming. Both teams are here. The Smite steal, the fight. And it's like, okay, well, Doggo just secures it, and then everyone just walks away.
Well, Lyric, it's
I guess to go with your analogy, it's like when you're picking between the Quarter Pounder and the Big Mac, and you just decide, I just want some ice cream, and then you get it. And you leave.
Okay. You shouldn't quote my analogy. You'll come down to the hole where I am anyway. Chris ready for the dredge line in this game. Well, we still haven't seen a kill for quite a while, but it's Soul time once again. Cube caught out. The Flag and Dragon in the backline while Breed is dealing with him. This Gwen perfectly executed. Doesn't get a chance to heal it up. Dragon not started, but Weiwei is low. And this jungler, I don't know if he smites early here, Lyric. He doesn't have it available, but RA are losing their mid laner. Well,
now Breathe TP is looking to come in. Super Mega Death Rocket completely whiffs.
Look at
and
Fofo. On the wing, Yu Yanjia puts up the door, but the Shockwave, no! Ooh. Only gets Luyen's Knight's Vow. And as he backs away, I know that's called Edge of Night, not Knight's Vow, ladies and gentlemen, but Soul denied again, despite a couple of whiffs. BLG hang on, they even, with the Baron buff, pick up the mid lane tier 2, so gold continues to rise in their favor in this series.
This is the most impressive thing about BLG in both this game and last game so far, right? Game, even a solid 80% of the time. Then they make one really decisive decision, and bam, they find the lead, and the game just completely snowballs in their favor. The gold was, what, 1K in favor of RA like 2 minutes ago? Now BLG have a 5K gold advantage. We're going to see here, though, this is what it's about. Cube kind of making a mistake, dashes forward, and we are hitting on Breathe and Weiwei, coordinating their engagement, being able to find someone. In this case, it was Cube, because Cube just decided to go off by himself and, you know, venture into the wilderness. But if BLG can replicate that on almost any target other than Yu Yanjia, then they will just instantly be deleted. You have that man advantage necessary to be able to continue the fight. And then, again, it sets up for Doggo and Fofo as well. But Chris,
might have to put the door down once again. The ultimate there, the Glacial Fisher, not going to be laid down until now, but he's out. Doggo sends the ulti down the path. Weiwei the next target, but he has a GA as Chris flashes forward. Wants this to end. The Shockwave catching the jungler. Chris going golden, but Doggo ready with the shurikens once again. And look at this with Cube on the backline. Doggo runs into his circle. He goes golden, and Cube now at half HP, but Strive's there. Doggo flashes away, still alive. This man is wild again. We howl for the new 80 carry for BLG, Lyric, as they look to end it all here.
Yeah, they're going to go for the push, and I think they have it. Only 3 members on the side of RA Live. No ultimates either.
I want to watch iBoy here because the Strive rolls in as well. One Nexus turret already going down. The Shockwave not up and available. 15 seconds is Weiwei. Cataclysm's in. Breeze sent off. BLG don't have the health bars nor the jungler anymore. I'm watching for Fofo, though, because in 5 seconds he should have that Shockwave available if they want to turn and burn, but it's over for here. But definitely for RA, not over in this series yet.
Nice push coming out from BLG. I even think Weiwei dying at the end is worth. Because you think about it, right? He was going to die no matter what if he Cataclysmed. He Cataclysms, he gets iBoy's flash. So you think about it, he'll be up again in 23 seconds. There's no objectives on the map. RA aren't able to take a Baron, no Dragon, no turrets, literally nothing. And you just were able to take away the flash from Jinx. So for BLG now, you can start trying to play around some of these side waves and using the pressure from super minions in mid, as we see the replay here. Crisp finding the hook onto Yuyanja. Looks like maybe he'll be able to get away because Braum is a pretty good anti-int champion. Very hard to die on. And Crisp, man, he just doesn't miss. Flash into the next hook. Sets up once again, and this is where Doggo starts to take over, puts the damage out, 1v1ing Cube, gets the stopwatch, and has the red and white guns for the let's fight. And yeah, this game 5 minutes ago was like a 1k gold lead for RA.
Now, 6,000 gold. 2 Mountain Dragons, which have been 2 soul denials from Rare Adam. The Baron as well that Doggo secured. A 3-item Aphelios. 3.5 here for Fofos Oriana. And 3.5 can be said the same for Breathe. Now, for Rare Adam to keep themselves alive in this series, to pull back that 6,000 gold lead. Again, we've been talking a lot about people, you know, like Cube, like Loyan. I think important to note here, 3.5 item Victor for Stride. Importantly, iBoy's starting to catch up. And while Doggo has just picked up a GA, I see a stopwatch in iBoy's inventory. It's still a Jinx. And Jinx is hitting late game now at the 33-minute mark.
So it'll be rough at this point, but in terms of formations and how the comps play out, realistically, if RA could kite out the initial engage from BLG, I mean, then they could just do what we saw earlier in River when they lost Dragon, of them just kiting out the members of BLG and BLG having to be the ones that disengage. The problem then is that RA don't have any re-engage, right? You're pretty much reliant on Lil Yen then being able to go in and flash knock up someone, but Lil Yen is also very squishy himself and can get bursted out immediately at this point in the game.
They're walking in. Again, Edge of Night has been taken with the spell shield. Excuse me, with the flag, but you know what I mean, guys? Yuyanja getting a little bit low. Crisp on the angle for a hook. That dredge line has been deadly. And his depth charge to pick someone else out as well. Yuyanja on the wing, only level 11 here. And he's actually been caught by Breathe. It's not a solo kill, but I'll take it. RA lose their support, and Lyric, Baron again, this one goes even freer.
RA are reacting appropriately, though. They were trying to clear out mid-wave, so they don't have any tools to push with, and they're going to instantly take the Dragon. So RA are going to have Soul.
But they're going to go back to the base. Lyric, the ping's going through mid, and okay, maybe not as hypey as I thought. Soul given over. BLG get the Baron for it, and you know, when you're this far behind, that kind of feels okay.
Yeah, you're in a game where you should be losing everything, and you just got a Soul, right? I mean, realistically, BLG could have been the ones to just push them off of mid, walk to Dragon Pit, you take Dragon Pit, it's like, sure, you don't gain Baron, but you also didn't lose Soul, and you could have put yourself in a position where you could have taken Baron, whatever it is, 30 seconds, a minute later.
Yeah.
So I definitely think relative to what could have happened and probably should have happened, RA are happy with that trade.
Breathe with the shuriken flip over the wall. The Mountain Soul going to block a lot of the damage we're talking about here. Weiwei jumping in again. The depth charge in the back line. BLG want to end here. Cataclysm for Weiwei as he goes into GA. Kind of secures it, but Breathe into the back line. The Akali doing work, and Doggo from the other end. It's beautiful from BLG. They sacrifice jungle support. But everyone's still there. And no shuriken flip follow-up here, Lyric, but with the Baron buff and the Nexus turret standing, BLG want to make it a clean 2-0. It's been about Doggo here today. It's been about BLG remaining undefeated as they 2-0 the Rare Adam.
And BLG are still showing us that bringing all of these star players from other teams can work together on paper. Doggo coming over, Fofo, like Breathe, it just works so well. Doggo popping off in one game, Breathe taking over in the other. Crisp had a phenomenal series, man. He was not missing any skill shots. And, you know, I feel like sometimes we're too positive. Maybe last series we were too positive. This time, though, I do feel like RA showed a lot of good things. That was so close. RA were answering on opposite sides of the map. RA did show that they could make, you know, quick decisions in game, whether they were right or not. Take advantage of enemy mistakes. Oh, hey, they're going to go do Baron? Okay, well, you know, we would have lost if they came and contested us for Soul, and they probably still would have gotten Baron. We'll just take Soul for free. Things like this was cool to see. Whether Yu Yanja is the play over Zora, I'm not sure. I think BLG might be a hard team to judge that against. But, you know, so we're going to keep track of the RA support situation going forward. But I think both these teams making strides. The problem for RA is right now, no matter how much we say, hey, like, I test this team passes is pretty decent, it doesn't matter unless you actually start picking up some wins, right? It doesn't matter if you look pretty decent if you're sitting outside the playoff barrier and you don't get to play anymore. So for RA, we're gonna have to see where they do go from here. For BLG, I mean, sky's the limit. Heck, BLG playing like 2 days from now or something. So
yeah, they do.
BLG gonna have some nice momentum to bounce forward from this one.
I mean, BLG, RNG, that's going to be the last game before we go to the Chinese New Year break. So the very last game, very last series, I should say, on Thursday. BLG now 3-0. They've dropped individual games, but this is the first time with a 2-0. But more importantly, still without the series drop, they jump up to where V5 is. Lyric, just quickly, I do want to give more context to RA before we continue talking about BLG. It is important to note that if you guys look at RA's schedule, they started with Top Esports, where they 2-0. Against LNG, it was a 1-2, where they made LNG look a bit rickety. RA really good at punishing mistakes there too. Against V5, took it to a 3-game series. They've versed top-tier teams, or teams that should have top-tier calibers. Close enough. And, you know, that's what we feel about BLG as well. So I think RA's had one of the hardest starting schedules. And the fact that they can be competitive, the fact that we have seen some great things out of this team within this series here today is, you know, worth mentioning and worth giving that, yeah, again, benefit of the doubt as they go further into the LPL after their Chinese New Year break.
If you're an RA fan, look forward to after Chinese New Year break to actually see how well this team slots against some easier competition. When they come back, they play IG, they play Anyone's Legend, they play LGD, they play TT. Those are their next 4 matches. So RA, that's where they're going to show us, you know, again, are they a middle-of-pack team? Are they competing down towards the bottom? A lot to be answered. I do expect good things from RA against, I'd say, all of those teams from what we've seen so far. And, yeah, I think positives. Cube, a bit rough. Again, Yu Yanja, I'm still not sold on. Zora, I think, looked much better in LPL so far than he did in his Demacia Cup showing, so I think there was promise there. But we'll see if those weaknesses can get shored up. And then on the opposite side for BLG, I think their mid-game decision-making is still a little bit slow. It seems like they have the setups there, but they need some kind of, like, anchor into the game to really find something. Like that game where they're like, hey, we see the enemy team resetting. Let's go for this Baron. Let's see if we can rush it down really fast. Bam, they're able to do it, and then they take over, right? So they need some kind of catalyst to some sort of advantage before we really see their macro, like, take over and them start exploding open the map.
Because it feels like the most volatile part in that team, you know, for a good reason, is someone like Breathe, right? Breathe has the capacity to take over the map, where we look in the 2v2, we look how, you know, it wasn't like Doggo and Crisp that game were taking over within the individual 2v2, but it was more about Weiwei trying to get the setup there, breach the lane and move it into a very advantageous position. And Fofo just continues laning, Lyric. Fofo just, you know, he'll move down or he'll roam down, but he'll stay in the lane for the most part. It does feel like Breathe is the most proactive one, and we can see sometimes as well, it's either to a benefit or it's to a detriment as we, you know, Loyan punished him.
Yeah, it could definitely go either way for their side. But, you know, Hysterics, the thing I'm wondering is, for BLG... Whoa. Who's... my guess is Breathe. No? What do I know? Could be Doggo, but, I mean, there were so many highlight clips for Breathe. Feels like he must be the MVP that game. But even just projecting forward, moving on a little bit of, like, wondering how this team's going to stack up against an RNG team that kind of matches you in terms of star power. Having Xiaohu up in the mid lane, who might be the best performing mid laner in the first 2 weeks, having Bin, who, albeit has been pretty rusty, has, I think, looked better in the most recent 2 series that RNG played. And then, heck, we know RNG's bot lane is reliable. And, you know, I'd say one way has been better than 2 ways for the past year.
Has been. I know in the promo, we were looking at Wei versus Weiwei, but I've been told we have an interview ready. I believe it's Fofo who's standing by with Wendy for the BLG win.
Hello everyone, interview, and now we have invited Fofo from BLG to join us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory. And my very first question is about your champion choice, because in today's best of 3, you pick Oriana, this champion again, and also pick her twice in a row. So tell us more about what's your thoughts towards traditional mage champions represented by Oriana in the current meta. 那首先恭喜 Fofo 2-0拿下了比赛的胜利。第一个问题也想问一下 Fofo 的一个中路英雄选择，在今天的比赛中，你也是再次拿出发条，而且是连拿2局。所以说你怎么看待在当前版本以发条为代表的这些传统法师的一个表现呢？
我觉得法师的表现就是能够配合团队去选出适合的嘛，像维克托发条就是比较辅助类型的，然后对面如果没有位移的话，就压力会特别大嘛，所以就一直拿出来这样。
So I really feel in the current meta, the champions, mage champions can really be picked so well. Depends on the different situations. I think for the champions, including Victor and also Oriana, if the opponent's team they don't have some dash skills, or the champions didn't have a very high mobility skills, I feel like those champions can be a very good choice to restrain their performance in the actual games, in the actual team fights. So that's a reason for me to just keep choosing this kind of champions in the actual games. Yeah, and Oriana really performed so good in today's best of 3. And my next question goes into game 1, because in game 1 we feel like BLG were able to get some leads in the mid game, but you just gave 2 drakes in the mid game to the opponent's team to let the opponent's team just one step away from that dragon soul. So I'm very curious about the team's communication after that, and how did you guys to handle with the falling situation? 那其实说到第一局比赛，我们感觉好像前中期 BLG 是有拿到一些优势的，但是你们是在中期是连续放给了对面2条小龙，让对面处于一个听牌龙的一个阶段。所以说能问一下，可能你们当时在后续的一个沟通是怎么样的，同时怎么处理当时的情况？
就当时就感觉我们打团就没有特别好赢嘛，然后那个时候就去多吃点线，然后多推点塔，这种就换经济。反正我觉得我们在最后一条小龙肯定是能赢得团战的，所以就这样子决定。
So I really feel like in the mate game, it's very hard for us to win the team fights based on our compositions. So because of that, we would like to just push the lanes to try to get more towers, to try to get some leads in the mate game. And we feel like although the opponent's team, they got 3 drakes, but for the last drake, we will win the team fight. We will win that team fight. So we have enough confidence about that team fight. So that's a reason for us to maybe just give some drakes to the opponent's team in the mate game. Yeah, it's a very smart decision, definitely. And in terms of game 2, you guys were able to find a perfect timing to rush at Baron, and I feel like this is a very crucial turning point for the whole game. So tell us more about the details about that point. 那其实说到第2局的话，感觉你们 rush 大楼那一波是一个非常非常重要而且很聪明的一个决策，所以说能问一下当时是怎么样的一个情况，能让你们做出一个很好的决定，去直接把那条大龙给无伤的 rush 掉了？
当时的话是因为他们要出第4条小龙了嘛，然后我们的大龙师也做好了，然后 AD 的枪还可以，然后我就说要开嘛，然后他们还在想，我就先打大龙了，反正先打再说，就强迫打野拼惩戒这样子就。
So at that time, the opponent's team would like to target on the 4 streaks from them, and we have some enough vision around the Baron pit, and also our AD players. He really have a very good weapon at that time. So I just forced my teammates to just start rushing that Baron to force the jungler to use the smite. So some other teammates they would like to say maybe it's a bit too rushed, but I just make that decision and try to rush the Baron at that time. So, and my last question is about next game, because now BLG is on a 3 winning streak. You guys really have a very good momentum. But next game you're going to face against RNG. So do you have enough confidence about the next best of 3? 那其实你们现在来到了3连胜，而且状态也非常非常的火热。下一场比赛你们要面对 RNG 嘛，所以说也问一下 Fofo 选手有没有信心也也是在下一场比赛之中获得胜利呢？
我觉得如果能保持今天这种就是团队配合特别好的状态的话，是能够拿下的。但是对面的状态也特别好吧，就是不能掉以轻心，得全力以赴这样。
I really think if we can maintain a very good momentum, a very good synergy, a good communication like before, maybe we have enough confidence to get the win against RNG. But definitely RNG is also on a very high note. So we're going to try our best in the next best of threes. And definitely we are looking forward to that. And congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们，也新年快乐。
谢
And
谢，新年快乐。
and back to you guys. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Wendy, and thank you to Fofo as well. Good to hear out of the man who, you know, was a big changeover from Rare Adam against his old team, of course, Lyric, and now on BLG with a very resounding win. I think importantly enough, you know, talking about momentum coming into this last series of the split before Chinese New Year, I should say. BLG versus RNG, a big one to look at. I've been told Breathe gets MVP. You called it. Very well said, and Lyric, I think this Akali bounced back in a big way. 35% damage on a top lane Akali. Pretty decent.
Yeah, we didn't even get to see how he turned the lane from early on, right? There was a point where he was behind like 10 CS, and then suddenly he was up like 10 CS. Started finding those solo kills after that moment like we did see here. Just really nice outplay, getting behind him again, dodging out on the Q from Q. Wasn't even fully stacked up though, so I think Breathe just probably would have won regardless. He just kept this momentum going forward when he got ganked in that scenario, was able to turn one around again. And then in team fights we talked about, it was all about the combo of him and Weiwei finding their way onto certain targets or him buying space in the backline.
Yep.
And he just did that time and time again. Great to see Breed still having pop-off moments in team fights like this. And again, even projecting that forward, right? He's going to need to do that again up against RNG, because if there's one area where I think Breathe definitely outdoes Bin, is when it comes to team fighting. I think Breathe is an absolute monster in team fights when he is on certain champions like we saw today. So hopefully Breathe can keep it up, and, you know, maybe he won't get completely camped by the other members of RNG.
Maybe, we'll see, because for Wei, we saw in the last series that RNG played towards topside. They actually played towards Bin for the first time in this split, and, you know, away from Xiaohu was a new experience. So my biggest curiosity right now, Lyric, is how we go pound for pound in the matchup. RNG versus BLG, our last matchup of the week before we go to Chinese New Year. And I think one of the most exciting matchups of the split now. Lyric, first thing people are going to ask is, oh, you know, is he going to be there playing against his team? It's a nice experience to, you know, like potentially speculate on. However, with how Doggo played today, I don't care. It's still going to be a sick matchup. Let's talk about today, sir. You know, you and I will have time to speculate on that. This was your last cast. You can watch it later. Because today...
Just kidding. Bring up the results.
Okay, yeah, quickly. Don't make him look relieved, because LGD, OMG, let's be honest, that was a slow opener. Like, that was a really slow series in comparison to what we just witnessed.
That was a candle burning down. But hey, LGD picked up a win, which in the end kind of makes it hype. LGD picking up their first win of the season in the day of people beating their former teams. Eric clapping the cheeks of OMG.
Yeah.
BLG coming out. Fofo destroying RA. And then here we are in this world where BLG is undefeated, LGD is no longer winless, and we get to move on to the standings.
Well, look at them go. BLG now move up to 4th. Again, over V5, the game differential gives them a big boon, and I think the most exciting thing is
it won't last.
Well, Lyric, you don't know that, because just because you're a fan of V5, like RNG versus BLG, dude, one of those teams going to be moving up to 1st or 2nd, depending on how EDG and LNG go with the rest of their split. Sorry. Split before Chinese New Year. It's getting to be a habit. It's getting to be a habit. What's coming up tomorrow?
IG playing against Ultra Prime. I think that'll be a good one. Ultra Prime's bot lane definitely being the standout, to where IG, you definitely lean a little bit more towards their top side for where their strength is at. Then Thunder Talk Gaming up against anyone's legend, otherwise known, nicknamed as the Flash Pandas. You know, the score lines for these teams don't look beautiful, but that's great, because that means some of these teams are going to get to work their way up to 2 wins, Ultra Prime and IG, and then maybe TT going to be able to find their first win up against anyone's legend.
I don't know, dude. It's going to be a big task for TT, because in the last series, anyone's legend got me hyped. The fact is, that we've seen that Xiaohao can carry some games, and
we might have Chieftain and Yukon. I don't know. Rosters haven't been announced yet. They'll be announced shortly. That could make it fun.
I could indeed. But Lyric, thank you so much for your hard work so far. You've tilted and molded over TT once. You've had a 9-hour day. Today was a little bit shorter for you, which is always nice. And have a good break before you come back after Chinese New Year, because you're done up until, when are you back? You're back on the 12th of February.
The 12th, yeah.
That's
It's gonna be a while.
Come away. Thank you again. Always a pleasure. Thank you to our English production as well. I feel like at this point, LPL's starting to ramp up quite a bit, and it's nice to see. Hopefully we deliver for the rest of the days. Remember, 3 days left before we go to the break. It is bye for now, but not forever. Good night. Go have a burger.